Play 1 of One Act Play Collection 17. Tradition by George Middleton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
George Ollivant. Read by Greg Giordano.
Emily, his wife. Read by Wendy Katz-Hiller.
Mary, his daughter, an actress. Read by Joanna Michael Hoyt.
Stage directions read by Larry Wilson. Scene: the sitting room of the Ollivants in a small town upstate. It is an evening late in the spring. A simple room is disclosed, bearing the traces of another generation. Old-fashioned window doors at the right, overlooking the garden, open on a porch. Another door in back opening on the hallway. A large fireplace at the left, now concealed by an embroidered screen. The horsehair furniture, several terracotta statuettes, and a woodcut or two on the walls create the subtle atmosphere of the past. There is a lamp on the table, and another on a bracket by the door in back. Moonlight filters through the window doors. The Ollivants are discovered together. Mary, a rather plain woman of about 25, with a suggestion of quick sensibilities, is standing lost in thought, looking out into the garden. Her mother, Emily, nearing 50, quiet and subdued in manner, is seated at the table trimming a hat. Occasionally she looks at Mary, stops her work, glances at her husband, closes her eyes as though tired, and then resumes. The silence continues for some time, broken only by the rattle of the town paper which George Ollivant is reading. He is well on in middle life, with a strong, determined face not entirely without elements of kindness and deep feeling. When he finishes, he folds the paper, puts it on the table, knocks the ashes carefully from his pipe into his hand, and throws them behind the screen, takes off his spectacles, and wipes them as he too looks over toward his daughter, still gazing absently into the garden. Finally, after a slight hesitation, he goes to her and puts his arm about her. She is startled, but smiles sweetly. Ollivant affectionately.
Glad to be home again, Mary?
Mary evasively.
The garden is so pretty.
Hasn't changed much, eh?
It seems different. Perhaps it's the night.
I guess it isn't up to its usual standard. Haven't seen your mother there so often this spring.
Emily quietly.
This dry spell is not good for flowers.
It's only the cultivated flowers that need care. Can't help thinking that when I see the wild ones so hardy in my fields on the hill.
Turning to Emily and patting her.
Is there any of that spray mixture left, Emily dear?
I haven't looked lately.
I'll order some tomorrow.
Taking up his pipe again and looking for the tobacco.
Think it would be a good idea, daughter, if you'd spray those rose bushes every couple of weeks. The bugs are a pest this spring. Where's my tobacco?
On the mantel.
Wish you would always leave it on the table. You know how I hate to have things changed.
Ollivant goes to the mantel, filling his pipe, and while his back is turned, Mary makes a quick questioning gesture to her mother, who sighs helplessly. Mary ponders a moment.
How's Ben been doing these 2 years, Father?
Hasn't your brother written you?
Only once, when I left home. He disapproved, too.
Had an older brother's feeling of wanting to take care of you, Mary.
Yes, I know. How's he doing?
He is commencing to get on his feet. Takes time and money for anyone to get started these days.
But he's still in partnership with Bert Taylor, isn't he?
Yes, he'd have been somewhere if he'd worked in with me, as I did with my father. Things should be handed down. Offered him the chance. Tried to make him take it, as your mother knows. But that college chum, nice enough fellow, I've heard, turned his head another way.
Lighting his pipe and puffing slowly.
It's best to humor a young fellow's ideas, if he sticks them out. But I'd like to have had us all here together now. The place is big enough, even if he should want to marry. Your mother and I came here, you know, when your grandfather was still alive.
Then Ben isn't making any money?
Oliphant reluctantly.
Not yet, to speak of.
Emily quietly.
But he's promised to pay his father back, Mary.
I see.
Thoughtfully.
College and then more help to get started, because he's a man.
Oliphant complacently.
He'll have to support a family someday. I've had to keep that in mind.
I'd like to have a real talk with him.
When did his letter say he'd be coming for a visit, Emily?
The 15th.
Not till then. That's too bad.
Eh?
Mary, after exchanging a quick glance with her mother, and gaining courage.
Father, I hope you didn't misunderstand my coming back.
Not at all. We all make mistakes, especially when we're young. Perhaps I was a bit hasty when you left home, but I knew you'd soon see I was right. I didn't think it would take you 2 years, but perhaps if I'd written you before, you'd have come sooner. I told your mother I'd like to make it easy for you to come home.
Mother suggested that you write me.
Well, I suppose you might put it that way. I always felt she thought I was a bit hard on you, but I'm not one to back down easily.
Don't blame me then, Father, if I showed I was your daughter.
Let's forget my feeling. But naturally, I was set back.
Because you didn't take my going seriously until I was actually leaving.
I couldn't get it into my head then, and I can't now, how any girl would want to leave a home like this, where you have everything. You don't know how lucky you are, or maybe you have realized it. Look about you and see what other girls have. Is it like this? Trees, flowers, and a lake view that's the best in the country. Why, one can breathe here and even taste the air. Every time I come back from a business trip, it makes a new man of me. Ask your mother. Eh, Emily? When I sit out there on the porch in the cool evenings, it makes me feel at ease with the world, to know that the place is mine, and that I've raised a family, and can take care of them all. Ben had to go, I suppose. It's the way with sons. But I thought you, at least, would stay here, daughter, in this old house, where you were born, where I was born, where all your early associations.
Mary shuddering.
I hate associations.
Oliphant eyeing her.
Well, I'd like to know where you got that from. Not from your mother and me. We like them, don't we, Emily? Why, your mother's hardly ever even left here, but you had to up and get out.
Yes, that's right, Father. I had to.
Oliphant, he stops smoking and looks at her sharply.
Had to? Who made you?
Mary reluctantly.
It was something inside me.
Oliphant in spite of himself.
Hush, that foolishness.
Mary quickly.
Don't make it hard for us again.
I made it hard, Mary, because I objected to your leaving your mother here alone?
I remember. You said I was a foolish, stage-struck girl.
Well, you're over that, aren't you?
That's just where you are mistaken, Father.
Slowly.
That's why I asked you if you hadn't misunderstood my coming back.
Oliphant suspiciously.
Then why did you come at all?
I'm human. I wanted to see you and Mother, so I came when you generously wrote me. I'm not going to stay and spray the roses.
Oliphant, he eyes her tensely and controls himself with an effort.
So you are not going to stay with your mother and me?
Mary affectionately.
I'll come see you as often as I can,
And make a hotel of your home?
Mary is silent.
Don't you see your mother is getting older and needs somebody to be here?
Emily with a quiet assurance.
I have never been so well and contented.
Oliphant tenderly.
I know better, Emily. Can't I see you're getting thinner and older?
Stopping her protests.
Now, let me manage this, dear. It's a girl's place to stay at home. You know my feelings about that. Suppose anything should happen to your mother. What would I do?
So it's not mother alone you are thinking of?
Olivet tersely.
I'm thinking of your place at home doing a woman's work. I'm not proud of having my daughter off earning her own living as though I couldn't support her.
George.
I thought it was only because I was on the stage.
Well, it's not the most heavenly place, is it? A lot of narrow-minded fools here in town thought I was crazy to let you go. I knew how they felt. I grinned and bore it. You were my daughter, and I loved you, and I didn't want them to think any less of you by their finding out you were leaving against my wish.
Mary, slowly, with comprehension.
That's what hurt you.
Well, I blamed myself a bit for taking you to plays and liking them myself.
People here will soon forget about me and really be sorry for you.
Olivet persuasively.
Why, Mary, I have made it easy for you to stay. I told everyone you were coming home for good. They'll think me a fool if...
Mary tenderly.
You meant what was dear and good, Father, but you had no right to say that. I'm sorry.
I did it because I thought you had come to your senses.
Mary firmly.
I never saw so clearly as I do now.
Olivet bluntly.
And you're stubborn, plain stubborn, not to admit failure.
Mary startled.
Failure?
I know what the newspaper said. Ben sent them to me.
Which ones?
Why, all of them, I guess.
Did he send you the good ones?
Were there any?
Oh, I see. So Ben carefully picked out only those which would please you.
Olivet sarcastically.
Please me?
Yes, because you and he didn't want me to succeed, because you thought failure would bring me home. But don't you think I'll let some cub reporter settle things for me? I'll never come home through failure. Never.
Olivet kindly.
Ben and I only want to protect you, Mary.
Why do men always want to protect women?
Because we know the world.
Yes, but you don't know me. Father, you still think I'm only a foolish, stage-struck girl and want flowers and men and my name in big letters. It isn't that.
Well, what is it then?
Oh, I want to be an artist. I don't suppose you can understand it. I didn't myself at first. I was born with it, but didn't know what it was till that first time you took me to the theater.
So it was all my fault?
It isn't anybody's fault, it's just a fact. I knew from that day what I wanted to do. I wanted to act, to create. I don't care whether I play a leading lady or a scrub woman if I can do it with truth and beauty.
Well, you haven't done much of either, have you? What have you got to show for our unhappiness? What have you got ahead of you?
Nothing definite.
Olivet incredulously.
Yet you're going to keep at it?
Yes,
What do you think of that, Emily?
I am going to the city Monday.
Olivet persistently.
But what will you do when you get there?
What I've done before? Hunt a job, tramp the streets, call up the offices, be snubbed and insulted by office boys. Keep at it till I get something to do.
Come, Mary, don't make me lose my patience. Put your pride in your pocket. You've had your fling. You've tried and failed. Give it all up and stay home here, where you can be comfortable.
Mary with intense feeling.
Father, I can't give it up. It doesn't make any difference how they treat me, how many times I get my notice, and don't even make good according to their standards. I can't give it up. I simply can't. It keeps gnawing inside me and driving me on. It's there, always there. And I know if I keep at work, I will succeed. I know it. I know it.
Mary throws herself into the chair, much stirred. Emily's eyes have eagerly followed her throughout this, as though responding sympathetically. But Olivet has stood in silence, watching her apparently without comprehension. Olivet not without kindness.
Something inside. Have you any clear idea what she's talking about, Emily?
Mary gives a short, hurt cry and goes quickly to the window, looking out and controlling herself with an effort. Emily softly as she looks at Mary.
I think I understand.
I don't. Something inside. I never had anything like that bothering me. What's it all mean?
Emily quietly.
So many people use the same words, but cannot understand each other.
Well, you seem to think it's mighty important, Mary, whatever it is. But it's too much for me. If you had something to show for it, I wouldn't mind. But you're just where you started, and you might as well give up.
George.
Now, I don't know much about the stage, Emily, but Ben does. He says you're not made for an actress, Mary. You haven't got a chance.
Mary turning.
Father!
Can't you see your failure isn't your own fault? If you were a beauty, like Helen Safford or some of those other stars, but you're not pretty. Why, you're not even good looking, and
Mary with bitter vehemence.
Oh, don't go any further, I know all that. But I don't care how I look off the stage if only I can grow beautiful on it. I'll create with so much inner power and beauty that people will forget how I look and only see what I think and feel. I can do it. I have done it. I've made audiences feel and even got my notice because the stage manager said I was too natural. Helen Safford, what's she? A professional beauty with everything outside and nothing in. You think of her eyes, her mouth, and her profile, but does she touch you so you remember? I know her work. Wait till I get a chance to play a scene with her, which they may give me because I'm not good-looking. I'll make them forget she's on the stage the first 10 minutes. Yes, and you and Ben, too, if you'll come. Helen Safford! Why, people will remember me when she's only a lithograph.
well then, why haven't you had your chance?
Mary quickly.
Because most managers feel the way you and Ben do. And not having a lovely profile and a fashion plate figure stands between me and a chance even to read a part, let alone play it. That's what eats the heart out of me, Mother, and makes me hate my face every time I sit down to put on the grease paint.
Well, don't blame me for that.
Mary going to her mother, who takes her hand.
You can laugh at me, Father. You don't understand. It's foolish to talk. But, oh, Mother, why is such beauty given to women like Helen Safford who have no inner need of it? And here am I with a real creative gift wrapped up in a nondescript package which stands between me and everything I want to do.
With determination.
But I will. Ultimately, I will make good in spite of my looks. Others have. And what I've suffered will make me a greater artist.
Ollivant in a matter-of-fact tone.
Are you sure all this isn't overconfidence and vanity?
I don't care what you call it. It's what keeps me working.
Ollivant quickly.
Working? But how can you work without an engagement?
That is the hard part of our life. Waiting. Waiting for a chance to work. But don't think I stand still when I haven't an engagement. I don't dare. That's why I keep at my voice work and dancing and...
Ollivant suddenly interrupting.
Dancing and voice work when you have no engagements? Would you mind telling me who was paying the bills?
Mary indignantly.
Father!
I think I have the right to ask that.
Have you?
I am your father.
Mary with quiet dignity.
You thought you'd force me here at home to do as you wished because you paid for my food and clothes. When you took that from me, you ceased to have that right. Don't forget, since I left, you've not helped me with my work or given me a penny.
Ollivant suspiciously.
Mary? No, that's not why you went away from home?
No.
Or you met some man there and...
No.
There is some man.
Why, a man?
Damn them. I know them.
Breaking.
Good God, Mary, dear, you haven't. Answer me, daughter.
Mary calmly.
No, there's been no need of that.
He has been violently shaken at the thought, looks at her intently, believes her, and then continues in a subdued manner.
Then who helped you? Ben?
How could he help me? Are men the only ones who help women?
Emily quietly.
Tell him, Mary. It's best now.
Ollivant turning slowly to her in surprise.
You knew and have kept it from me?
Emily, calmly as she puts down the hat she has been trimming.
I found I hadn't lost my old skill, though it's been a good many years since I held a brush. Since before we were married, George. I had an idea I thought would sell. Paper dolls with little hand-painted dresses on separate sheets. They were so much softer than the printed kind, and children like anything soft. I wrote to Mr. Aylwin. You remember. He was so kind to me years before. He had called here once before when you were away and asked after my work. He used to think I had such promise. He found an opportunity to use the dolls as a specialty, and when I explained, he induced some other firms to use all I can paint, too. They pay me very well. I made enough each month to help Mary when she went behind.
Oliphant incredulously.
You, after you heard me say when she left I wouldn't give her a cent?
Emily looking fondly at Mary.
You were keeping Ben, weren't you?
But that's different.
I didn't see why we shouldn't help both our children.
Oliphant perplexed as he turns to Mary.
And you took it?
Yes.
You knew how she got the money?
Yes.
Your mother working herself sick for you, and you took it?
I told you, I've never been so happy.
Mary simply.
I couldn't bargain with what I felt. I had to study. I'd have taken anything, gotten it anywhere. I had to live. You didn't help me. Ben and I both went against your will, but you helped him because he was your son. I was only your daughter.
Oliphant eyes her and seems to be struggling with himself. He is silent a long while as they both watch him. Finally, after several efforts, he speaks with emotion.
Mary, I didn't realize how much you meant to me till I thought of what might have happened to you without my help. Would you have stayed on in the city if your mother hadn't helped you?
Mary firmly.
Yes, father, I would have stayed on.
Oliphant, after a pause.
Then I guess what you feel is stronger than all your mother and I tried to teach you. Are you too proud to take help from me now?
Mary simply.
No, father, till I succeed. Then I'll pay you back, like Ben promised.
Oliphant hurt.
You don't think it was the money, daughter? It would have cost to keep you here. It wasn't that.
No, it was your father speaking, and his father and his father.
Looking away wistfully.
And perhaps I was speaking for those before me who were silent or couldn't be heard.
Oliphant with sincerity.
I don't exactly understand that any more than the feeling you spoke of driving you from home. But I do see what you mean about brothers and sisters. You seem to think boys and girls are the same, but they're not. Men and women are different. You may not know it, but your mother had foolish ideas like you when I first knew her. She was poor and didn't have a mother to support her, and she had to work for a living. She'd about given up when I met her, trying to work at night to feed herself in the day while studying. But she was sensible. When a good man came along who could support her, she married him and settled down. Look how happy she's been here with a home of her own. That is a home, with associations and children. Where would she be? Struggling today, trying to paint pictures for a living. Why, there's lots of men who can paint pictures, and too few good wives for hard-working, decent men who want a family, which is God's law. You'll find that out one of these days, and you'll give yourself as she did. Some day a man will come, and you'll want to marry him. How could you, if you keep on with your work, going about the country?
Mary quietly.
You leave mother at times, don't you?
I've got to.
So may I.
And the children?
They'd have a share of my life.
A mighty big share, if you're a human, I tell you. Ask your mother if you think they're easy coming and bringing up.
And now they've left her, dear mother, what has she to do?
Well, if you ever get a husband with those ideas of yours, you'll see what a wife has to do.
He goes to her.
Mary, it isn't easy, all this you've been saying. But your mother and I are left alone, and perhaps we have got different views than you. But if ever you do see it our way, or give up, well, come back to us. Understand?
Mary going to him and kissing him.
I understand how hard it was for you to say that. And remember, I may come back a success.
Yes, I suppose they all think that. It's what keeps them going. But some day, when you're in love and marry, you'll see it all differently.
Father, what if the man does not come? Or the children?
Why,
He halts as though unable to answer her.
nonsense. He'll come. Never fear. They always do.
I wonder.
Oliphant, he goes affectionately to Emily, who has been staring before her during this.
Emily, dear, no wonder the flowers have been neglected. Well, you'll have time to spray those roses yourself. I'll get the spray mixture tomorrow.
Kisses her tenderly.
Painting paper dolls with a change of clothes, when I might have been sending her the money without ever feeling it. No more of that, dear. You don't have to now. I shan't let you get tired and sick. That's one thing I draw the line at.
He pats her again, looks at his watch, and then goes slowly over to the window doors.
Well, it's getting late. I'll lock up.
Looking up at the sky.
Paper says it will rain tomorrow.
Emily very quietly, so only Mary can hear.
At the art school, they said I had a lovely sense of color. Your father is so kind, but he doesn't know how much I enjoyed painting again, even those paper dolls.
Mary comprehending in surprise.
Mother, you too?
Emily fearing lest Oliphant should hear.
Shh.
Oliphant closes the doors and eyes the women thoughtfully.
Better fasten the other windows when you come. Good night.
He goes out slowly as mother and daughter sit there together. The curtain falls. End of Tradition by George Middleton.
Play 2 of one-act play collection 17, The Trumpeter's Daughter by Joseph Sterling Coyne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Trumpeter's Daughter, Dramatis Personae, Philipot,
Read by Andrew Gauntz.
Michael Angelo Muller,
Read by Alan Matchstone.
Robin,
Read by Adrian Stevens.
Achilles Laplome,
Read by Greg Giordano.
Madeline.
Read by Kelly Taylor.
Stage directions, read by Jim Hedrick. Scene, the studio and general apartment of Michael Angelo Muller. Door of entrance, right. Door into closet, left. A window with the lower part of sash removed, center, flat. Chimney at upper extreme right hand with hearth for burning wood and practicable flue. A recess with a curtain in flat, left hand, in which is a large figure of Julius Caesar. An easel with a picture of an ass upon it, center. An armchair near the easel, left. A table at the back, right. Another table with tablecloth laid for two. Portraits of asses in various attitudes hung round the apartment. Michael Angelo Muller discovered standing, pencil and palette in hand, before the easel.
Beautiful. I never painted a more superb ass in my life. Human nature.
Crosses. Clock strikes 6.
6 o'clock. And I have an appointment at 1:15 in the Rue Saint-Honoré.
Lays aside the palette and brushes.
I shall be late if I don't make haste.
A noise outside, right, as of two persons, scuffling and talking loudly.
Hello, what's that disturbance?
Runs to door and looks out.
Oh, Lord, 'tis that infernal scamp, my nephew Philipot, come back again.
Calling at door, right.
I'm not at home, Robin. Knock the fellow down, do you hear? Knock him down.
As he utters the last words, Robin comes tumbling into the room by a blow from Philipot, who enters and stands over him triumphantly.
There, uncle, I've done it. Throw the arms of that venerable dressing-gown round my neck and receive your nephew with parental affection.
Rushes at Muller and embraces him closely. Muller, extricating himself.
Sacre! Do you mean to strangle me? I thought you had been hanged long ago.
No, no, uncle. I could never be so undutiful as to take precedence of you in that interesting ceremony.
Exit Robin into closet.
Well, sir, what is your business in Paris now? I thought I had provided for you when I instructed you in the noble art of painting. I taught you gratis, sirrah, and allowed you to copy all my chef-d'oeuvre.
All your asses, you mean, uncle?
Well, sir, asses. I don't deny it. Every great painter has his line, his peculiar walk in art.
Importantly.
Mine is the arse walk, sir.
And a very steady line it is, uncle, and quite in your way.
But I repeat, sir, what the devil brings you back here?
Love, uncle. Love. The little god without the indescribables has given me such a stinger. Oh, I'll tell you how it happened. 3 months ago, when I quitted this beloved roof, I turned my toes towards Lyons, and went forth with a single sou piece in my pocket as a travelling painter.
And what did you paint on your travels?
Asses, uncle. I kept in your walk and painted nothing but asses. Indeed, I may say I lived upon asses all the way from Paris to Lyons. In the best parlour of every inn on the road you'll find copies of you, for while the landlord was drawing my bill, I was drawing an ass, which was taken as a receipt in full for my little account.
Ah, I see. You paid your bill like an ancient Roman, as in presenti.
Yes, but to come to the point, I arrived at Lyons, and there I beheld such a creature. Talk of the Venus de Médecine, she was a cinder wench to her.
Oh, well, sir, what have I to do with your Venus? What do you want from me?
Philipot, dropping on his knees.
Your blessing, uncle, and a trifle of money that I may go and throw myself at the feet of the idol of my affections.
Money? How dare you, you graceless dog, ask me for money? Quit my apartment this instant.
Philipot rises.
There's the door for you. Begone, sir.
Pushing him off.
But, uncle, only hear me.
No, sir, no. Away with you. I've heard enough. Be off this instant.
Pushing him out of door, right. Philipot, putting in his head.
It's no use shaking me off. I'll stick to you like bird lime.
We'll see that.
Shuts door and locks it. Philipot, outside, kicking door and speaking through keyhole.
Hello, Uncle, I'll be back with you to supper. Goodbye, old cock. Goodbye.
He is heard singing as he descends stairs.
Thank goodness he's gone at last. Here, Robin, my coat and wig.
Robin, in the closet.
Coming, sir, coming.
Muller takes off his dressing gown and red cap. Enter Robin, hastily from closet, with coat, wig, and small mirror. He comes behind Muller and, slapping the wig on his head, makes a cloud of powder fly from it.
There you are, sir.
Robin holds glass for Muller. Muller, while dressing.
Now, Robin, attend to me. I expect a young female from the country here this evening.
A young female, sir?
Lowers the glass and regards Muller with a look of comic wonder and bursts into a fit of laughter.
Don't be a fool, Robin. The girl I expect is the daughter of my old schoolfellow and friend, Captain Laperriere.
Oh, I beg pardon, sir. Was not that the Captain Laperriere that I've heard you say ran away with the rich banker's daughter many years ago?
The same. She was a beautiful girl and an only child. But her father would never receive her. Oh, confound that laundress. Nor forgive her because she never leaves a button on my shirt. Because she married a poor subaltern.
I wish I had the thrashing of the old savage.
You need not shake the glass, though. Well, soon after his marriage, Laperriere marched with all his army to Russia. The glass a little higher, Robin. In that disastrous campaign he fell, and his young wife, who had accompanied him, expired on the field of battle in giving birth to a female child.
Poor soul!
Puts the glass under his arm and wipes his eyes.
To be brief, a few days before Laperriere was killed, he wrote me a letter in which, by a sort of presentiment of his fate, he confided to my care, in the event of his death, his wife and yet unborn child. The poor lady died, as I told you, but the infant was picked up by an old trumpeter of the 11th Regiment of Chasseurs and was nursed by his wife. From this circumstance she has obtained in the regiment, where she has remained ever since, the name of the trumpeter's daughter.
But may I ask, sir, why you did not obtain the guardianship of the child sooner?
Why, there was a reason in that, Robin.
Aside.
I need not tell him that her grandfather died last week, and, as a reparation for his cruelty to her mother, has left her heir to his entire fortune.
And now I suppose you mean to be a father to the poor girl for the remainder of your life?
Father, indeed. I mean to be her husband, Robin.
Robin laughs. Philipot, in the chimney.
Sweep-o.
What's that?
Sweep-o.
Only the sweeps in the chimney next door.
Carries the dressing gown and red cap into closet and returns.
I know that rascal Philipot will try to play a trick upon me, so I must be on my guard.
Oh, don't be afraid. I'll double lock the door outside, and if anyone comes in here without my knowledge, it must be the devil.
Exeunt Muller and Robin right. The latter is heard to lock the door outside. Philipot, in the chimney.
Below.
Slips down on hearth in a sitting posture.
I told Uncle I should be back, and I've kept my word. Bribed the urchin who was sweeping the chimneys next door to introduce me to the flu, and so dropped down quite in the family way, without ceremony.
Sits in armchair.
Now I'll take another peep at the portrait of the enslaver of my unsuspicious heart.
Takes a portrait of Madeline, coarsely painted on a large sheet of paper from his breast.
There she is, the beautiful trumpeter's daughter, painted by this faithful hand as I first beheld her, marching with her regiment through the streets of Lyons. Hey-oh, I attended parade as regularly as the drummer every morning for 3 weeks, but I could never get near her to speak to her. Yet I'm sure she felt, as the poet says, my eye was upon her.
Robin is heard speaking without.
Hey, somebody coming.
Hides behind armchair. Enter Robin, carrying a candle, and Madeline in the costume of a vivandière with a knapsack. Philipot, aside, from behind chair.
By all that's military, 'tis the trumpeter's daughter.
So this is to be my billet. Well, there's my baggage. But where's the commandant?
Throws down her knapsack.
The commandant?
Yes, the governor of the garrison. This new guardian of mine, Monsieur Muller.
Philipot, aside.
Her guardian? What does she mean?
Oh, Mamselle, he was obliged to go abroad on a little business. But he'll soon return, and will be delighted to meet you here.
She looks around and bursts into a fit of laughter.
What's the matter, Mamselle?
I say, is that old Scaramouche there?
Pointing to the figure of Julius Caesar in the recess.
Meant to represent Monsieur Muller?
Oh dear, no, Mamselle, that's our decoy bird.
Decoy bird? What's that?
Why, 'tis a secret of art, but I don't mind telling you. That's a dummy figure that we dress up and put every morning in a chair near the window, so that the people on the other side of the street thinks he's some great man sitting for his portrait. Sometimes he's an admiral, and sometimes he's a bishop. Last week he was a popular preacher, and this week he stands for a popular actor in the character of Julius Caesar.
I tell you what, my friend, I'm not half pleased with my new quarters.
Oh, you'll like them better when you become mistress here.
Mistress? What do you mean?
Why, don't you know that Monsieur Muller intends to marry you?
Marry me?
Philipot, forgetting himself.
Ho, ho, ho!
Madeline and Robin look round in surprise.
Who laughed?
Robin, alarmed.
I don't know.
Philipot steals from behind chair into closet left.
I thought it was you.
Examines about the room with candle.
There's nobody here but ourselves.
Never mind. I'm not afraid. Set the candle down, and I'll take 40 winks in this chair, till Monsieur Muller returns.
Throws herself into armchair.
There. That will do.
Yawns.
I'm dead tired with my march.
Well, good night, Mamselle.
Crosses to right.
Good night, comrade. I say, have you got a cigar about you? I've puffed all mine away on the road.
A cigar? No, no, master allows no smoking here. He never smokes himself.
Don't he? If he marries me, I'll make him smoke.
Oh, what a Tartar!
Exit right. Madeline,
Oh.
yawning.
A pretty march I've had from Lyon to Paris. And for what? To marry an old man? Well, let him try it if he dares. I'm resolved to...
Dropping asleep and singing, march away, march away, march away. Sleeps. Enter Philipot from closet, dressed in his uncle's dressing gown, red cap, and spectacles. Philipot, aside.
I think I'm a splendid copy of an old master. This cap and dressing gown would make me pass anywhere for my uncle's duplicate. Him, mademoiselle. Hey, she's asleep.
Approaches her.
What a charming picture, and such lips. I'd like to, but I won't.
In a low voice.
Mademoiselle, it's really too much for human nature. Mademoiselle, I know it's very wrong, but I can't help it.
Kisses her. She starts up. He retreats, confused.
Halt there! Fall back! Ah, surely it must be Monsieur Muller, my guardian.
Philipot, speaking in an old man's voice.
Wonderful penetration. It is your affectionate guardian who presses you to his agitated shirt frills.
Embraces her warmly. Aside.
I'm a most audacious dog.
Madeline, aside.
What a very warm embrace the old gentleman gives.
Philipot, holding her at arm's length.
She's the very image of her departed sire. Come to my arms again for his sake.
Embraces her tenderly.
Ah, you knew my poor father well?
Knew him. He was my bosom friend. We fought together side by side.
Madeline, eagerly.
Then you have been a soldier.
Soldier? Oh, yes, for several years. I carried the colors.
Aside.
For my uncle.
Brave man. But you were speaking of my father.
Yes, of my dear friend Alfred.
Alfred? His name was Charles.
Ah, to be sure it was. You're right. My head is not so clear as it was before I received that saber wound in it at the battle of that place, you know, where I killed 24 of the enemy with my own hand. I often lose my memory altogether. But let's change the subject. Sit down here and tell me all about yourself.
They sit.
Has any good-looking young fellow stolen this little heart yet?
Madeline, laying her hand on her heart.
No, it's here, safe enough.
Yes, but I mean, has any particular person created a tender feeling in that quarter?
She shakes her head in dissent.
Hey, no. Have you never observed at Lyon an interesting individual, a stranger?
Madeline, with animation.
What? A young painter in a blue coat and a brown study who appeared every morning at parade?
And who looked at you so?
Ho, ho, ho! One would think you borrowed his eyes. Ah, poor fellow, I certainly did feel... but perhaps you blame me.
Oh, not at all. No woman could be blamed for admiring such a very superior young man. In fact, I may as well be candid and tell you he's my own nephew.
Ah, then that accounts for the eyes.
Fully. Indeed, I esteem him so much that if I thought you loved him, I'd snuff out the candle of my own hopes, nip my young affections in the bud, and say, take him, Madeline, make poor Filippo happy, and heaven bless you both.
You would?
They rise.
Oh, my dear guardian, let me embrace you.
1,000 times if you wish, my dear.
They embrace. Aside.
How I pity my unfortunate uncle.
I may now acknowledge to you that I do love your nephew.
Embrace me again, my dear child.
They embrace.
You have made me so happy that if you sit down and shut your eyes, I'll bring Filippo to you in a moment.
You will? Bless your dear old heart.
She sits in an armchair and shuts her eyes. Philipot runs into closet. Philipot at closet door.
No peeping, mind.
Not for the world. How my heart beats the alarm. I wonder, is he come out yet?
Enter Philipot in his own dress. Philipot in his natural voice.
Madeline.
Madeline, aside.
'Tis he. Courage.
In a firm voice.
Who goes there?
A friend.
What friend?
Filippo.
Are you indeed Filippo?
Philipot kneels and takes her hand.
I am. Behold me, no, imagine me kneeling before you and swearing.
Muller calling without. Right.
Robin!
Philipot aside, starting to his feet.
Damnation, my uncle. Cut and run is the word.
Runs to window at back and leaps out as Muller enters. Muller aside.
So, my little Madeline has arrived. Hi, hi, hi.
Goes up to put down hat.
Well, why won't you swear?
Eh?
Aside.
What's that she's saying?
Comes on tiptoe to chair and looks at Madeline.
Poor thing, she's asleep and dreaming. I won't disturb her. Zooks, she's a charming little creature. Hi, hi, hi.
Goes into closet.
Why don't you speak, Filippo? I'm not angry. You may take my hand again. It's abominable to tease me this way. If you don't speak, I'll open my eyes.
Opens her eyes, rises, and looks about in surprise.
Ah, he's gone. The fellow has deserted.
Enter Muller, wearing the dressing gown and red cap.
Oh, pshaw! My old guardian again.
Muller, aside.
She's awake, I see. Mademoiselle, my name is Muller.
Well, I know that.
Throws herself pettishly into chair. Muller, aside.
How the deuce does she know that? You're quite welcome to Paris and to my little domicile, mademoiselle. Permit me the pleasure of a salute.
Oh, you've had salutes enough already.
Salutes enough?
Besides, you squeeze one so that you nearly stifle me.
I stifle you?
Aside.
What does the girl mean? Oh, I know. She's been dreaming and has had a nightmare.
Shakes her shoulder.
Mademoiselle Madeline.
Madeline turns and sees Muller. Rises.
Oh, heavens! How old and ugly you've grown. I don't like you half as well as I did a while ago.
Why, you never set eyes upon me till this minute.
How can you forget? Oh, I remember. 'Tis that terrible wound you got in your head.
A wound? I've got no wound or anything else in my head.
Oh, yes, you have. You know you received it at that battle where you killed 24 of the enemy with your own hand.
Where I killed 24 of the enemy?
Aside.
Ah, she's not yet awake.
Madeline, aside.
My poor guardian's memory is quite gone again.
Well, well, Madeline, we'll talk no more of these matters. I knew you would be a little tired and hungry after your journey, so I have had a little supper prepared for you. He.
Draws the table from back at left hand down to left center. Brings from closet a pigeon pie and a bottle of wine, which he places on table.
Nothing but a pigeon pie. He. We shall be as merry as crickets. So come and give me a kiss to whet my appetite.
No, none of that nonsense.
Retreating from him as he follows.
Pooh, I won't be refused. I must have one.
You must. Then come and take it.
Snatches a foil from the table at back right hand and drives him round the stage with it, lunging at him as he retreats.
Aha! 1, 2, 3. So. Come now. Ha!
Zounds, what do you mean? There, stop. Oh, Lord.
1, 2, 3. Don't be so nervous. 'Tis a way we have in the army. Aha! To your hat! A hit!
Drives him against the wall. One extreme left hand.
There. Oh, spare me. Oh, I give in. I surrender.
Drops on his knees.
Then I magnanimously grant you quarter.
Muller, rising.
He. Oh, Lord, my ribs.
Aside.
She's a regular tartar, a devil.
Enter Robin.
Well, Robin?
Here's a letter for you, requiring your instant attendance at the barracks of the National Guard.
Muller, taking the letter and glancing at it.
Pooh, it's some mistake. You should have told the messenger I was exempt.
So I did. Master, says I, is more than 60 years of age and can't mount guard.
No, you're a fool, Robin. I'll go this minute and see what it means. My coat and hat.
Madeline gets his hat and umbrella. Robin fetches coat from closet and assists him to change.
I'll see what it all means.
Madeline assists him.
Thank you, my dear.
Take your umbrella
Hands it.
with you, for 'tis raining pailsful, and if you don't come back, why, good night.
Muller, aside.
She's anxious to get rid of me. A horrible suspicion fills my mind. Perhaps, after all, 'twas no dream, and she may have had a lover here. But I'll outwit her.
Locks closet door and puts key in his pocket.
I'll lock both the doors myself, and then I think I have her safe enough. And no, there's that cursed window that the glazier has taken away to repair. I must find some means of barricading it.
Looks round the room. His eye rests upon the picture on the easel.
The very thing, my picture.
Carries it to the window and fits it to the sash.
It fits as if it was made for it. I'll make my faithful ass my representative in my absence. Here, Robin, help me to nail it here.
Robin fetches hammer and nails from drawer of table and nails picture into window frame. To Madeline.
Now mark me, mamselle. If when I return I find the least trace of any person having entered this room, I say, if I catch a rival here, sacre, I'd grind him like yellow ochre.
Exit with Robin and locks door outside. Madeline laughing until he is gone. Madeline suddenly serious.
Come, it's no such laughing matter, after all. If this strange old guardian of mine should continue in his present humour and insist upon my marrying him, what am I to do? Where shall I find succour?
Philipot, outside the door.
Here!
Ah!
Philipot gives a low whistle.
Who goes there?
Philipot, outside.
A friend.
Advance, friend, and give the countersign.
Philipot, Outside.
Cuckoo!
Madeline, going to window.
Who can it be?
Open the window.
I can't. 'Tis nailed fast, and I'm here under close arrest.
Oh, then stand back, and you shall see what you shall see.
He thrusts his head through the picture of the ass. Madeline starts back, alarmed.
How do you do?
What do you want here, monsieur? Who are you?
Don't you know me? Have you forgotten these eyes?
Madeline, with an exclamation of joy.
Ah, the young painter of Lyons.
The same, mademoiselle. Won't you lend a hand to a poor, struggling artist?
She assists him into the chamber.
Huzzah! 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 Victory, my dear girl!
Extends his arms to embrace her. She retires.
Come, sir, not so free, if you please.
Oh, I beg your pardon. If I'm to keep my distance as the nephew, perhaps you'll permit me to be more familiar as the uncle.
Imitates his uncle, as before.
Embrace me again, my dear child.
What? Had you the impudence to impose upon me? You were.
A turtle dove in the feathers of an owl.
But how came you here again?
We'll talk of that by and by. Here I am, dying with love and hunger, and heaven has sent me all I could sigh for.
Puts his arm round her waist.
The woman I idolized.
Points to table.
And the supper I adore. So come, my love, time's precious, and my appetite is rather pressing.
Sits at table, cuts up the pie, and begins to eat voraciously.
Mercy on me. I'm terrified lest your uncle should return.
Let him come. I would willingly die a martyr at such a stake as this. Angel, what do you say to a glass of my uncle's particular?
Opens bottle, fills and drinks 2 or 3 glasses in succession.
Splendid wine, capital tipple. Allow me to fill your glass.
Fills her glass.
I'll give you a short courtship and a merry wedding.
Oh, my courtship is like to be short enough, though my wedding won't be very merry if I marry your uncle.
Marry him? The old rhinoceros, never. I swear it by Paul Poulter and this piece of pie crust.
Puts it into his mouth.
Capital crust it is, too.
Drinks.
I feel I could strangle my respectable uncle and become an awful parricide for your sake.
Well, that's only right, for your uncle swore that if he should find my rival here, he'd grind him like yellow ochre.
Grind his own nephew. Inhuman monster. But I don't care. I'll face the old buffalo. I'll not flinch. I feel I have the organ of firmness somewhere hereabouts.
Feeling his head.
That's an organ that no uncle can grind.
We might contrive to escape discovery if you had not torn the picture. That wretched ass will be our ruin.
Points to picture in window.
Stay. I have an inkling of an idea. That ass. I know him as well as I know my own brother. I've painted him 1,000 times, and if I don't mistake, I left a copy of him nearly finished when I set out on my grand tour to Lyons.
Runs into closet and returns immediately with the picture of an ass nearly completed.
Dear fellow, what a genius he has for love and stratagem.
Sees the picture that Philipot exhibits.
Ah, 'tis as like the one in the window as one drummer is to another.
Twin brothers, my love, painted from the same celebrated original. Observe, there is the same noble expression in both countenances, the same lips, the same ears, the same tail, the same everything. It only wants a few touches to be complete.
And then?
Then it shall take the place of the defunct animal, and my uncle will never discover the difference.
Places the picture on the easel with its back towards the audience.
'Tis a famous idea, but make haste. Here are your paints and brushes.
Holds the palette for him while he paints.
Thanks. Now then, Apollo and Terpsichore, guide my ambitious pencil.
Will you make haste?
Gently, my love. An ass is a very slow beast. There. Now give me a kiss.
Nonsense, I won't.
Oh, 'tis unavoidable. 'Tis an accessory to the picture.
Kisses her. Madeline, aside.
What a pleasant fellow. I'm so much afraid Monsieur Muller will be back before you've done.
Just cock your ear to the keyhole, and listen if you hear anybody on the stairs.
Madeline, listening at door.
No, I hear nothing.
Philipot, humming an air as he paints. Madeline returns and looks over his shoulder.
Well, how are you getting on?
Kissing her.
I'm getting on.
Pshaw, I don't mean that, but your picture. Is it nearly finished?
I'm on the last hairs of the tail, my love. There's some freedom in that tail, eh?
Immense.
There.
Holding up the picture to face the audience.
What do you think of that? Splendid work, eh? The Royal Academy, though it has produced some great asses, never equaled that.
'Tis magnificent, I declare.
Now, where's a hammer and nails?
He places the picture over the torn one. Madeline gives him hammer and nails.
Thank you, my dear.
Nails picture over the other.
Just put back the easel in its place.
Madeline, placing easel where it stood before.
There. Everything's in the order he left it.
Arranges chairs.
Nothing appears to have been touched.
Looks at the table.
Except the supper, and that's...
Philipot, striking a loud blow with hammer.
Finished.
Madeline, turning.
Ah, excellent. But what are you to do, now that you have closed the window? Where will you conceal yourself?
Where? I'll tell you. You see that dummy there? I'll take his place.
You? Ho, ho, ho.
Oh, I'm serious. When I get on the togery, I'll look like an ancient Roman.
Muller, without, calling.
Robin! Robin!
By all that's terrible, my uncle! Where shall I fly?
To Julius Caesar, you know.
Oh, blow Julius Caesar. There's no time now. Ah, into the chimney. I know it well.
Runs to the chimney and returns.
Stay, I can't forsake that blessed pie. I must take it with me.
Takes the pie from table.
For heaven's sake!
I'm gone.
Returns.
Madeline, be as firm as bricks, and if matters come to the worst, remember that you have a friend in the flue.
Yes, go, go!
Philipot escapes into the flue, and Madeline throws herself into the armchair as Muller enters, with his umbrella turned up by the wind and his clothes wet.
Plague on that fellow, Robin. He's never in the way when I want him. Oh, I'm wet to the skin.
Looks round.
Ah, all safe. Nothing disturbed here.
Madeline, feigning to be just awakened.
Oh, what did the Commandant of the National Guard want with you?
Sacre! It was an infamous hoax. They laughed at me when I presented myself at the barracks. One of the fellows had the audacity to tell me I was an old fool.
Well, I'm pretty much of the same opinion.
Muller, angrily.
Are you?
Gaily.
You little rogue. You shan't put me out of temper.
Shivers.
I'm as cold as a frog. We must have a bit of a fire in here.
Madeline, alarmed.
Fire?
Aside.
And he in the chimney.
Philipot, peeping out and aside.
I shall be roasted like a red herring.
Just a little cheerful blaze. here are some faggots.
Fetching some from a corner.
I think there's a spark alive here.
Philipot disappears. Madeline, drawing Muller away.
No, indeed there's not. I saw the last spark that was there go up the chimney. But we don't want a fire. I'm quite warm.
Coaxingly.
Are not you?
Eh? Oh, yes. To be sure.
Shivering.
Love makes me quite comfortable. But you see, I'm dripping wet.
Shakes his hat.
Oh, I'll have you dry as powder in the twirling of a drumstick.
Takes a napkin off table.
Come here now.
Rubbing his clothes dry.
'Tis not the first time I've polished an old musket.
Muller, aside.
Ah, she's relenting. She's growing kind. Here's delicate attention. Here's feminine care. What a fool I was to have lived all my life a bachelor.
Philipot makes signs to Madeline to take Muller further off. She replies to him by nodding her head significantly. Madeline turning Muller round.
Right shoulders forward. There, now stand at ease.
Philipot has stolen from the chimney and is now concealed behind the armchair.
Madelon, I want you to be serious for a few moments and listen to me.
Very well. Attention.
Puts herself in a military attitude.
You must be aware, mademoiselle.
I beg your pardon. There's a fly on your nose.
Twitching his nose with a napkin.
I was about to observe that when a man of my mature age enters the matrimonial state, he must...
Go on.
No, I didn't say that. I meant merely to say that in the peculiar situation in which we are placed, we ought to keep...
Eyes right.
No, I say we ought to keep scandal away by immediately executing a contract of marriage. I've brought the form with me. Here are writing materials.
Draws a table on which are writing materials to armchair.
He. We'll settle the business at once.
Madeline on the opposite side of the table. Muller reads as he writes.
Contract of marriage between Michelangelo Muller, artist, on the one part, and Madelon Laperriere, spinster, on the other part, showeth...
Will you soon be done?
Shoving the table.
Yes, but you need not shove the table about so.
Writes and reads.
In witness whereof, hands and seals, there 'tis done. All that's required now is our signatures. I'll place mine to it first. Pray snuff the candle, my dear.
He is about signing his name when she snuffs out candle. Stage dark.
Sacre, how did you do that?
I beg your pardon, Guardy.
Well, no matter. There are matches in this drawer if I can find them.
While he is searching in the drawer for the matches, Madeline takes the contract off the table and gives it to Philipot, who presses her hand to his lips and glides into the recess where the dummy figure is placed and draws the curtain.
It's as dark as a dog's throat. Oh, here they are at last.
Madeline sits near the chimney while Muller lights the candle with a lucifer match. Stage light.
Now then, to finish this business.
Searches for contract.
Where's the paper? The contract, eh? Well, what's become of it? What have you done with it, mademoiselle?
Me? I know nothing about it.
Muller in a rage.
Don't attempt to deceive me. You've got it, and I insist upon your giving it up.
Advances to her. Madeline, rising.
I repeat, I know nothing about it.
walks carelessly down stage. Muller, coming down.
What, mademoiselle? Will you pretend to say that it was not upon the table when you snuffed out the candle? Will you tell me?
Comes opposite the supper table and sees the remains of the repast, and, snatching the cover from the dish, holds it up in dismay.
Ah, who has eaten my supper? Where's my pie?
Eh?
Resting her eyes on the opposite side of the table.
Oh, I suppose 'tis gone on the recruiting service.
And can I believe my eyes?
Holds up the empty bottle.
My bottle of wine gone?
You don't call that a bottle. 'Tis only a cruet.
What has become of it?
I drank it. 'Tis a way we have in the army.
But is it your way in the army for one person to drink out of 2 glasses?
Holds up the 2.
You have had someone here in my absence. All my horrible suspicions are roused again. Who was it? Who was the villain?
Madeline, jeeringly,
Ask your representative there.
points to the painting of the ass in the window.
My faithful donkey?
Goes to window, but recoils with sudden alarm.
Ah, that's not my picture. 'Tis a counterfeit. That animal has on a bridle, and has a bit in his mouth. There was no bridle on mine, and I never put a bit in any else's mouth.
Madeline, aside.
Except your own.
Muller, aside.
I see it all. The forged order from the National Guard, the supper demolished, the impostor ass, all prove I have been hoaxed.
To Madeline.
Mademoiselle, you have deceived and betrayed me. Tremble for the consequences.
Madeline, firmly.
Tremble, monsieur. I am a soldier's daughter, and know not how to tremble.
Muller, aside.
She's a perfect Amazon. I must try some milder method with her. Everything depends upon getting her to sign the contract of marriage tonight. Ah, I have it. The authority of her father may induce her to comply, and my dummy of Julius Caesar shall perform a new character in my drama.
Turns to her and speaks with solemnity.
Mademoiselle Laperriere, do you revere the memory of your gallant father?
Madeline, with emotion.
I cherish it in my heart of hearts.
Do you respect his wishes, mademoiselle?
As the voice of heaven.
That father, mademoiselle, confided you to my care.
And how did you discharge that trust?
Well, that's not the question now. In the last letter that his hand traced were these words: Muller, meaning me, watch over my yet unborn infant. I make you its guardian. Should it be a girl, bestow her hand, when she arrives at a suitable age, upon some man of whom you may approve.
Madeline, weeping.
Oh, my poor father.
I now, mademoiselle, offer you the hand of a man whom I highly approve, videlicet myself.
Extends his hand to her. She turns away.
You hesitate? Behold, then, the image of your noble father, which a celebrated artist modelled 20 years ago.
Madeline, aside.
The image of my father. How shall I look upon it and disobey his last commands?
Averts her head while Muller withdraws the curtain from before the recess in which Philipot, in the costume of Julius Caesar, stands in the place of the dummy, which he has removed. Muller holding the candle in his hand, directs Madeline's attention to the figure, at which he does not look himself. Philipot, who has been smoking a cigar, takes it hastily out of his mouth and places himself in attitude.
Regard those venerable features.
Madeline steals a glance at the figure and bursts into a fit of suppressed laughter. Aside.
Why, as I live, 'tis that droll wretch Filippo.
Muller, coming forward.
Listen to the author of your being, whose revered image seems to say,
Muller, you're an old rascal.
Madeline, clapping her hands.
Oh, bravo, bravo!
No, it was the lodger in the next room spoke. I knew my old friend too well. It wasn't he.
Philipot, stepping from the recess, steals behind him and blows out the candle. Stage dark.
What's that? Who put out my candle?
The offended shade of your friend.
Muller, dropping the candlestick and falling on his knees.
Oh, this is very awful.
Repent your sins, you old savage.
Striking him with his truncheon.
I do, my friend.
Particularly your treatment of that excellent young man, your nephew.
Strikes him.
Spare me, good shade, and he shall have half my fortune.
And will you promise to marry my daughter Madeline to him?
Strikes him.
Do, dear sir, promise, or the shade will knock your brains out.
I promise all and everything.
A trumpet sounded without. Madeline, aside to Philipot.
Huzzah! That's my papa Achilles. I know his trumpet.
Oh, what's going to happen now?
Enter Robin with a light, followed by Achilles Laplome, the trumpeter, with his trumpet. Lights up.
Monsieur Muller, here's a noisy gentleman.
Sits down light.
Silence in the ranks.
Blows a blast which makes Robin run off with his hands to his ears. Madeline rushes to Laplome's arms.
Oh, my dear papa, how glad I am to see you again.
Muller, rising.
Her papa, eh? But where's the angry shade of my friend?
Philipot, coming forward.
He's here, uncle.
Throws himself into attitude.
Regard these venerable features.
So then it was you reprobate, that painted that impostor arse, that robbed me of my supper, and would have robbed me of my wife? Have I been cheated, bamboozled, and beaten by you, you dog? But I'll be revenged. I'll have satisfaction. I will...
Seizes his umbrella and has raised it to strike Philipot, when Madeline, seizing a tin cover of a boiler which hangs on the wall, throws herself before Philipot, who throws himself into an attitude at her feet.
Would you? Touch him if you dare.
Splendid tableau. Achilles protecting the dead body of Patroclus.
Laplome blows a blast.
Very well, mademoiselle. You may take his part. But remember that I am your guardian, and that you are my dependent.
Halt there. Here is a letter which I received the very day Madeline quitted Lyons, informing me that her grandfather, Monsieur Lyon the banker, has left her a fortune of 200,000 francs a year.
Muller, aside.
Sacre, the secret's out at last.
And as she will be of age tomorrow, she will then be at liberty to dispose of herself and her fortune as she pleases.
Shall I? Then the first use I will make of my wealth and freedom will be to resign them both here.
places her hand in Philipot's,
Huzzah!
embraces Madeline.
Another splendid tableau. Venus and Adonis. Blow the trumpet, Papa.
My dear nephew, allow me to congratulate you. I always knew you'd come to something.
Aye, uncle, but it would have been to the hanging committee if you had your will. However, that's all in the background now. Give us your hand.
Takes his hand.
When Madeline and I set up our little establishment, you must come and live with us.
Muller, taking his hand.
Well, now that is kind. But my dear gallery of asses, what's to become of them?
Bring all your friends with you. You shall meet a hearty welcome from Julius Caesar.
And free quarters and rations from the trumpeter's daughter.
Curtain. End of The Trumpeter's Daughter by Joseph Sterling Coyne.
Play number 3 of One Act Play Collection 17. Who Kissed Barbara? A Farce in One Act by Franz and Lillian Rickaby. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Characters, in order of their appearance. Barbara Nichols, the bridesmaid. Petite, lithe, impulsive, and distractingly pretty. Would much rather win a bet than lose it.
Read by Jen Broda.
Catherine Blake, the bride. Paul's sister. Slightly older than Barbara, but not too much. Also slightly taller. Ordinarily a very sane and sensible person, but hardly to be held responsible under present conditions.
Read by Dawn Sutton.
James, the butler. Not quite so pompous as we usually make butlers, but plenty at that. He does not have sideburns, though for the sake of the argument he does wear a dress suit. He has been with the Blakes so long that he can express himself rather freely, but also so long that he takes a great deal from them, especially the young fry.
Read by Adrian Stevens.
Paul Blake, the best man. Catherine's brother. Blonde, boyish, susceptible, keen for a joke, always enthusiastic over that which impresses him, witty at times, though frequently not so until some time after the opportunity to be so has gone. Distinctly eligible. He appears in a dress suit. He is also cultivating a modest little mustache, so tiny and light in color that it might easily escape detection altogether.
Read by Thomas Peter.
Horace Gregory, the groom. Practical, efficient, but deeply in love just the same. He is to Paul what Catherine is to Barbara. He also appears in a dress suit, and it so happens that he, Paul, and James could wear the same dress suit, though of course they don't.
Read by Greg Giordano.
Stage directions, read by T.J. Burns. Who Kissed Barbara? Scene: the drawing room in a wealthy suburban home. It is spring. Some time after dinner, the evening before the wedding. The curtain rises on the drawing room of the Blake home, in darkness except for the semi-glow of the coals in a large fireplace at left, and such light as enters from a heavily curtained door on right, evidently from another room. Before the fireplace one can see the outlines of a large and comfortable davenport, and a tall floor lamp hovering over it from behind. On the other side of the room, outlined in the same way, are a large library table and a deep leather upholstered chair. Full light would reveal another large chair near the table on the farther side, another curtained door at the back, and numerous bookcases, chairs, pictures, etc. There is inviting comfort in every detail. Barbara outside right.
Catherine, have you seen that piece of paper I had before dinner? The one Horace and I were laughing at? I can't find it anywhere.
Catherine, also outside, but evidently in a different room.
No, dear, I haven't seen anything of it. But come here a minute and tell me which of these negligees to keep.
Barbara, evidently moving about.
In a moment, but I've got to find that paper first.
Why is it so important? Have you looked in the drawing room? You were in there just before dinner.
I'll bet that's where it is.
We see Barbara enter through the lighted doorway and grope her way carefully across the room toward the floor lamp. Suddenly, the figure of a man is dimly outlined in the doorway at the rear. He silently overtakes the girl on her way to the lamp. There is the sound of a boisterous kiss. The girl screams. The man exclaims, "Damn!" and escapes through the rear door. By the light of the lamp, which Barbara flashes on as soon as she can reach it, she sees only the flying coattails of a dress-suited man. Barbara rushes to the rear door and looks down the hall in the direction taken by the assailant, then turns back into the room, dabs at her lips with her handkerchief, glares back at the door as though it were in part responsible, then stamps to the davenport and throws herself down on it, burying her head in the pillows, registering all the while the anger derived largely from its own helplessness. Catherine entering from right.
For heaven's sake, Barbara, what made you scream like that? You frightened me to...
Sees Barbara and goes anxiously to her.
Why, Bob, dear, what has happened? Are you crying?
Barbara, sitting up suddenly and dabbing at her eyes.
Yes, No, I'm not.
Stands up and flounces across the room.
I'm perfectly furious. I never was so mad in my life. It's simply outrageous. And he did it on purpose.
Throws herself into the easy chair and wails.
Just so I'd lose my bet. I hate him. And if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be bridesmaid at his darned old wedding.
Catherine, aghast, goes toward Barbara.
Barbara, what are you talking about?
Gives her a little shake.
What has happened? And what do you mean about my wedding?
Barbara looking up.
Catherine, I think Horace Gregory is a nasty, horrid thing, and I don't think you ought to marry him. He's not to be trusted.
Barbara, please tell me what has happened. You worry me to death. What makes you talk so? Why don't you like Horace?
I tell you he is not to be trusted in anything.
Catherine, strangely close to tears.
But why? Why? What has he done? Barbara, you've got to tell me what happened.
Barbara rises and crosses back to the davenport, rather nervously perhaps.
I don't know how.
Catherine drops into the chair that Barbara has just left.
Don't know how? Barbara Nichols, you're the most exasperating woman I ever knew. Why can't you tell me?
Well, I just can't. Somebody, Horace.
Breaks off and buries her head in the pillows, kicking viciously against the davenport with a free foot.
Well, somebody, Horace did what?
Barbara raises her head to wail.
Kissed me.
And buries her head again. Catherine, vaguely, hardly knowing whether to be relieved or not.
Kissed you? Kissed you? Are you sure it was Horace? How did it happen?
Barbara rises again from her pillows.
He did it just to make me lose my wager, and I think it's the meanest, dirtiest, most ungentlemanly thing I ever heard of, especially since I made the wager with him. He's a tightwad, a cheat, and I hate him.
Catherine has come over and sat down beside Barbara.
Bob, I simply insist on an explanation, right from the beginning. And first of all, what is the wager you're talking about?
Well, if you must know, first of all, I was silly enough to tell Horace Gregory that I had never been kissed.
Catherine, politely surprised.
Never been kissed? What do you mean?
Just what I say. In all my life, that is, after I was old enough to have anything to say about it, and up until about 10 minutes ago, no man had ever kissed me.
Begins to lose what calmness she has regained.
Well, go on. Do be sensible now. What has that to do with the wager?
When I was talking to Horace this afternoon, I told him about it, and about the vow, too, that I made on my 16th birthday.
Catherine, whose eagerness, seemingly well in hand, steps ahead of her.
What was that?
Now, Catherine, dear, I can talk only so fast. The vow was that I would never, never let a man kiss me except the man I was to marry. And of course, anyone can see that if he happened to be that sort of a man, there'd be no preventing it in that case.
A slight pause, each girl with her own thoughts.
And the wager, I suppose, was that you?
No use supposing. That's just what it was. When I told Horace all this, he shrieked and howled, and thought that my aversion to kissing was quite the most humorous thing he had ever heard. At first he wouldn't believe me, but after I had convinced him...
Convinced him?
He wanted to make a wager with me that I would be kissed before he was a married man. I told him not unless I got engaged too. I felt so absolutely sure of winning that I made him write it down.
Turns and faces Catherine directly.
Why, I knew he'd be a married man in 24 hours, and I didn't see how anyone could possibly appear, get himself in love with me, and me with him, and kiss me, all in 24 hours. And now...
Evidences of rising temperature, and the handkerchief suggests tears.
The wager's lost, and my vow broken. I never thought he'd cheat. I didn't have him specify my fiancé on the paper. I wish I had. Where is it, anyway?
Rises and looks for the paper, on the mantel and around the davenport. Catherine sits looking thoughtfully into the fire. Barbara finds the paper on the table.
Oh, here it is.
Returns quickly to Catherine, holding it out to her.
Here it is, look.
Catherine takes the wager, looks at the signatures first, as is her prerogative, but says only,
Foolishness,
as she apparently begins reading it.
Read it aloud, Catherine. I haven't any idea how things like that sound.
Struck by a happy thought.
There may be an error in it somewhere, too.
Here followeth a wager between Horace Gregory, party of the first part, and Barbara Nichols, party of the second part. The party of the first part wagereth that the party of the second part will be kissed by a man before the party of the first part will have entered the ancient and honorable state of matrimony, that born from which no sensible man returneth. Which wager the party of the second part doth duly accept. The losing party to this wager shall furnish forth a dinner for 12 at LeBlanc's. The winning party to set the time, appoint the menu, and choose the guests. Horace Gregory, Barbara Nichols.
I don't see any flaws in it. Any legal ones, that is. If I had only made him write, by her fiancé, instead of by a man. That was the spirit of it anyway, and he's taken a mean advantage. That's what he has. The very idea of kissing me himself rather than lose the wager.
Catherine, defending her stronghold bravely.
But, Barbara, dear, are you sure it was Horace? It certainly doesn't sound like him. I don't believe he'd do a thing like that. He isn't that sort. I think I know him much better than you do, and cheating or otherwise taking advantage of anyone is utterly beneath him. He's the man I'm going to marry tomorrow morning, and my faith in him is not easily shaken.
I'm glad it isn't.
Barbara, darling, can't you take my word for it that he didn't do this
dastardly deed? Will that do?
Barbara quite naturally can hardly help feasting herself on Catherine's uneasiness, which grows in the face of a most stubborn resistance. Catherine convincing herself.
I just know there's been a mistake in it somewhere. What makes you so sure it was he?
Who else could it be?
But didn't you see him? The light?
Yes, I did get the light on finally, but the room was dark when it happened.
Then, silly, how do you know it was Horace?
Catherine, who else could it possibly have been? Consider.
Business of pointing out each element of the demonstration very definitely.
There's the wager. Here am I. Temptation. To yield means winning the wager. To withstand means losing it. He yielded, as you or I or anyone else might have done. That's all there is to it. Besides, if it wasn't Horace, who could it possibly have been?
James.
James? 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 A butler? Kiss me?
Dazed at the possibility.
Why, Catherine, I'd rather think it was Horace.
You flatter Horace, dear. And anyway, remember, Bob, that our chief obligation is to find out who's guilty, not to consult your preference.
Barbara thoroughly frightened.
Oh, Catherine.
And why not James? There in the dark, he might easily have mistaken you for one of the maids and simply stolen a kiss in passing. Such a thing is entirely possible, it seems to me.
Oh, no, Catherine. How perfectly terrible.
Slight pause. Barbara unconsciously rubs her lips with her handkerchief. Catherine relents somewhat. Having solved the enigma to her own satisfaction, she is at perfect ease, and in this position is disposed to pity Barbara.
Was there anything about him, dear, that made you think it was Horace especially?
Barbara, very meek, all assurance gone.
I couldn't get the light on soon enough, Catherine. I didn't get anything but a glimpse of him as he flew out the hall door there. He was in full dress, and that's why I thought it was Horace. I never thought. I forgot that James...
Dangerously near tears.
A dress suit, Bob? Well, that's something to start on, even if it doesn't get us anywhere. Wasn't there anything else?
No. Oh, Catherine, there was too. His breath smelled terribly of peppermint. He had just been eating opera sticks, I'm sure. And James wouldn't likely be making away with them so soon after dinner, would he?
Catherine feels the dart of this possibility, but stops the wound.
You don't know James like I do, Bob. But is peppermint all? Didn't he say anything?
He didn't have a chance to.
Startled pause.
Catherine, he did too. When I screamed, he said, "Damn."
Barbara, are you sure?
Absolutely.
But Horace's voice, you know it. Was it his?
Barbara, trying to recall.
The voice? Oh, Catherine, if I could only remember. It wasn't a voice at all. It was just an exclamation of anger, or surprise, or something.
Catherine victorious again, but not vaunting.
But Barbara, why would Horace be surprised or angry if he had intentionally waylaid you to win his wager?
Why, he wouldn't be, would he? And James would, wouldn't he, Catherine?
Rises and crosses nervously to the easy chair.
Well, that doesn't give us a great deal, does it? But it's better than nothing at all. Let's see. Dress suit, peppermint, and damn.
More to herself than to Barbara.
I'm sure Horace never swears.
But, Catherine, I'll not have it so. Everything in reason points to Horace, the wager and all. James making that mistake at this particular time would have to be an almost unheard-of coincidence now, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. I think we ought to see who's at the bottom of this.
Barbara, vanquished by her own thought.
But, Catherine, if it should turn out to be James, it would be perfectly awful. Do let's let it go. I'll pay the wager and show old Horace Gregory
But, Bob...
that I'm a real sport anyway.
No, my dear. There's a principle involved. It's not so much the fact that someone kissed you, though that is quite enough. But you see, I've just got to justify my faith in Horace and his sportsmanship. Dear, whatever it costs, we've just got to find out who kissed you.
But think how I'd feel if it were James.
And I, if it were Horace.
Then, as though throwing off the burden in the name of friendship.
But cheer up, dear. It may be the man of your early vow. You never can.
But how could it be? What men are around here now except Horace and James? Your father's in the city, and your brother hasn't come yet. Has he?
No, he hasn't. He's always late, too. And I'm so afraid he'll be late tomorrow. Wouldn't that be awful? Paul's never on time anywhere, or for anything. I don't think he ever made a train in his life. But you like him, Bob. He's a dear. I do hope he gets here in time tomorrow for you to meet him before we go to church. It would be like him to come tearing down the aisle just before the benediction. But we aren't solving this mystery. How shall we go about it?
I don't care much how we go about it. But oh, if it isn't Horace.
But, dear, I know that it wasn't.
Well, let's just send for him and not let him suspect anything, but just let things happen, and I'll wager. No, I won't. I always lose, but I'm sure we'll find that he was the man.
And I'm just as sure, dear.
James appears at the center entrance.
Beg pardon, Miss Catherine, but Mr. Paul has just arrived and asks me to tell you that he will be down immediately.
Catherine, as both girls rise hastily.
Paul! How remarkable! But tell Mr. Gregory, will you, James? You will find him in the garden, I think.
Yes, Miss Catherine.
Exit James. Catherine sits at the right end of the davenport. Barbara sits at her feet on a heavy hassock or footstool, which she drags from beneath the davenport and leans her arms and head in Catherine's lap.
I'm so relieved, Bob, dear. How fine of him to come tonight. And I do hope you like him. But there, I know you will.
Yes, I know I shall. But I wish he had come sooner. Things might have been different then, mightn't they?
Catherine pensively, stroking Barbara's hair.
Yes, Bob, they might.
Paul enters center in evening dress.
Hello, sis. Am I early enough this time?
Catherine rises and goes to him. They meet center stage.
You're a dear. How did you ever...
Kisses him. As she does, she is apparently startled by something. Draws back, her hands still on his shoulders, then leans closer again. Exclaims,
Peppermint!
Barbara starts and grasps the davenport, to the left end of which she has withdrawn. Catherine collects herself first, and smiling confidently at Barbara, speaks.
Oh, Paul, I want you to meet Barbara. Barbara Nichols. You remember, my bridesmaid.
Paul starts smilingly and energetically toward Barbara, who has risen. He prepares to extend his hand to her as he rounds the right end of the davenport, but, with his eyes fixed on Barbara, he does not see the footstool, over which he stumbles and falls headlong at the girl's feet. As he sprawls, the girls both hear, low but unmistakable,
Damn.
He is on his feet in an instant, but inexpressively embarrassed, he sinks weakly into the Davenport at the far right end. At the sound of the magic word, both Catherine and Barbara start and look at each other. Catherine somewhat triumphant again, Barbara plainly confused.
Paul.
Barbara gazes at him a moment as though fascinated, then collapses to the Davenport at the extreme right end. Horace enters briskly, right entrance, goes to Paul.
Well, well, old boy, I'm glad to see you.
Paul rises weakly to shake hands, then subsides again.
I've been having visions all day of a best manless wedding tomorrow. I'd be sure to lose the ring or...
Looking at Barbara.
Put it on the wrong girl.
Catherine, with a little grimace at this sally, comes behind the Davenport, well toward Barbara.
But, Paul, how on earth do you happen to be here at this hour? I thought the Van Linn theater party was tonight.
Paul looks straight ahead and talks dazedly.
It was, but I left right after dinner. When the others went to the theater, they dropped me at the station. That's why I've got on my soup and fish.
Indicates his dress suit.
I vowed I'd be on time once in my life, and make that once your wedding. Might have been better if I'd been a little late instead, I guess.
Horace, meanwhile, takes out his cigarette case and removes the cigarette. Turns to go over to the easy chair, tapping the cigarette on the closed case. Barbara draws Catherine's attention, indicating by vigorous sign language that Horace must not be allowed to smoke a scent-destroying cigarette. Catherine catches on, and overtaking Horace, takes gentle hold of the cigarette, removing it from his hand.
Horace, are you that nervous?
Why, dear, I haven't smoked since dinner. And really, you know, I'm not a bit nervous. Not a particle.
Catherine hangs on his arm, sniffing every time she finds an opportunity, or can make one.
I think you're the nervous one.
I nervous? Not a bit.
Leads him to the easy chair.
Come on, you sit down here and calm yourself.
Pushes him into the chair. During this, Barbara and Paul sit at their respective ends of the Davenport, stealing curious glances at each other occasionally, one or two of which collide. Barbara finally turns away and begins drumming at the end of the Davenport with the fingers of one hand. Paul, still incapacitated by his recent experience, fusses with his collar, vest, etc. As Catherine pushes Horace into the easy chair, she gives a big sniff and exclaims tragically,
Peppermint!
Barbara springs to her feet with an "I told you so" expression.
Those were her remarks about me too, old man.
Catherine, in confusion, sinking into a chair.
Well.
Well.
Well?
Well, I don't see. I told you I hadn't smoked since dinner, and the last thing I ate was an opera stick. It seems to have been a peppermint one. Now, what's remarkable about that?
Catherine, dazed, more enthralled by the phenomenon itself than by the explanation of it.
But, and Paul?
Paul, with a slight shrug of his shoulders, as though there weren't enough foolishness in the world already.
Those infernal Van Linns are always up to something funny. Tonight they had onions fixed up to look like those frozen rose things, and we all ate a lot before it dawned on us what was the matter. I didn't want to come here smelling like a Yiddish bakery, so I ate about a package of Lifesavers on the way here. They must have been peppermint ones, though I didn't notice at the time.
Well, if peppermint affects beautiful women this way, let's have James bring in the rest of the opera sticks, and we'll all eat a clove one.
He rings for James as he speaks. James appears at the center entrance.
Bring in the dish of opera sticks that were left from supper, James.
James, turning.
Yes, sir?
James.
Yes, Miss Catherine?
Will you bring some ice grape juice too, please?
Yes, Miss Catherine.
James exit. Catherine very coolly ignores Horace. Barbara ignores both men. The air is clearly charged with something icy already. Horace, trying to appear unconcerned, takes out a cigarette again and carries the opened case to Paul, who nervously takes one. They both start to light up when Horace catches sight of Catherine's face and remembers.
"Oh, Catherine, I forgot. I'm sorry."
Puts cigarette back in the case as he goes toward the table. Paul is about to light his when he suspects that perhaps he too ought not to smoke just now. After some pantomime of uncertainty, he gives up and lays his cigarette carefully on the arm of the Davenport. Horace, at the table,
"I guess I am a little nervous, or something."
straightened shoulders.
"Oh, well, I guess if there's any time in a fellow's life that he has a right to get nervous, tonight's that time."
Indeed. And what about the woman? She has a great deal more at stake, and you see I am not nervous in the least.
She sits very straight and stiff to prove the fact. Nervous? Of course she isn't. No one ever saw a nervous iceberg. To her assertion, both men replied together, very ingratiatingly,
"Certainly
Of
not."
course not.
Now you needn't both be idiots.
"Of course
Certainly not.
Not."
Catherine is plainly disgusted. Barbara conceals her momentary amusement only with difficulty. The men rage inwardly at their helplessness. James enters center with a tray holding a decanter of grape juice, glasses with ice, and a dish of opera sticks. He stops center stage as Catherine rises and goes toward him to take the opera sticks. She suddenly looks closely, as though at something in one of the glasses. Barbara rises also and comes around the rear of the Davenport to where Catherine and James stand.
James, what is that?
James is distinctly startled. He gives a quick, embarrassed little cough, which he dutifully averts from one hand, which he disengages from the tray and leans over the tray anxiously.
"Where, Miss Catherine?"
But the little cough, diverted from the tray and Catherine, unfortunately reaches Barbara, who starts back in horror and dismay, then runs to Catherine.
Oh, Catherine! Peppermint!
She buries her head on Catherine's shoulder. Paul and Horace look up at each other in blank despair. James, a fountain of apologetic sympathy.
"Yes, Miss Catherine, I'm sorry, but I believe they are all peppermint flavor. I'll be glad to send out and get some of the others for Miss Barbara, if—"
Catherine, thoroughly angry for Barbara's sake.
James!
James recoils a step, and by every criterion silently declares himself guilty of something or other.
"Yes, Miss Cat—"
Barbara stands apart, her face hidden in her hands.
How dare you take such liberties in the house of your employer? We expect servants to take a good deal that isn't theirs, but that kind of theft will not be tolerated."
"But, Miss Catherine, I was all through in the dining room and just happened to be passing the—"
You were, at all events, distinctly out of your place. My father shall hear of this unmentionable action of yours immediately."
"But, Miss Catherine, I thought you were—"
"Unfortunately, it was not I."
I took only one, Miss Catherine. Any of the others might have taken—"
Barbara sobs visibly and audibly. Catherine turns from James in supreme disgust.
"I think that will be all. Put the tray on the table, please."
James does as he is told, turns and goes toward center door. In the door he turns with something of contempt to say,
"Beg pardon, Miss Catherine, but I think this is pretty much of a stir to make over one opera stick."
Exit James. There is an eloquent pause. Barbara turns as though suddenly saved from the jaws of death.
I feel a little that way about it myself, sis.
Catherine, sitting,
If that were only all.
Barbara remained standing, silently miserable.
Well, inasmuch as we have the grape juice, we might as well use it.
Rising.
And I seem to be the only one around here sane enough to pour it, or do anything else, for that matter, without smelling peppermint.
He pours out a glass, takes it to Catherine, who receives it without any recognition, and sits holding it absently. Returning to the table, he pours another for Barbara. He indicates that this is for her, and hands it toward her without turning, at the same time beginning to pour a third glass with his left hand. Barbara steps over toward him, slightly behind him, so that the offered glass is almost over his left shoulder. As he thinks Barbara has the glass, he lets go. Barbara does not have a hold of it, and the juice is spilled on Horace's arm and shoulder.
Damn!
The word brings the girls sharply back to their problem. Catherine rises and goes quickly to the fireplace, where she places her glass on the mantel.
Oh, Horace! How could you? And I trusted you so.
Horace is plainly embarrassed, but angry as well. Makes no reply.
Oh, Horace, I'm so sorry.
Turns toward Catherine.
Really, Catherine, it was all my fault. I should have been more careful.
Catherine freezes up.
I'll have no double standard of morals in my home, if you please.
Horace, stopping suddenly in his brushing.
Double standards of morals? Why, bless your souls, I not have it either. Morals? Why, dear, I've only acted as any man would act in such a circumstance, and as any woman might act for all I'd care.
It's quite bad enough to have done the thing, Mr. Gregory, without boasting about it.
Barbara, in her womanly concern over the spilled grape juice, has forgotten for a moment the issue of the evening. Horace's and Catherine's last speeches recall it. She becomes indignant at the thought of the wager.
I suppose I should be concerned about the morals of it, too. But what makes me furious is the bad sportsmanship, the actual cowardice of anyone who would...
Would what?
That's it. You would glorify your weakness by hearing its echo on the lips of one of its victims, I suppose.
Modesty does not repeat such things.
Horace falls into the easy chair in despair, head in hands. Barbara steps toward Paul.
And do you think, Mr. Blake, that you could undertake to drink a little grape juice without incriminating yourself?
Paul jumps to his feet, beaming.
Thank the good Lord. I thought you were never going to speak to me. I haven't had any kind of a chance to tell you how glad I am to meet you.
Puts out his hand, into which Barbara lays hers demurely. Paul, holding Barbara's hand, suddenly looks back at the footstool and kicks it viciously under the davenport. Releases her hand.
I'm glad to meet you too, Mr. Blake. I finally speak to you, I think, largely because you seem to be the only man present whose immediate past is clear and in whose care the innocent are safe.
Paul bows elaborately.
Many thanks, fair lady. Remember, however, that the dependability of the really honest man in such matters is assured by others more often than admitted by himself.
Oh, do you mean that?
I certainly do. I may even now be guilty of the deepest crimson crime.
Barbara, hastily touching his sleeve lightly.
Oh no, not the deepest one. You arrived too late for that.
Ha ha ha! Too late! As my cursed habit blessed me for once, and I thought I was early this time. Can't we be seated?
Of course.
They sit on the davenport close together.
I want to ask you a question, Mr. Blake.
All right, just so it isn't one I can answer. I hate responsibility. But first, since you and I are going to officiate at the...
Indicates Horace and Catherine.
Obsequies tomorrow. Be sort of chief mourners, you know. Don't you think we might use each other's first names to some advantage? I'm Catherine's brother, and you know her very well. And besides, the only reason we haven't known each other for years is that we, just didn't come together that long ago.
Barbara, much amused by his argument.
Your reasoning is quite remarkable.
Thanks ever so much. Furthermore, I think Barbara is a beautiful name, far too beautiful to be made to wait on ceremony and conventionality. And as for Paul, well, it's more quickly said than Mr. Blake, and in this age of high speed and quick delivery, that is something.
Yes, and I think too that people in affairs of this kind, weddings, I mean, somehow become acquainted more quickly than ordinarily, sometimes before they really had an opportunity. Don't you think so?
I haven't the least doubt of it.
Horace raising his head from his hands.
Especially true in the case of the bride and groom.
At this pointed remark, Catherine leaves her place at the mantel, where she has been doing her best to look straight through Horace, and crosses wearily to the chair back of the table. As she does so, Horace rises and goes solicitously toward her.
Catherine, dear, I think you should go to bed. You're all tired out.
How dare you attempt to send me to bed? Horace Gregory! Oh, I have been so deluded. I wouldn't have believed it.
What are you talking about, my dear? You're simply a nervous wreck. Please, go get some rest. Remember, sweetheart, tomorrow.
Remember? Remember! I wish it wouldn't come. If only you would own up. Confess. Explain. Apologize. Be sorry. Something.
But, dear, why confess something we both know I'm guilty of in the...
So you did do it after all.
Of course I did, sweetheart. Why deny it? Even if I could convince you otherwise, there is still Barbara, who is especially concerned. But why on earth has everything taken on such tragic importance tonight? James with his opera stick? I and my meaningless little oath?
Not the oath so much as what it stands for.
What it...
Throws out his arms in despair and drops again into the easy chair, his back toward Catherine.
Something seems to be terribly wrong here.
Turning to Catherine.
I say, sis, aren't you being a little rough on someone?
Now, if you are wise, you'll not waste any sympathy on Horace.
Well, I'll say the Middle Ages had nothing on you two when it came to holding a man guilty until he was proved guilty, and then giving him no chance to prove anything. Tell me.
Indicating Horace with a backward nod of the head.
What's he done?
I'll never tell you, though he probably will, and you'll both laugh over it as soon as you're alone.
Laugh over it? Over a funeral like this?
Catherine, after her last speech, began fumbling with her engagement ring, finally slipping it off her finger. During Barbara's and Paul's last words, she evidently dropped it on the floor. Catherine, quietly, almost unconcernedly,
Horace, ring for James, please.
All three turn inquiringly. Horace does as he is told. Only Paul speaks.
Poor James may be across the state line by this time.
Catherine withers him with a look just as James appears, very haughty at the center entrance.
James, I have dropped something.
Barbara and Paul rise hastily and start toward Catherine, who is searching busily about her chair.
Dropped something?
What was it?
Was it anything valuable, Catherine?
No. Yes. I don't know. But I don't want to lose it just this way. James, will you help find it, please?
James coming forward.
Yes, Miss Catherine. What shall I look for?
It was a... Never mind. You'll know when you see it.
Business of general search.
It was very small, and it might have bounced almost anywhere, though it ought to be around this chair. Horace, you please look over around the table there, and Paul, you over there by the davenport. Barbara and James and I will look here.
Horace and Paul exchange looks and go to their respective places. Horace moving the easy chair and looking eagerly under the table. Paul rubbering about under and around the davenport, both men on hands and knees. Paul after a moment.
For goodness sake, sis, you might tell us what it is. I may have found it and thrown it away 3 or 4 times by now.
Well, whatever it was, it's quit being around here.
He rises, brushes himself, and sits down in his chair. Paul continuing the search.
There's nothing here either, but I'm going on. That may be what she lost for all I know. She's given us such a vivid description of it.
James is on his hands and knees to the left of Catherine's chair, feeling every inch of the carpet under and around it. Barbara, searching just as faithfully in front of it, steps squarely on one of James' groping fingers. James, straightening up on his knees and grasping the injured member tightly in his other hand.
Damn.
Barbara, as though stabbed with the telltale word.
Oh!
Leans weakly against the back of the Davenport, regarding James with horror. Catherine goes quickly and kneels beside Horace's chair and draws him over to her. He puts his arm around her. Paul ceases his search, but remains on his knees as though fascinated by Barbara's terror.
James, what did you say?
I'm most sorry, Miss Barbara, but the pain, you know. I forgot myself. I am very sorry.
He turns to leave, very ill at ease, still nursing his mashed finger. Barbara follows him with horror-stricken gaze.
Oh, Horace, how could I have doubted you?
James, turning in the doorway.
Pardon me, Miss Catherine, but shall I send a maid in to look for the lost article?
Catherine suddenly remembers the loss and stands excitedly.
Why, yes, of course. I mean, no. I do not think it is lost any longer.
James, meaningly with a curt bow.
That is my opinion also, Miss Catherine.
Exit James.
How awful! Oh, how terrible! James! James, a butler!
She stands near the right end of the Davenport, a forlorn picture. Paul gets to his feet near the left end of the Davenport.
Why, little bridesmaid, you make me feel wretched. If a mere butler swearing has made such an effect on you, think how I feel when I remember that was the first word I ever said to you, here at your feet.
Barbara suddenly lifts her head, as though struggling with a thought. Then the light breaks.
Why, you did say that too, didn't you? And so did you, Horace. Catherine, do you realize what has happened?
Catherine, absent-mindedly, looking furtively around the floor.
Yes, dear.
Catherine, wake up! Don't you know that they all smelled of peppermint and all said that? Where have we gotten to?
Catherine, wearily coming back to Horace's side.
Nowhere, Bob, and worse than nowhere.
Horace, noting the weakness in her voice, takes her hand.
How, dear?
Nowhere, because what was at first a mystery is still a mystery, and worse than nowhere, because I've lost something that I...
Her voice trembles and she does not go on.
Oh, Catherine.
Horace, rising.
Sweetheart, I want to help you, but it's all mystery. Everything this night has been mysterious.
Paul, looking steadily at Barbara.
Mystery is no name for it.
But, Catherine, let's look again, real carefully.
Paul, planting himself firmly in front of the fireplace, hands behind him.
I look for nothing more until I can at least call it by name.
Barbara turns full upon him and smiles.
It might be under the Davenport. Paul?
Whereupon Paul succumbs and renews his hunt, much to Horace's amusement.
It's no use. I'm certain now that James told the truth when he said it was his opinion that the article was not lost any longer.
Paul rises and stands again at the fireplace.
But you said so yourself, dear.
I did, because I was sure he found it, just as I am that he has it now.
Poor Jim, he's in bad again.
A look from Barbara puts Paul in his proper place.
Horace, dear, I have to tell you what it was, for we must get it back. It was our engagement ring.
Your ring, Catherine?
Why, sis.
Horace takes Catherine, seats her gently in the easy chair, and stands at her left holding her hand.
I was toying with it and dropped it. It must have rolled a little bit, for I couldn't see it. I didn't want you and Paul to know. Oh, Horace, what shall we do?
Paul stirring himself valiantly.
I'll go out and hale him into court, sis. I thought there was something crooked looking about that fellow the first time I saw him.
Paul exits center in haste. Barbara, not knowing what else to do, looks about on the floor.
Be angry with me, Horace. No matter what happened, I had no right to lose a ring.
I could never be angry with you, my own. Did it mean so much then?
Catherine, looking at her hand in his.
It is so awful to be without it, Horace, and to have lost it so childishly, so uselessly.
Horace, stealing the ring back on the third finger of the hand he holds.
Yours again, sweetheart.
Horace! The ring? Why, how? Where? Look, Bob! James hasn't it after all. Oh, Horace dear, I'm so glad.
You were right, dearie. It did bounce and roll. I found it here by the table leg. But of course, not knowing what you had lost.
Paul enters hastily, heavily under the influence of excitement, his hat and coat half on.
He's not in the house. The fellow's gone. Said he'd stepped out to get some opera sticks. Come on, Harry, stir yourself. Barbara, you phone the station. We'll go down the street. He can't have gone far.
Barbara takes Paul gently by the arm, as though to soothe him, and leads him to the Davenport and pushes him into it, where he sits foolishly.
No, not far, Paul, and he'll be back in a moment. You wait for him there.
She stands behind him. Paul looks about dazedly, sees the tranquility over in the easy chair, and notes the diamond flashing on Catherine's hand. He collapses.
Oh, Lord, this place is haunted.
Especially when the lights are out.
Paul glances quickly at her. Catherine, suddenly taking Horace's hand in both of hers.
But it wasn't you, was it, Horace?
What wasn't me, dear? Let's have the mystery.
Well, it is a mystery, Horace, and we've been Sherlock Holmes and to...
Barbara, slowly, pointedly, looking straight at Horace.
To find what kind of a villain it is that cheats, that resorts to the infamous ways of darkness. We were searching for a criminal that I loathe.
Stamps her foot.
I'm glad you're not looking at me now.
Silly, I might have been looking at you, but you were too late.
To Horace.
However, I shall insist on paying my forfeit, and I shall insist that you invite your best man for me.
But Barbara...
Paul eagerly to Barbara.
Invite me, I don't know what to, but I'll risk it. Do you mean it?
Here's my hand on it.
Paul takes her extended hand, then, with his left hand on his breast, and a mock-heroic bow, leans over and kisses it. Much longer than was at all necessary. Suddenly the coquettish smile leaves Barbara's face. She is puzzled, tries to remember. She pulls her hand away, and Paul straightens up. Barbara's face suddenly lightens.
Oh, Catherine! It wasn't Horace. It wasn't James.
Turns accusingly on Paul, pointing at him.
It was you.
Why, Bob, how could it be?
Barbara almost dancing.
I don't care whether it could or not, or how it could. There were cyclones of peppermint and torrents of dams, but there was only one mustache. Paul Blake, it was you.
Yes, I was it.
Looking down.
I can explain.
He walks over in front of the fireplace. Horace to Paul.
So it was you, eh? Still a mystery. Now, if somebody will kindly explain these occult consignments of peppermint and calamity, the day will be won.
Well, Barbara.
Well,
One at a time, please.
Paul stands watching Barbara, waiting to know his fate.
It's all on account of our wager, Horace. I thought you did it so I'd have to pay for the dinner.
The wager? What? Oh, our wager. Well,
Barbara looks down.
Well, you see, I've lost it.
you lost?
He grows more and more boisterous in his amusement as the light breaks.
The wager? And Paul here? Did he? And inside of 24 hours. That's too good to keep.
She insisted that it was you, Horace, but I couldn't believe you'd do such a thing, would you? I thought it was James.
James? Ye gods! That's worse yet.
Goes into a paroxysm of delight.
Wager? What's the wager?
Why, Barbara here had never been.
Never mind, Smarty. I can tell it. And under the circumstances, I'll pay the forfeit gladly.
Paul is elated, though he doesn't know exactly why.
Anybody but James.
Paul is crestfallen. Barbara watches him slyly. Paul, seriously, looking up.
But let me explain, Miss...
At a look from her.
Barbara. As you know, I cut the theatre party and got here on the first train out, which explains my getting here so much earlier than you, and Catherine thought I would. I came in quietly, merely telling James that I was going to surprise everybody. When I got in the hall, I heard voices, and so looked in here. I saw a girlish figure which I mistook for Catherine. I didn't know it wasn't she until you shrieked in my ear. That flabbergasted me so completely that I vanished just as fast as I could to sort of compose myself. Then I had James announce me, just to establish my innocence. It was a most thrilling experience, and I hope I'm forgiven a little bit.
Holds out his hand. Barbara, putting her hand in his.
Yes, a little bit. Because if it was you, it couldn't be James. I'd rather it were anybody than James.
Horace and Catherine hold a whispered consultation during this speech. Paul, retaining the hand.
You can't burn me up, little bridesmaid, so don't waste time trying it.
James comes to the center entrance. He has a small white bandage on his injured finger.
Beg pardon, Miss Catherine, but I have gotten some more opera sticks, if Miss Barbara would care for any now.
Barbara, in a tone of voice that indicates willingness to fall on his neck.
Oh, that was kind of you, James. Thank you awfully.
Catherine, infinitely gracious.
But we're just stepping out for a stroll in the garden, James. Might we have some hot chocolate in the library in half an hour? And...
Smiling.
Your opera sticks?
James with his usual slight bow.
Yes, Miss Catherine.
Turns to leave.
Oh, James?
Yes, Miss Barbara?
I wanted to say that you have just helped us run to earth a very wicked villain.
James, slight bow.
I am glad to have been of the least service to you, Miss Barbara.
Again turns to leave.
And James?
James turns back patiently.
Yes, Miss Catherine?
I feel that I should tell you that the article for which we were hunting a few minutes ago has been found. I thought it might relieve you to know.
James, slight bow.
Thank you, Miss Catherine. I knew it would be safe. I saw Mr. Gregory pick it up.
James exits with the victory. Paul, after a pause.
Well, I guess nobody around here is much of a hero.
Horace laughingly as he rises.
Except you.
Barbara silently seconds him.
Let's go out for a look at our patron saint, the old moon. He's waiting for us.
You'll see, though, there'll be peppermint on his breath, and if he says a word, it'll be...
Barbara claps her hand over his mouth. Barbara in mock severity.
No more villains, please.
Horace, as he and Catherine walk arm in arm toward the center entrance.
No odds. Let him say it. Some villains are lucky.
Exeunt. Paul suddenly stopping.
But, Barbara, what was the question?
The question? What question?
As we sat on that Davenport those ages ago, and I persuaded you that first names were best, you said you wanted to ask me a question.
Barbara remembering.
Oh, yes. But I really wouldn't need to ask it now.
Not?
No. I'll tell you. I was going to ask you why you wore a mustache like that.
Deep sigh of extreme relief.
But I'm glad now you had it.
Yes.
Feels his mustache tenderly with the fingers of his left hand.
I'm very proud of it.
Barbara has gone toward the floor lamp and reaches for the switch.
And I wore it, if for no other reason, that it might be known.
The light goes out.
Who kissed Barbara?
The room is in the same semi-light as at first. Paul takes Barbara's hand and draws her arm through his, and together they walk toward the center entrance, very much absorbed in each other, and certainly happy. Slow curtain. End of Who Kissed Barbara by France and Lillian Rickaby.
Play number 4 of One Act Play Collection 17. Pariah by August Strindberg. Translated by Edwin Bjorkman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Persons.
Mr. X, an archaeologist, middle-aged man. Read by Adrian Stevens.
Mr. Y, an American traveler, middle-aged man. Read by Greg Giordano.
Stage directions read by Wendy Katz-Hiller. Scene: a simply furnished room in a farmhouse. The door and the windows in the background open on a landscape. In the middle of the room stands a big dining table, covered at one end by books, writing materials, and antiquities. At the other end by a microscope, insect cases, and specimen jars full of alcohol. On the left side hangs a bookshelf. Otherwise, the furniture is that of a well-to-do farmer. Mr. Y enters in his shirt sleeves, carrying a butterfly net and a botany can. He goes straight up to the bookshelf and takes down a book, which he begins to read on the spot. The landscape outside and the room itself are steeped in sunlight. The ringing of church bells indicates that the morning services are just over. Now and then the cackling of hens is heard from the outside. Mr. X enters, also in his shirt sleeves. Mr. Y starts violently, puts the book back on the shelf upside down, and pretends to be looking for another volume.
This heat is horrible. I guess we're going to have a thunderstorm.
What makes you think so?
The bells have a kind of dry ring to them, the flies are sticky, and the hens cackle. I meant to go fishing, but I couldn't find any worms. Don't you feel nervous?
Mr. Y, cautiously.
A little.
Well, for that matter, you always look as if you were expecting thunderstorms.
Mr. Y, with a start.
Do I?
Now, you are going away tomorrow, of course, so it is not to be wondered at that you are a little journey-proud. Anything new? Ah, there's the mail.
Picks up some letters from the table.
My, I have palpitation of the heart every time I open a letter. Nothing but debts, debts, debts. Have you ever had any debts?
Mr. Y., after some reflection.
No.
Well then, you don't know what it means to receive a lot of overdue bills.
Reads one of the letters.
The rent unpaid, the landlord acting nasty, my wife in despair, and here am I sitting waist-high in gold.
He opens an iron-banded box that stands on the table. Then both sit down at the table, facing each other.
Just look, here I have 6,000 crowns worth of gold, which I have dug up in the last fortnight. This bracelet alone would bring me the 350 crowns I need, and with all of it I might make a fine career for myself. Then I could get the illustrations made for my treatise at once. I could get my work printed, and I could travel. Why don't I do it, do you suppose?
I suppose you are afraid to be found out.
That too, perhaps. But don't you think an intelligent fellow, like myself, might fix matters so that he was never found out? I am alone all the time, with nobody watching me while I am digging out there in the fields. It wouldn't be strange if I put something in my own pockets now and then.
Yes, but the worst danger lies in disposing of the stuff.
Pooh! I'd melt it down, of course, every bit of it, and then I'd turn it into coins, with just as much gold in them as genuine ones, of course.
Of course.
Well, you can easily see why. For if I wanted to dabble in counterfeits, then I need not go digging for gold first. It is a strange thing, anyhow, that if anybody else did what I cannot make myself do, then I'd be willing to acquit him. But I couldn't possibly acquit myself. I might even make a brilliant speech in defence of the thief, proving that this gold was res nullius, or nobody's, as it had been deposited at a time when property rights did not yet exist, that even under existing rights it could belong only to the first finder of it, as the ground owner has never included it in the valuation of his property, and so on.
And probably it would be much easier for you to do this if the thief had not been prompted by actual need, but by a mania for collecting, for instance, or by scientific aspirations, by the ambition to keep a discovery to himself. Don't you think so?
You mean that I could not acquit him if actual need had been the motive? Yes, for that's the only motive which the law will not accept in extenuation. That motive makes a plain theft of it.
And this you couldn't excuse?
Oh, excuse? No, I guess not, as the law wouldn't. On the other hand, I must admit that it would be hard for me to charge a collector with theft, merely because he had appropriated some specimen not yet represented in his own collection.
So that vanity or ambition might excuse what could not be excused by need?
And yet need ought to be the more telling excuse, the only one, in fact. But I feel as I have said, and I can no more change this feeling than I can change my own determination not to steal under any circumstances whatsoever.
And I suppose you count it a great merit that you cannot steal?
No, my disinclination to steal is just as irresistible as the inclination to do so is irresistible with some people, so it cannot be called a merit. I cannot do it, and the other one cannot refrain. But you understand, of course, that I am not without a desire to own this gold. Why don't I take it, then? Because I cannot. It's an inability, and the lack of something cannot be called a merit. There.
Closes the box with a slam. Stray clouds have cast their shadows on the landscape and darkened the room now and then. Now it grows quite dark, as when a thunderstorm is approaching.
How close the air is. I guess the storm is coming all right.
Mr. Y gets up and shuts the door and all the windows.
Are you afraid of thunder?
It's just as well to be careful.
They resume their seats at the table.
You're a curious chap. Here you come, dropping down like a bomb a fortnight ago, introducing yourself as a Swedish-American who is collecting flies for a small museum.
Oh, never mind me now.
That's what you always say when I grow tired of talking about myself and want to turn my attention to you. Perhaps that was the reason why I took to you as I did, because you let me talk about myself. All at once we seemed like old friends. There were no angles about you against which I could bump myself, no pins that pricked. There was something soft about your whole person, and you overflowed with the tact which only well-educated people know how to show. You never made a noise when you came home late at night or got up early in the morning. You were patient in small things, and you gave in whenever a conflict seemed threatening. In a word, you proved yourself the perfect companion. But you were entirely too compliant not to set me wondering about you in the long run, and you are too timid, too easily frightened. It seems almost as if you are made up of two different personalities. Why, as I sit here looking at your back in the mirror over there, it is as if I were looking at somebody else.
Mr. Y turns around and stares at the mirror.
No, you cannot get a glimpse of your own back, man. In front you appear like a fearless sort of fellow, one meeting his fate with bared breast. But from behind, really, I don't want to be impolite, but you look as if you were carrying a burden, or as if you were crouching to escape a raised stick. And when I look at that red cross your suspenders make on your white shirt, well, it looks to me like some kind of emblem, like a trademark on a packing box.
I feel as if I'd choke if the storm doesn't break soon.
It's coming, don't you worry. And your neck, it looks as if there ought to be another kind of face on top of it, a face quite different in type from yours. And your ears come so close together behind that sometimes I wonder what race you belong to.
A flash of lightning lights up the room.
Why, it looked as if that might have struck the sheriff's house.
Mr. Y, alarmed.
The sheriff's?
Oh, it just looked that way. But I don't think we'll get much of this storm. Sit down now and let us have a talk, as you are going away tomorrow. One thing I find strange is that you, with whom I have become so intimate in the short time, that you are one of those whose image I cannot call up when I'm away from them. When you are not here, and I happen to think of you, I always get the vision of another acquaintance, one who does not resemble you, but with whom you have certain traits in common.
Who is he?
I don't want to name him, but I used for several years to take my meals at a certain place, and there, at the side table where they kept the whisky and other preliminaries, I met a little blond man with blond, faded eyes. He had a wonderful faculty for making his way through a crowd without jostling anybody or being jostled himself, and from his customary place down by the door he seemed perfectly able to reach whatever he wanted on a table that stood some 6 feet away from him. He seemed always happy just to be in company, but when he met anybody he knew, then the joy of it made him roar with laughter, and he would hug and pat the other fellow as if he hadn't seen a human face for years. When anybody stepped on his foot, he smiled as if eager to apologize for being in the way. For 2 years I watched him and amused myself by guessing at his occupation and character, but I never asked who he was. I didn't want to know, you see, for then all the fun would have been spoiled at once. The man had just your quality being indefinite. At different times I made him out to be a teacher who had never got his license, a non-commissioned officer, a druggist, a government clerk, a detective, and, like you, he looked as if made out of 2 pieces, for the front of him never quite fitted the back. One day I happened to read in a newspaper about a big forgery committed by a well-known government official. Then I learned that my indefinite gentleman had been a partner of the forger's brother, and that his name was Strawman. Later on, I learned that the aforesaid strawman used to run a circulating library, but that he was now the police reporter of a big daily. How in the world could I hope to establish a connection between the forgery, the police, and my little man's peculiar manners? It was beyond me, and when I asked a friend whether Strawman had ever been punished for something, my friend couldn't answer yes or no. He just didn't know.
Well, had he ever been punished?
No, he had not.
And that was the reason, you think, why the police had such an attraction for him, and why he was so afraid of offending people?
Exactly.
And did you become acquainted with him afterward?
No, I didn't want to.
Would you have been willing to make his acquaintance if he had been punished?
Perfectly.
Mr. Y rises and walks back and forth several times.
Sit still. Why can't you sit still?
How did you get your liberal view of human conditions? Are you a Christian?
Oh, can't you see that I'm not?
Mr. Y makes a face.
The Christians require forgiveness, but I require punishment in order that the balance, or whatever you may call it, be restored. And you, who have served a term, ought to know the difference.
Mr. Y stands motionless and stares at Mr. X, first with wild, hateful eyes, and then with surprise and admiration.
How could you know that?
Why, I could see it.
How? How could you see it?
Oh, with a little practice. It is an art, like many others. But don't let us talk of it any more.
He looks at his watch, arranges a document on the table, dips a pen in the inkwell, and hands it to Mr. Y.
I must be thinking of my tangled affairs. Won't you please witness my signature on this note here? I'm going to turn it in to the bank at Malmö tomorrow when I go to the city with you.
I am not going by way of Malmö.
Oh, you are not?
No.
But that need not prevent you from witnessing my signature.
No, I never write my name on papers of that kind.
Any longer. This is the 5th time you have refused to write your own name. The first time nothing more serious was involved than the receipt for a registered letter. Then I began to watch you, and since then I have noticed that you have a morbid fear of a pen filled with ink. You have not written a single letter since you came here, only a postcard, and then you wrote with a blue pencil. You understand now that I have figured out the exact nature of your slip? Furthermore, this is something like the 7th time you have refused to come with me to Malmö, which place you have not visited at all during this time. And yet you came the whole way from America merely to have a look at Malmö. And every morning you walk a couple of miles up to the old mill just to get a glimpse of the roofs of Malmö in the distance. And when you stand over there at the right-hand window and look out through the 3rd pane from the bottom on the left side, you could see the spired turrets of the castle and the tall chimney of the county jail. And now I hope you can see that it's your own stupidity rather than my cleverness which has made everything clear to me.
This means that you despise me?
Oh, no.
Yes, you do. You cannot but do it.
No, here's my hand.
Mr. Y takes hold of the outstretched hand and kisses it. Mr. X, drawing back his hand.
Don't lick hands like a dog.
Pardon me, sir, but you are the first one who has let me touch his hand after learning.
And now you call me sir. What scares me about you is that you don't feel exonerated, washed clean, raised to the old level as good as anybody else, when you have suffered your punishment. Do you care to tell me how it happened, would you?
Mr. Y, twisting uneasily.
Yes, but you won't believe what I say. But I'll tell you. Then you can see for yourself that I am no ordinary criminal. You will become convinced, I think, that there are errors which, so to speak, are involuntary,
Twisting again.
which seem to commit themselves spontaneously, without being willed by oneself, and for which one cannot be held responsible. May I open the door a little now, since the storm seems to have passed over?
Suit yourself.
Mr. Y opens the door, then he sits down at the table and begins to speak with exaggerated display of feeling, theatrical gestures, and a good deal of false emphasis.
Yes, I'll tell you. I was a student in the university at Lund, and I needed to get a loan from a bank. I had no pressing debts, and my father owned some property. Not a great deal, of course. However, I had sent the note to the second man of the two, who were to act as security, and, contrary to expectations, it came back with a refusal. For a while I was completely stunned by the blow, for it was a very unpleasant surprise, most unpleasant. The note was lying in front of me on the table, and the letter lay beside it. At first my eyes stared hopelessly at those lines that pronounced my doom. That is, not a death doom, of course, for I could easily find other securities, as many as I wanted. But as I have already said, it was very annoying just the same, and as I was sitting there quite unconscious of any evil intention, my eyes fastened upon the signature of the letter, which would have made my future secure, if it had only appeared in the right place. It was an unusually well-written signature, and you know how sometimes one may absent-mindedly scribble a sheet of paper full of meaningless words. I had a pen in my hand.
Picks up a penholder from the table.
Like this, and somehow it just began to run. I don't want to claim that there was anything mystical, anything of a spiritualistic nature back of it, for that kind of thing I don't believe in. It was a wholly unreasoned, mechanical process, my copying of that beautiful autograph over and over again. When all the clean space on the letter was used up, I had learned to reproduce the signature automatically, and then,
Throwing away the penholder with a violent gesture.
then I forgot all about it. That night I slept long and heavily, and when I woke up I could feel that I had been dreaming, but I couldn't recall the dream itself. At times it was as if a door had been thrown ajar, and then I seemed to see the writing table with a note on it as in a distant memory. And when I got out of bed, I was forced up to the table, just as if, after careful deliberation, I had formed an irrevocable decision to sign the name to that fateful paper. All thought of the consequences, of the risk involved, had disappeared. No hesitation remained. It was almost as if I was fulfilling some sacred duty. And so I wrote.
Leaps to his feet.
What could it be? Was it some kind of outside influence? A case of mental suggestion, as they call it? But from whom could it come? I was sleeping alone in that room. Could it possibly be my primitive self, the savage to whom the keeping of faith is an unknown thing, which pushed to the front while my consciousness was asleep, together with the criminal will of that self, and its inability to calculate the results of an action? Tell me, what do you think of it?
Mr. X, as if he had to force the words out of himself.
Frankly speaking, your story does not convince me. There are gaps in it. but these may depend on your failure to recall all the details. And I have read something about criminal suggestion, or I think I have, at least. But all this is neither here nor there. You have taken your medicine, and you have had the courage to acknowledge your fault. Now we won't talk of it any more.
Yes, we must talk of it, till I become sure of my innocence.
Well, are you not?
No, I am not.
That's just what bothers me, I tell you. It's exactly what is bothering me. Don't you feel fairly sure that every human being hides a skeleton in his closet? Have we not, all of us, stolen and lied as children? Undoubtedly. Well, now, there are persons who remain children all their lives, so that they cannot control their unlawful desires. Then comes the opportunity, and there you have your criminal. But I cannot understand why you don't feel innocent. If the child is not held responsible, why should the criminal be regarded differently? It is the more strange because, well, perhaps I may come to repent it later. I, for my part, have killed a man, and I have never suffered any qualms on account of it.
Mr. Y, very much interested.
Have you?
Yes, I and none else. Perhaps you don't care to shake hands with a murderer?
Mr. Y, pleasantly.
Oh, what nonsense.
Yes, but I have not been punished.
Mr. Y, growing more familiar and taking on a superior tone.
So much the better for you. How did you get out of it?
There was nobody to accuse me, no suspicions, no witnesses. This is the way it happened. One Christmas I was invited to hunt with a fellow student a little way out of Uppsala. He sent a besotted old coachman to meet me at the station, and this fellow went to sleep on the box, drove the horses into a fence, and upset the whole equipage in a ditch. I'm not going to pretend that my life was in danger. It was sheer impatience which made me hit him across the neck with the edge of my hand. You know the way, just to wake him up, and the result was that he never woke up at all, but collapsed then and there.
Mr. Y, craftily.
And did you report it?
No, and these were my reasons for not doing so. The man left no family behind him, or anybody else to whom his life could be of the slightest use. He had already outlived his allotted period of vegetation, and his place might just as well be filled by somebody more in need of it. On the other hand, my life was necessary to the happiness of my parents and myself, and perhaps also to the progress of my science. The outcome had once for all cured me of any desire to wake up people in that manner, and I didn't care to spoil both my own life and that of my parents for the sake of an abstract principle of justice.
Oh, that's the way you measure the value of a human life?
In the present case, yes.
But the sense of guilt, that balance you were speaking of.
I had no sense of guilt, as I had committed no crime. As a boy, I had given and taken more than one blow of the same kind, and the fatal outcome in this particular case was simply caused by my ignorance of the effect such a blow might have on an elderly person.
Yes, but even the unintentional killing of a man is punished with a 2-year term at hard labor, which is exactly what one gets for writing names.
Oh, you may be sure I've thought of it, and more than one night I've dreamt myself in prison. Tell me now, is it really as bad as they say, to find oneself behind bolt and bar?
You bet it is. First of all, they disfigure you by cutting off your hair. And if you don't look like a criminal before, you are sure to do so afterward. And when you catch sight of yourself in a mirror, you feel quite sure that you are a regular bandit.
Isn't it a mask that is being torn off, perhaps? Which wouldn't be a bad idea, I should say.
Yes, you can have your little jest about it. And when they cut down your food, so that every day and every hour you become conscious of the borderline between life and death. Every vital function is more or less checked. You can feel yourself shrinking, and your soul, which was to be cured and improved, is instead put on a starvation diet, pushed back 1,000 years into outlived ages. You are not permitted to read anything but what was written for the savages who took part in the migration of the peoples. You hear of nothing but what will never happen in heaven, and what actually does happen on the earth is kept hidden from you. You are torn out of your surroundings, reduced from your own class, put beneath those who are really beneath yourself, and you get a sense of living in the Bronze Age. You come to feel as if you were dressed in skins, as if you were living in a cave and eating out of a trough. Ugh!
But there is a reason back of all that. One who acts as if he belonged to the Bronze Age might surely be expected to don the proper costume.
Mr. Y irately.
Yes, you sneer. You who have behaved like a man from the Stone Age, and who are permitted to live in the Golden Age.
Mr. X, sharply, watching him closely.
What do you mean with that last expression, the Golden Age?
Mr. Y, with a poorly suppressed snarl.
Nothing at all.
Now you lie, because you are too much of a coward to say all you think.
Am I a coward? You think so. But I was no coward when I dared to show myself around here, where I had had to suffer as I did. But can you tell what makes one suffer most while in there? It is that the others are not in there too.
What others?
Those that go unpunished.
Are you thinking of me?
I am.
But I have committed no crime.
Oh, haven't you?
No, a misfortune is no crime.
So, it's a misfortune to commit murder?
I have not committed murder.
Is not murder to kill a person?
Not always. The law speaks of murder, manslaughter, killing in self-defense, and it makes a distinction between intentional and unintentional killing. However, now you really frighten me, for it's becoming plain to me that you belong to the most dangerous of all human groups, that of the stupid.
So you imagine that I am stupid? Well, listen. Would you like me to show you how clever I am?
Come on.
I think you'll have to admit that there is both logic and wisdom in the argument I'm now going to give you. You have suffered a misfortune which might have brought you 2 years at hard labor. You have completely escaped the disgrace of being punished, and here you see before you a man who has also suffered a misfortune, the victim of an unconscious impulse, and who has had to stand 2 years of hard labor for it. Only by some great scientific achievement can this man wipe off the taint that has become attached to him without any fault of his own. But in order to arrive at some such achievement, he must have money, a lot of money, and money this minute. Don't you think that the other one, the unpunished one, would bring a little better balance into these unequal human conditions if he paid a penalty in the form of a fine? Don't you think so?
Mr. X, calmly.
Yes.
Then we understand each other. What do you think would be reasonable?
Reasonable. The minimum fine in such a case is fixed by the law at 50 crowns, but this whole question is settled by the fact that the dead man left no relatives.
Apparently you don't want to understand. Then I'll have to speak plainly. It is to me you must pay that fine.
I have never heard that forgers have the right to collect fines imposed for manslaughter. Besides, there is no prosecutor.
There isn't? Well, how would I do?
Oh, now we are getting the matter cleared up. How much do you want for becoming my accomplice?
6,000 crowns.
That's too much. And where am I to get them?
Mr. Y points to the box.
No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to become a thief.
Oh, don't put on any airs now. Do you think I'll believe that you haven't helped yourself out of that box before?
Mr. X, as if speaking to himself.
Think only that I could let myself be fooled so completely. But that's the way with these soft natures. You like them, and then it's so easy to believe that they like you. And that's the reason why I have always been on my guard against people I take a liking to. So, you are firmly convinced that I have helped myself out of the box before?
Certainly.
And you are going to report me if you don't get 6,000 crowns?
Most decidedly. You can't get out of it, so there's no use trying.
You think I am going to give my father a thief for a son, my wife a thief for husband, my children a thief for father, my fellow workers a thief for colleague? No, that will never happen. Now I'm going over to the sheriff to report the killing myself.
Mr. Y jumps up and begins to pick up his things.
Wait a minute.
For what?
Mr. Y stammering.
I thought, as I am no longer needed, it wouldn't be necessary for me to stay, and I might just as well leave.
No, you may not. Sit down there at the table where you sat before, and we'll have another talk before you go.
Mr. Y sits down after having put on a dark coat.
What are you up to now?
Mr. X looking into the mirror back of Mr. Y.
Oh, now I have it. Oh.
Mr. Y alarmed.
What kind of wonderful things are you discovering now?
I see in the mirror that you are a thief, a plain, ordinary thief. A moment ago, while you had only the white shirt on, I could notice that there was something wrong about my bookshelf. I couldn't make out just what it was, for I had to listen to you and watch you. But as my antipathy increased, my vision became more acute. And now, with your black coat to furnish the needed colour contrast for the red back of the book, which before couldn't be seen against the red of your suspenders, now I see that you have been reading about forgeries in Bernheim's work on mental suggestion, for you turned the book upside down in putting it back. So even that story of yours was stolen. For this reason, I think myself entitled to conclude that your crime must have been prompted by need, or by mere love of pleasure.
By need, if you only knew.
If you only knew the extent of the need I have had to face and live through. But that's another story. Let's proceed with your case. That you have been in prison, I take that for granted. But it happened in America, for it was American prison life you described. Another thing may also be taken for granted, namely, that you have not borne your punishment on this side.
How can you imagine anything of the kind?
Wait until the sheriff gets here, and you'll learn all about it.
Mr. Y gets up.
There, you see, the first time I mentioned the sheriff in connection with the storm, you wanted to run away. And when a person has served out his time, he doesn't care to visit an old mill every day just to look at a prison, or to stand by the window. In a word, you are at once punished and unpunished, and that's why it was so hard to make you out.
Pause. Mr. Y completely beaten.
May I go now?
Now you can go.
Mr. Y putting his things together.
Are you angry at me?
Yes. Would you prefer me to pity you?
Mr. Y sulkily.
Pity? Do you think you're any better than I?
Of course I do, as I am better than you. I am wiser, and I am less of a menace to prevailing property rights.
You think you are clever, but perhaps I am as clever as you. For the moment you have me checked, but in the next move I can mate you all the same.
Mr. X, looking hard at Mr. Y.
So, we have to have another bout. What kind of mischief are you up to now?
That's my secret.
Just look at me. Oh, you mean to write my wife an anonymous letter giving away my secret?
Well, how are you going to prevent it? You don't dare to have me arrested, so you'll have to let me go. And when I'm gone, I can do what I please.
You devil! So you have found my vulnerable spot. Do you want to make a real murderer out of me?
That's more than you'll ever become, coward.
There, you see how different people are. You have a feeling that I cannot become guilty of the same kind of acts as you, and that gives you the upper hand. But suppose you forced me to treat you as I treated that coachman.
He lifts his hand as if ready to hit Mr. Y. Mr. Y, staring Mr. X straight in the face.
You can't. It's too much for one who couldn't save himself by means of the box over there.
So you don't think I have taken anything out of the box?
You were too cowardly, just as you were too cowardly to tell your wife that she had married a murderer.
You are a different man from what I took you to be. If stronger or weaker, I cannot tell. If more criminal or less, that's none of my concern, but decidedly more stupid. That much is quite plain. For stupid you were when you wrote another person's name instead of begging, as I have had to do. Stupid you were when you stole things out of my book. Could you not guess that I might have read my own books? Stupid you were when you thought yourself cleverer than me, and when you thought that I could be lured into becoming a thief. Stupid you were when you thought balance could be restored by giving the world 2 thieves instead of 1. But most stupid of all you were when you thought I had failed to provide a safe cornerstone for my happiness. Go ahead and write my wife as many anonymous letters as you please about her husband having killed a man. She knew that long before we were married. Have you had enough now?
May I go?
Now you have to go, and at once. I'll send your things after you. Get out of here.
Curtain. End of Pariah by August Strindberg. Translated by Edwin Bjorkman.
Play 5 of One Act Play Collection 17. Hagoromo by Unknown, a Japanese no play, translated by Fernest Fenolosa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hagoromo, a play in 1 act. The plot of the play Hagoromo, the Feather Mantle, is as follows. The priest finds the Hagoromo, the magical feather mantle of a tennin, an aerial spirit or celestial dancer, hanging upon a bough. She demands its return. He argues with her and finally promises to return it if she will teach him her dance or part of it. She accepts the offer. The chorus explains the dance as symbolical of the daily changes of the moon. The words about 3, 5, and 15 refer to the number of nights in the moon's changes. In the finale, the tennin is supposed to disappear like a mountain, slowly hidden in the mist. The play shows the relation of the early No to the god dance. Characters.
Chief Fisherman Hakurio, read by Alan Mapstone.
A Fisherman, read by Jim Hedrick.
Tenin, read by Jen Broda.
Chorus, read by Todd.
Narrated by Avai.
Windy road of the waves by my woe, swift with ships, loud over steersmen's voices. Hakurio, taker of fish, head of his house, dwells upon the barren pine waste of my woe.
Upon 1,000 heights had gathered the inexplicable cloud. Swept by the rain, the moon is just come to light the high house. A clean and pleasant time, surely. There comes the breath color of spring. The waves rise in a line below the early mist. The moon is still delayed above, though we've no skill to grasp it. Here is a beauty to set the mind above itself.
I shall not be out of memory of the mountain road by Kiyomi, nor of the parted grass by that bay, nor of the far-seen pine waste of Miwo of wheat stalks. Let us go according to custom. Take hands against the wind here, for it presses the clouds and the sea. Those men who were going to fish are about to return without launching. Wait a little. Is it not spring? Will not the wind be quiet? This wind is only the voice of the lasting pine trees, ready for stillness. See how the air is soundless, or would be were it not for the waves. There, now, the fishermen are putting out with even the smallest boats.
I am come to shore at my woe, no. I disembark in Matsubara. I see all that they speak of on the shore. An empty sky with music, a rain of flowers, strange fragrance on every side. All these are no common things, nor is this cloak that hangs upon the pine tree. As I approach to inhale its colour, I am aware of mystery. Its colour smell is mysterious. I see that it is surely no common dress. I will take it now and return and make it a treasure in my house to show to the aged.
That cloak belongs to someone on this side. What are you proposing to do with it?
This? This is a cloak picked up. I am taking it home, I tell you.
That is a feather mantle not fit for a mortal to bear, not easily wrested from the sky-traversing spirit, not easily taken or given. I ask you to leave it where you found it.
How? Is the owner of this cloak a Tenin? So be it. In this downcast age I should keep it, a rare thing, and make it a treasure in the country, a thing respected. Then I should not return it.
Pitiful. There is no flying without the cloak of feathers, no return through the ether. I pray you return me the mantle.
Just from hearing these high words, I, Hakurio, have gathered more and yet more force. You think, because I was too stupid to recognize it, that I shall be unable to take and keep hid the feather robe, that I shall give it back for merely being told to stand and withdraw.
A Tenin without her robe, a bird without wings. How shall she climb the air?
And this world would be a sorry place for her to dwell in?
I am caught. I struggle. How shall I?
No, Hakurio is not one to give back the robe.
Power does not attain.
To get back the robe?
Her coronet, jewelled as with the dew of tears, even the flowers that decorated her hair, drooping and fading. The whole chain of weaknesses of the dying Tenin can be seen actually before the eyes. Sorrow.
I look into the flat of heaven, peering. The cloud road is all hidden and uncertain. We are lost in the rising mist. I have lost the knowledge of the road. Strange, a strange sorrow.
Enviable colour of breath, wonder of clouds that fade along the sky that was our accustomed dwelling. Hearing the sky-bird, accustomed and well accustomed, hearing the voices grow fewer, the wild geese fewer and fewer along the highways of air, how deep her longing to return. Plover and seagull are on the waves in the offing. Do they go, or do they return? She reaches out for the very blowing of the spring wind against heaven.
Hakuryo to the tenin.
What do you say? Now that I can see you are in your sorrow, gracious of heaven, I bend, and would return you your mantle.
It grows clearer. No, give it to this side.
First tell me your nature. Who are you, Tenin? Give payment with the dance of the Tenin, and I will return your mantle.
Readily and gladly, and then I return into heaven. You shall have what pleasure you will, and I will leave a dance here, a joy to be new among men, and to be memorial dancing. Learn then this dance that can turn the palace of the moon. No, come here to learn it. For the sorrows of the world, I will leave this new dancing with you for sorrowful people. But give me the mantle. I cannot do the dance rightly without it.
Not yet. For if you should get it, how do I know you'll not be off to your palace without even beginning your dance? Not even a measure.
Doubt is fitting for mortals. With us there is no deceit.
I am again ashamed. I give you your mantle.
The young sprite now is arrayed. She assumes the curious mantle. Watch how she moves in the dance of the rainbow-feathered garment.
The heavenly feather robe moves in accord with the wind.
The sleeves of flowers are being wet with the rain.
All three are doing one step.
It seems that she dances. Thus was the dance of pleasure. Soruga dancing, brought to the sacred East. Thus was it when the lords of the everlasting trod the world, they being of old our friends. Upon 10 sides their sky is without limit. They have named it on this account, the enduring.
The jeweled axe takes up the eternal renewing. The palace of the moon god is being renewed with the jeweled axe. And this is always reoccurring.
Chorus commenting on the dance.
The white Kuromo, the black Kuromo, 3, 5 into 15. The figure that the tenon is dividing. There are heavenly nymphs, Amaotome, one for each night of the month, and each with her deed assigned.
I also am heaven-born, and a maid, Amaltome. Of them there are many. This is the dividing of my body, that is fruit of the moon's tree, Katsura. This is one part of our dance that I leave to you here in your world.
The spring mist is widespread abroad, so perhaps the wild olive's flower will blossom in the infinitely unreachable moon. Her flowery head ornament is putting on color. This truly is sign of the spring. Not sky is here, but the beauty, and even here comes the heavenly, wonderful wind. Oh, blow, shut the accustomed path of the clouds. Oh, you, in the form of a maid, grant us the favor of your delaying. The pine waste of Miwo puts on the color of spring. The bay of Kiyomi lies clear before the snow upon Fuji. Are not all these presages of the spring? There are but few ripples beneath the piny wind. It is quiet along the shore. There is naught but a fence of jewels between the earth and the sky, and the gods within and without, beyond and beneath the stars, and the moon unclouded by her lord, and we who are born of the sun. This alone intervenes, here where the moon is unshadowed, here in Nippon, the sun's field.
The plumage of heaven drops neither feather nor flame to its own diminution.
Nor is this rock of earth overmuch worn by the brushing of that feather mantle, the feathery skirt of the stars. Rarely, how rarely! There is a magic song from the east, the voices of many and many, and flute and show, filling the space beyond the cloud's edge, seven-stringed, dance filling and filling. The red sun blots on the sky the line of the color-drenched mountains. The flowers rain in a gust. It is no racking storm that comes over this green moor, which is afloat, as it would seem, in these waves. Wonderful is the sleeve of the white cloud, whirling such snow here.
Plain of life, field of the sun, true foundation, great power.
Hence and forever this dancing shall be called a revel in the east. Many are the robes thou hast, now of the sky's color itself, and now a green garment. And now the robe of mist, presaging spring, a color smell as this wonderful maiden's skirt, left, right, left, the rustling of flowers, the putting on of the feathery sleeve. They bend in air with the dancing. Many are the joys in the east. She who is the color person of the moon takes her middle night in the sky. She marks her 3 fives with this dancing, as a shadow of all fulfillments. The circled vows are at full. Give the 7 jewels of rain and all of the treasure, you who go from us. After a little time, only a little time, can the mantle be upon the wind that was spread over Matsubara, or over Ashitaka the mountain, though the clouds lie in its heaven like a plain awash with sea. Fuji is gone. The great peak of Fuji is blotted out little by little. It melts into the upper mist. In this way she, the tenon, is lost to sight.
End of Hagoromo.
Play 6 of One Act Play Collection 17. The Forced Marriage by Molière. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dramatis Personae.
Sganarelle, read by Robert Becourse.
Geronimo, read by Greg Giordano.
Alcantor, father to Doramin, read by Jim Hedrick.
Alcidas, brother to Doramine, read by Adrian Stevens.
Lycast, in love with Doramine, read by Bahram Piros.
Pancrace, an Aristotelian philosopher, read by Todd.
Marfurius, a Pyrrhonian philosopher, read by Alan Mapstone.
Dorimene, a young coquette betrothed to Scagnarelli, read by Sherry Lynn Warren.
First Gypsy, read by Sonia.
Second Gypsy, read by Lee Vogler.
Stage directions read by Red Run. The scene is in a public place. Scene 1. Sganarelle, Geronimo. Sganarelle, speaking behind the scenes as he enters.
I shall be back in a moment. Take good care of the house, and let everything go on quite regularly. If anyone brings me money, come for me quickly, at Mr. Geronimo's. And if anyone comes to ask for any, tell him I am out, and shall not be back today.
Scene 2. Sganarelle, Geronimo. Geronimo, having heard the last words of Sganarelle.
That is a very prudent order.
Ah, Geronimo, well met. I was going to your house to look for you.
And why, pray?
To tell you of something I have in mind, and ask your advice about it.
Very willingly. I am glad we have met. We can speak here at your ease.
Oh, pray, be covered then. The business is about something of importance which has been proposed to me. It is well to do nothing without the advice of one's friends.
I am obliged to you for having chosen me. You have only to tell me what it is.
But first of all, I must implore you not to flatter me, but to tell me your opinion candidly.
Since you wish it, I will.
I know nothing worse than a friend who does not speak frankly.
You are right.
Nowadays we meet few sincere friends.
That is true.
Promise me then, Geronimo, to speak with all frankness, huh?
I promise.
Swear on your word.
Aye, on the word of a friend. Now, do tell me your business.
I wish to have your opinion whether I shall do well to marry.
Who? You?
Oh, yes, I, myself. What is your advice on the subject?
First of all, I beg you to tell me one thing.
What is that?
How old do you think you may be now?
I?
Yes.
Oh, really, I do not know, but I am in very good health.
What? Do you not know your age? Within a year or two?
Oh, no. Oh, who thinks about his age?
Just tell me, please. How old were you when we first became acquainted?
Oh, I was only 20 then.
How long were we together at Rome?
8 years.
How long did you stay in England?
7 years.
And in Holland, where you went next?
5 years and a half.
How long is it since you returned?
I came back in 52.
From 52 to 64 makes 12 years, I think. 5 years in Holland makes 17. 7 years in England makes 24. 8 years for our stay in Rome make 32. And 20, your age when we became acquainted, make just 52 years. So, Signorelli, according to your own confession, you are in about your 52nd or 53rd year.
Who? I? Oh, it cannot be.
By Jove, the reckoning is exact, and so I must tell you candidly, and as a friend, as you made me promise, that marriage is hardly in your line. It is a thing about which young people ought to think seriously before they engage in it. But persons at your time of life ought not to think of it at all. If, as some say, marriage is the greatest of all follies, I know of nothing more ridiculous than to commit this folly at a season when we ought to be most prudent. To be brief, I shall tell you my idea in a few words. I advise you not to dream of marrying. I should think you the silliest man in the world if, after remaining free up to this time, you were to go and burden yourself now with the heaviest of all chains.
And I tell you in return that I am resolved to marry, and that I shall not be silly in marrying the girl I am after.
Oh, that is another thing. You never told me that.
Oh, I like the girl. I love her with all my heart.
You love her with all your heart?
Undoubtedly. And I have asked her of her father.
You have asked her?
Yes. The marriage is to take place this evening, and I have plighted my troth.
Oh, marry then. I have not another word to say.
Am I to abandon my design? Do you imagine, Geronimo, that I am no longer fit to think of a wife? Do not talk of what my age may be, but let us look at things as they are. Is there a man of 30 that looks fresher or more active than I? Have I not the use of my limbs as much as ever? Do I look as if I need a carriage or chair to get about in? Are not all my teeth in excellent condition?
Showing his teeth.
Do I not eat heartily 4 times a day, and is any man's stomach stronger than mine? Now, what say you?
You are right. I was mistaken. Pray, marry. You cannot do better.
I used to fight shy of it, but now I have strong reasons in its favor. Besides the pleasure I have in possessing a wife to fondle me, to coddle me when I am tired, besides this pleasure, I consider that by remaining as I am, I suffer the race of the Ciganorellis to become extinct, whilst by marrying I see myself reproduced, and shall have the joy of seeing children sprung from me, little images as like me as the 2 peas who will always be playing around the house, calling me their papa when I come back from town, and talking nonsense to me in the pleasantest manner possible. Oh, I can fancy that I am already in the midst of them, and that I see 6 round about me.
Nothing could be nicer than that, and I advise you to marry as quickly as possible.
Oh, seriously, you advise it?
Assuredly, you could not do better.
Oh, I am indeed delighted that you give me this advice as a true friend.
And pray, who is the lady whom you are going to marry?
Dorimenier.
Young Dorimenier, that gay, well-dressed girl?
Yes.
Alcantor's daughter?
The very same.
And the sister of Alcides, who presumes to carry a sword?
That is the girl.
My goodness!
What have you to say to it?
A good match. Make haste and get married.
Have I not made an excellent choice?
No doubt of it. Ah, you will be well matched. Lose no time about it.
I am overjoyed to hear you say so. I thank you for your advice, and I invite you to come tonight to my wedding.
I shall be sure to be there. I shall come masked, the better to honor the occasion.
Oh, good day.
Geronimo aside.
Young Dorimene, Alcantor's daughter, to Sanarelli, who is only 53. Oh, what a fine match! What a fine match!
He repeats this over and over again as he goes away. Scene 3. Ciganorel, alone.
Oh, this marriage ought to be a happy one, for it pleases everyone. All laugh to whom I mention it. I declare I am the happiest of men.
Scene 4. Dorimene, Ciganorel. Dorimene, speaking to a page who holds up her train.
Mind, youngster, hold up my train properly, and do not be playing your tricks.
Ciganorel aside, seeing Dorimene.
Oh, here comes my mistress. Ah, how pleasing she is. What an air, what a figure. Now who could see her without wishing to marry her?
Going up to her.
Where are you going, pretty darling? My dear wife that is to be?
I am going to make a few purchases.
Well, my dear, both of us are going to be happy now. You will no longer have the right to refuse me anything. I can do with you just as I please, without anyone being shocked. You will be mine from head to foot, and I shall be master of everything. Oh, of your little sparkling eyes, your little roguish nose, your tempting lips, your lovely ears, your pretty little chin, your little round breasts, in short, your whole person will be mine to do what I like with, and I shall be entitled to fondle you as I choose. Are you not glad of this marriage, my lovely pet?
Immensely glad, I assure you, for indeed my father's severity has kept me hitherto in the most grievous subjection. I have been raging, I do not know how long, at the scanty liberty he allows me. I have wished 100 times that he would get me a husband, so that I might quickly escape from the durance in which I have been kept by him, and be able to do as I pleased. Thank heaven, you luckily came in the way. I mean henceforth to give myself up to pleasure, and make up finely for the time I have lost. As you are a well-bred man, and know the world, I think we shall get on wonderfully well together, and that you will not be one of those bothering husbands who wish their wives to live like owls. I confess that would not suit me. Solitude drives me mad. I like gambling, visiting, assemblies, entertainments, promenades, in fact, all kinds of pleasure. You must be overjoyed to have a wife like me. We shall never have a difference. I shall not constrain your actions, and I hope that you will not constrain mine. For my part, I think we ought to be mutually complacent, and not be married only to annoy each other. In a word, we shall live, when we get married, like two people who know the world. No jealous suspicions shall trouble our heads. It will suffice for you to be assured of my fidelity, as I shall be persuaded of yours. But what is the matter? A change has come over you.
Oh, I am taken with a sudden pain in my head.
That is a malady which attacks many people in these days, but our marriage will remove all that. Goodbye. I long to have a proper dress, that I may quickly throw these rags aside. I'm going now to finish the purchase of all the things which I want, and I shall send in the bills to you.
Scene 5. Geronimo, Ziganarelle.
Ah, Zanarelli, I am glad to find you here. I have met with a goldsmith, who, having heard that you were in search of a handsome diamond ring to make a present to your bride, entreated me to recommend him to you, and to tell you that he has one to sell, the finest in the world.
God bless me! There's no hurry for that.
How? What does that mean? Where is the ardor you displayed just now?
Within the last few moments, I have had some slight scruples as to marriage. Before going farther, I wish to sift this matter to the bottom, and to have interpreted to me a dream which I had just last night, and which just recurred to me. You know that dreams are like mirrors, which sometimes show all that is to happen to us? I dreamt I was on a ship, on a rough sea, and that suddenly...
Zanarelli, I have a little business on hand, which will not let me stay to hear you. I do not understand dreams, and, as to arguments upon marriage, you have for neighbors a couple of scholars, of philosophers, who are just the men to tell you all that can be said on the subject. As they belong to different sects, you can compare their several opinions upon it. For my part, I adhere to what I said just now, and am your servant.
Ziganarelle, alone.
He is right. I must consult these men in my present uncertainty.
Scene 6. Pancras, Ziganarelle. Pancras, speaking to somebody within, and not seeing Ziganarelle.
Go. You are an impertinent fellow, my friend. A man ignorant of all method and order, who ought to be expelled the Republic of Letters.
Ah, capital! Here is one of them in the nick of time.
Pancras, as before, and not seeing Ziganarelle.
Yes, I shall maintain it on strong grounds. I will prove it you out of Aristotle, the philosopher of philosophers, that you are ignorans, ignorantissimus, ignorantificans, and ignorantificatus in all imaginable cases and moods.
Oh, he has fallen out with somebody.
To Pancras.
Sir!
Pancras, as before, and not seeing Ziganarelle.
You presume to argue, and do not know the very elements of reasoning.
His passion prevents his seeing me.
To Pancras.
Sir!
Pancras, as before, and not seeing Sganarelle.
It is a proposition condemned in all the regions of philosophy.
Sganarelle, aside.
He must have been mightily vexed.
To Pancras.
I say.
Pancras, as before, and not seeing Sganarelle.
Totekelo, totevia avaras.
I kiss your hands, Master Doctor.
Ah, at your service.
May I
Pancras, turning round again.
Do you know what you have perpetrated? A syllogism in Ballardo.
Pancras, as before.
The major is foolish, the minor trivial, and the conclusion ridiculous.
Pancras, as before.
I would rather die than admit what you say, and I shall maintain my opinion to the last drop of my ink.
May I?
Pancras, as before.
Yes, I shall defend this proposition pugnis et calicibus, unguibus et rosto.
Mr. Aristotle, may I ask what has put you in such a rage?
The best possible reason.
Oh, but what?
An ignoramus dared to maintain an erroneous proposition, a frightful, terrible, execrable proposition.
May I ask what it is?
Ah, Mr. Sganarelle, everything nowadays is subverted, and the world has fallen into general corruption. A horrible license reigns everywhere, and the magistrates, who are appointed to maintain order in the state, ought to die of shame to suffer a scandal so intolerable as this which I shall reveal to you.
What is it, then?
Is it not a horrible thing, a thing crying for the vengeance of heaven, to allow anyone to say in public, the form of a hat?
How?
I maintain that we ought to say the figure of a hat, and not the form. Forasmuch as there is this difference between the form and the figure, that the form is the external disposition of animate bodies, and the figure is the external disposition of inanimate bodies. And since the hat is an inanimate body, we ought to say the figure of a hat, and not the form.
Turning again to the side by which he entered.
Yes, ignoramus that you are. That is the manner in which you ought to express yourself, and these are Aristotle's own terms in his chapter on qualities.
Sganarelle, aside.
Oh, I thought we were all undone.
To Pancras.
Master Doctor, think no more of this. I
am in such a rage that I do not know what I am doing.
Oh, leave the form and hat in peace. I have something to tell you.
Impertinent fellow.
Oh, pray, be quiet. I have...
Ignoramus.
Good heavens!
To dare to maintain such a proposition.
Oh, he is wrong. I, however...
A proposition condemned by Aristotle.
It is true.
In so many words.
You are right.
Going round to the side by which Pancras entered.
Yes, you are a fool, an impudent fellow, to pretend to argue with a doctor who can read and write. Now that is done with. I beg you to listen to me. I am come to consult you on an affair which perplexes me. I intend to take a wife, to keep me company at home. The lady is handsome and well made. She charms me greatly, and is delighted to marry me. Her father has given her to me, but I am rather afraid of, you know what, the disgrace for which no one pities a man. I wish much to beg of you, as a philosopher, to give me your opinion. What is your advice in the matter?
Rather than admit that we ought to say the form of a hat, I would admit that datur vacuum in rerum natura, and that I am an ass.
Sganarelle, aside.
Oh, plague take the man!
To Pancras.
Why, Master Doctor, do hear one for a moment. I have been talking to you for an hour, and you do not reply to what is said to you.
I ask your pardon. A just wrath engrosses my mind.
Well, let it pass, and be at pains, please, to listen to me.
I will. What do you wish to say to me?
I wish to speak to you of something.
And what tongue would you use with me?
What tongue?
I.
Zounds! The tongue I have in my mouth. I do not think I shall go and borrow my neighbour's.
I ask you, what idiom, what language?
Oh, that is another thing.
Do you wish to speak to me in Italian?
No.
Spanish?
Non.
German?
No.
English?
No.
Latin?
Non.
Greek?
Nad.
Hebrew?
Na.
Syriac?
Nun.
Turkish?
Na.
Arabic?
Non. No. French.
Ah, French.
Quite so.
Then go to the other side, for this here is set apart for the learned and foreign languages. The other is for the vulgar and mother tongue.
Sganarelle, aside.
One must employ many ceremonies with this sort of people.
What do you desire?
To consult you in a little difficulty.
Ah, a difficulty in philosophy, no doubt.
Pardon me.
You would like to know, perhaps, if substance and accident be synonymous terms, or equivocal in respect of entity?
Not at all.
If logic be an art or a science?
It is not that.
If an object be the three operations of the mind, or the third only?
No.
If there be 10 categories, or only one?
Not so.
If the conclusion be the essence of a syllogism?
No.
If the essence of good is placed in appetibility or incongruity?
No.
If good be reciprocal with finality?
Oh, no.
Whether finality can affect us by its real or by its intentional being?
No. By all the devils, no!
Unfold then your thought, for I cannot divine it.
That is just what I wish to do, but you must listen to me. The business I have to mention to you is that I have a mind to marry a girl who is young and handsome. I love her very much, and I have asked of her father. But I fear...
Pancras, not listening to Sganarelle.
Speech has been given to man to express his thoughts. And just as thoughts are the representations of things, so our words are the representations of our thoughts.
Sganarelle impatiently stops the doctor's mouth with his hand, but the latter continues to speak as soon as Sganarelle withdraws his hand. This is repeated several times.
But these representations differ from other representations, inasmuch as these other representations are distinguished everywhere by their originals, while speech includes its original in itself, being nothing but thought explained by an external sign. Whence it follows that they who think well are also they who speak the best. Explain to me, then, your thoughts by words, which are the most intelligible of all signs.
Sganarelle pushing the doctor into his house and pulling the door to prevent his coming out.
Plague take the man!
Pancras, within.
Yes, speech is anime index et speculum, that is, the interpreter of the heart, the image of the soul.
He gets up to the window and continues.
It is a mirror which plainly reproduces for us the innermost secrets of our individualisms. Since, then, you have the faculty of reasoning, and also of speaking, why do you not make use of speech in order to make me understand your thoughts?
That is just what I wish to do, but you will not listen to me.
I listen to you. Speak.
I say then, doctor, that...
But above all, be brief.
I will.
Avoid prolixity.
Oh, sir.
Contract your discourse into a laconic apothegm. Nor diffuseness, nor circumlocution.
Sganarelle, in his vexation at being unable to speak, picks up stones to throw at the doctor's head.
Hey, what? Are you flying into a passion instead of explaining yourself? Go along. You are more impertinent than the fellow who would have it that one ought to say the form of a hat, and I will prove to you, upon all occasions, by clear and convincing reasons, and by arguments in Barbara, that you are not, and never will be, aught but an animal, and that I am, and ever shall be, Dr. Pangrace, in uterque jure.
Oh, what an eternal gabbler!
Pancras coming down.
A man of letters, a man of learning.
What, more?
A man of sufficiency, a man of capacity.
Going away.
A man supreme in all the sciences, natural, moral, and political.
Returning.
A learned, most learned man, per omnes modos et causes.
Going away.
A man who possesses, in the superlative degree, a knowledge of fables, mythologies, and histories.
Returning.
Grammar, poetry, rhetoric, dialectics, and sophistry.
Going away.
Mathematics, arithmetic, optics, Oneicrites, physics, and metaphysics.
Returning.
Cosmometry, geometry, architecture, the speculatory and speculatory arts.
Going away.
Medicine, astronomy, astrology, physiognomy, metoposcopy, karyomancy, geomancy, etc.
Scene 7. Sganarelle, alone.
Oh, the devil take these scholars, who will never listen to people. I was rightly informed that his master Aristotle was nothing but a talker. I must go and find the other one. Perhaps he may be more composed and reasonable. So ho, there.
Scene 8. Malfurious, Sganarelle.
What do you want with me, Monsieur Sganarelle?
Oh, doctor, I have need of your advice in a little matter of business, and that is why I have come to you.
Aside.
This is all right. This gentleman lets people speak.
Monsieur Sganarelle, pray change this mode of speaking. Our philosophy enjoins us not to enunciate a positive proposition, but to speak of everything dubiously, and always to suspend our judgment. For this reason, you should not say, I am come, but it seems that I am come.
Seems?
Yes.
Upon my word, no doubt it seems, because it is so.
That does not follow. It might seem, and yet not be true.
How? Is it not true that I am come?
That is questionable, and we must doubt everything.
What? I am not here? And you are not speaking to me?
It appears to me that you are there, and it seems that I am speaking to you. But it is not certain that it is so.
What the deuce? You're joking. Here I am, and there you are, plainly enough, and there is no seems in all that. Let us dispense with all these quirks and quibbles. I beg, and talk of my business. I am come to tell you that I wish to marry.
I know nothing of this.
I tell it you.
It may be so.
The girl whom I intend to marry is very young and very lovely.
It is not impossible.
Well, shall I do well or ill to marry her?
The one or the other.
Ziganarelle, aside.
Oh, dear. Here is another tune. I ask you, if I shall do well to marry the girl I speak of?
As it may chance.
Shall I do ill?
Just as it happens.
Pray answer me properly.
That is my intention.
Oh, I have a great liking for the girl.
That may be.
The father has given me his consent.
He may have done so.
But if I marry her, I fear to be made a cuckold.
The thing is feasible.
Well, what do you think of it?
There is no impossibility in it.
Well, what would you do if you were in my place?
I do not know.
What do you advise me to do?
Whatever you please.
Oh, I shall go mad.
I wash my hands of it.
Oh, devil take the dreamer.
As it may be.
Ziganarelle, aside.
And plague take the rascal. I'll make you change your tune, mad hangdog of a philosopher.
Beats him.
There is something for your nonsense, and now I am satisfied.
How? What insolence is this? To outrage me in this manner? To have the audacity to beat a philosopher like me?
Oh, pray, correct this manner of speaking. We are to doubt everything, and you ought not to say that I have beaten you, but that it seems I have beaten you.
I shall go and complain to a magistrate of this beating.
I wash my hands of it.
I have the marks on my body.
It may be so.
You know that it was you who did it.
It is not impossible.
I will get a summons against you.
I know nothing about it.
And you will be convicted.
As it may be.
Leave me alone for that.
Scene 9. Ziganarelle, alone.
And what now? One cannot get a word from that beastly man, and I am as wise at the end as at the beginning. What shall I do in this uncertainty as to the consequences of getting married? Never was a man more perplexed than I. Oh, here come the gypsies. They shall tell me my fortune.
Scene 10. 2 gypsies, Ziganarelle. The 2 gypsies come in with tabors, singing and dancing.
Oh, they are very merry. I say, you good women, can you tell me my fortune?
Aye, my good sir, both of us here will tell it you.
Just give us your hand and cross ours with a small bit of silver, and we shall tell you something that shall be of service to you.
Ah, here. There are both my hands, with what you ask in them.
You have a good phiz, master, a good phiz.
A good face. A face of a man that will be something one of these days.
You will be married before long, good master. You will be married before long.
You will wed a pretty wife, a pretty wife.
Aye, a wife that will be courted and loved by everyone.
A wife that'll make you many friends, good master, many friends.
A wife that will bring plenty to your house.
A wife that will gain you great repute.
You will be esteemed for her sake, good master. You will be esteemed for her sake.
Oh, that is well, but just tell me, is there fear of my being a cuckold?
Cuckold?
Aye.
Cuckold?
Aye, is there fear of my being cuckolded?
The gypsies sing and dance.
Oh, what the devil! That is no answer. Come here. I ask you whether I shall be a cuckold.
A cuckold? You?
Aye, shall I be a cuckold?
You, a cuckold?
Yes, shall I or not?
The gypsies go off, singing and dancing. Scene 11. Ciganarelle alone.
Oh, plague, take the baggages for leaving me in this uncertainty. I must really know the upshot of my marriage. So I shall go and find that great magician of whom everybody is talking, and whom, by his marvelous art, enables us to see all that we wish. Upon my word, I believe I have only to go to the magician, and he will show me all that I ask of him.
Scene 12. Doramine, Lycast, Ciganarelle out of sight at the back of the stage.
What? Lovely Doramine, do you speak seriously?
Most seriously.
You really mean to marry?
Really.
And your wedding is to be this evening?
This evening.
And you can forget, cruel maid, the love I feel for you and the kind words you have spoken to me?
I? By no means. I shall always think the same of you, and this marriage need not trouble you. I am not marrying the man for love. It is only his wealth that makes me resolve to accept him. I have no fortune, no more have you, and you know that without fortune it goes hard with us in the world. At whatever cost, therefore, we must try to get it. I have jumped at this opportunity of making myself comfortable. I have done it in the hope of being soon delivered from the old fool that I'm marrying. He will shortly die. He has not more than 6 months to live. I guarantee that he is dead in the time I say. I shall not long have to pray heaven for the happy state of widowhood.
Seeing Ciganarelle.
Ah, we were talking of you, and saying much in your praise, too.
Is that the gentleman?
Yes, that is the gentleman who's going to marry me.
Allow me, sir, to congratulate you on your marriage, and at the same time to offer you my most humble services. Let me tell you that the lady whom you are marrying possesses great merits. As for you, Miss Doramine, I congratulate you also on the happy choice you have made. You could not have found a better, and this gentleman has all the appearance of making a very good husband. Yes, sir, I should be delighted to strike up a friendship with you and to arrange a slight interchange of visits and entertainments.
You are doing us too much honor. But come, time presses, and we shall have plenty of opportunities to converse together.
Scene 13. Ciganarelle alone.
Oh, there. Now I am fairly disgusted with my match. I think I shall not do amiss to go and get out of my engagement. It has cost me a little money, but I had better even lose that than run the risk of something worse. I shall try if I cannot be clever enough to get out of this scrape. Ah, within there.
He knocks at Alcantor's door. Scene 14. Alcantor, Ziganarelle.
Ah, son-in-law, you are welcome.
Sir, my duty to you.
You come to conclude the marriage?
Excuse me?
I promise you that I am as impatient as yourself.
I come here for another purpose.
I have given the necessary orders for the entertainment.
That is not what I am come about.
The violins are engaged, the feast is bespoke, and my daughter is ready dressed to receive you.
It is not that which has brought me.
In short, you are about to have your wish, and nothing can delay your happiness.
Good Lord, there is something else to think of.
Come, son-in-law, will you walk in?
I have just a word to say to you.
Oh, goodness, let us have no ceremony. Enter quickly, if you please.
No, I tell you, I wish to speak to you first.
You have something to say to me?
Yes.
What is it, then?
Mr. Alcantor, it is true, I asked your daughter in marriage, and you granted my request. But I find that I am rather old, and I think that I am by no means a proper match for her.
Pardon me, my daughter likes you as you are, and I am sure that she will live very happily with you.
Oh, nay. I am given to strange whims at times, and she would have too much to endure from my ill humor.
My daughter is of a very mild and obliging disposition. You shall see that she will accommodate herself entirely to you.
Oh, I have some bodily infirmities which might disgust her.
That is nothing. A virtuous woman is never disgusted with her husband.
Oh, must I then speak plainly? I do not advise you to give her to me.
Surely you are jesting. I would rather die than break my word.
Oh, dear, I absolve you from it, and I say—
By no means. I have promised her to you, and you shall have her, in spite of all who are running after her.
Ziganarelle, aside.
The devil I shall.
Look here, I have a special respect and friendship for you, and I would refuse my daughter to a prince to give her to you.
Mr. Alcantor, I am obliged for the honor you do me, but I declare to you that I will not marry.
Not marry, you say?
Yes, not marry.
And why?
Why? Because I feel I am not fit for marriage, and because I wish to be like my father and all my ancestors, who never would marry.
Hark ye, every one to his liking. I am not the man to force anyone. You gave me your word that you would marry my daughter, and everything is prepared for the wedding. But since you wish to withdraw, I shall go and see what can be done in the matter. You shall hear from me presently.
Scene 15. Ziganarelle, alone.
Now, he is more reasonable than I expected. I thought I should have much more trouble in getting off. Upon my word, when I think of it, I have done very prudently in withdrawing from his business. I was going to take a step of which I should perhaps have repented at leisure, but here comes the sun to bring me an answer.
Scene 16. Alcidas, Ziganarelle.
Sir, your most obedient servant.
Oh, sir, I am entirely yours.
My father has told me, sir, that you came to withdraw your promise to marry my sister.
Oh, yes, sir. Oh, it is with regret, but
Oh, sir, there is no harm in that.
Oh, I am extremely sorry, I assure you. And I could wish—
There is nothing, I tell you.
Offers Ziganarelle 2 swords.
Sir, have the goodness to choose one of these swords.
Oh, one of these swords?
Yes, if you please.
For what?
Sir, as you refuse to marry my sister after giving your word, I think you will not take amiss the little compliment I have paid you.
How?
Other people would make more noise and get into a rage with you, but we are the sort of people to take things quietly, and I have come to tell you, very politely, that we must, by your favour, cut each other's throats.
That is a sorry compliment.
Come, sir, I beg you will make your choice.
I am your humble servant, but I have no throat worth cutting.
Aside.
Here is a scurvy style of speech.
Sir, by your leave, it must be so.
My dear sir, a truce, I beg, to this compliment.
Let us be quick about it, sir. I have a little business on hand.
I have no mind for this, I tell you.
You will not fight?
I will not, upon my soul.
You mean it?
I mean it.
Alcidas, giving him a few blows with his cane.
At least, sir, you cannot complain. You see that I do things by rule. You break your word with us. I wish to fight you. You refuse to fight. I cane you. All that is according to form, and you are too much of a gentleman to find fault with my mode of acting.
Ziganarelle, aside.
He is a devil of a fellow.
Alcidas, again offering the swords.
Come, sir, do things like a gentleman before I pull your ears.
What? Are you determined?
Sir, I force no one, but you must either fight or marry my sister.
Sir, I assure you, I cannot do either.
Really?
Really?
By your leave, then.
Beats him again.
Sir, I infinitely regret to be obliged to treat you thus, but if you please, I shall not stop until you have promised to marry my sister.
Raises his cane.
Well, then, I will marry. I will marry.
My dear sir, I am delighted that you have returned to your senses, and that things can go smoothly, for I swear that I esteem you more than anyone in the world, and I should have been grieved if you had compelled me to maltreat you. I shall call my father and let him know that everything is settled.
Goes and knocks at Alcantor's door. Scene 17. Alcantor, Doramine, Alcidas, Ziganarelle.
Father, this gentleman is now pleased to listen to reason. He has determined to do things with a good grace, and you can give my sister to him.
Sir, here is her hand. You have only to give her yours. Heaven be praised, I have got rid of her. It is for you henceforth to take charge of her character. Let us make merry and celebrate this happy marriage.
End of The Forced Marriage by Molière.
Play 7 of One Act Play Collection 17. Helena's Husband by Philip Molière. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Characters:
Helena the Queen, read by Don Sutton.
Sumu, a slave to Helena, read by Cheryl Hedrick.
Menelaus, the King, read by Greg Giordano.
Analytikos, the King's Librarian, read by Alan Mapstone.
Paris, a Shepherd, read by Robert Becours.
Stage directions read by Todd. Scene is that archaeological mystery, a Greek interior. A door on the right leads to the king's library, one on the left to the apartments of the queen. Back right is the main entrance leading to the palace. Next this, running the full length of the wall, is a window with a platform, built out over the main court. Beyond is a view of hills bright with lemon groves, and in the far distance shimmers the sea. On the wall near the Queen's room hangs an old shield, rusty with disuse. A bust of Zeus stands on a pedestal against the right wall. There are low coffers about the room from which hang the ends of vivid-colored robes. The scene is bathed in intense sunlight. Tsumu is massaging the Queen.
There's no doubt about it.
Analyticos says there is much doubt about all things.
Never mind what he says. I envy you your complexion.
Tsumu, falling prostrate before Helena.
Whom the Queen envies should beware.
Helena, annoyed.
Get up, Sumu. You make me nervous tumbling about like that.
Tsumu, still on the floor.
Why does the great Queen envy Sumu?
Get up, you silly.
She kicks her.
I envy you because you can run about and never worry about getting sunburned.
Tsumu, on her knees.
The radiant beauty of the Queen is unspoilable.
That's just what's worrying me, Sumo. When beauty is so perfect, the slightest jar may mean a jolt.
She goes over and looks at her reflection in the shield.
I can't see myself as well as I would like to. The king's shield is tarnished. Menelaus has been too long out of battle.
Tsumu, handing her a hand mirror.
The gods will keep Sparta free from strife.
I'll have you beaten if you assume that prophetic tone with me. There's one thing I can't stand, and that's a know-all.
Flinging the hand mirror to the floor. Tsumu, in alarm.
Gods grant you haven't bent it.
These little mirrors are useless. His shield is the only thing in which I can see myself full length. If he only went to war, he'd have to have it cleaned.
Tsumu, putting the mirror on a table near the Queen.
The king is a lover of peace.
The king is a lover of comfort. Have you noticed that he spends more time than he used to in the library?
He is busy with questions of state.
You know perfectly well that when anything's the matter with the government, it's always straightened out at the other end of the palace. Finish my shoulder.
She examines her arm.
I doubt if there is a finer skin than this in Sparta.
Tsumu begins to massage the Queen's shoulder. Helena, taking up a mirror.
That touch of deep carmine right here in the center of my lips was quite an idea.
Tsumu, busily pounding the Queen.
An inspiration of the gods.
The gods have nothing to do with it. I copied it from a low woman I saw at the circus. I can't understand how these bad women have such good ideas.
Helena twists about.
If your majesty doesn't sit still, I may pinch you.
Helena, boxing her ears.
None of your tricks, you ebony fiend.
Tsumu, crouching.
Descendant of paradise, forgive me.
If you bruise my perfect flesh, the king will kill you. My beauty is his religion. He can sit for hours, as if at prayer, just examining the arch of my foot. Sumu, you may kiss my foot.
Tsumu, prostrate.
May the gods make me worthy of your kindness.
That's enough. Sumu, are you married?
Tsumu, getting up.
I've been so busy having babies, I never had time to get married.
It's a great disillusionment.
Tsumu, aghast.
What?
I'm not complaining. Mumu is the best of husbands, but sometimes Being adored too much is trying.
She sighs deeply.
I think I'll wear my heliotrope this afternoon.
A trumpet sounds below in the courtyard. Tsumu goes to the window.
They are changing the guards at the gates of the palace. It's almost time for your bath.
She begins scraping the massage ointment back into the box.
You're as careful with that ointment as Mumu is with me.
Precious things need precious guarding.
It's very short-sighted on Mumu's part to send everybody to the galleys who dares lift a head when I pass by. And all those nice-looking soldiers. Why, the only men I ever see besides Mumu are Analycticos and a lot of useless eunuchs.
Oh, those eunuchs.
Helena, as she sits dreaming.
I wish.
She stops short.
You have to speak your desire to the king.
Helena, shocked.
Sumu, how can you think of such a thing? I'm not a bad woman.
He would die for you.
Helena, relieved.
Ah, do you think so, Sumu?
All Sparta knows that His Majesty is a lover of peace, and yet he would rush into battle to save you.
I should love to have men fighting for me.
Tsumu, in high alarm.
May Zeus turn a deaf ear to your voice.
Don't be impertinent, Sumo. I've got to have some sort of amusement.
You've only to wait until next week, and you can see another of the priestesses sacrificed to Diana.
That doesn't interest me any longer. The girls are positively beginning to like it. No, my mind is set on war.
Tsumu, terrified.
I have 5 fathers of my children to lose.
War, or...
Tsumu, hopefully.
Have I been so long your slave that I no longer know your wish?
Helena, very simply.
Well, I should like to have a lover.
Tsumu springs up and rushes over in horror to draw the curtains across the door to the library, all of a tremble.
God's grant they didn't hear you.
Don't be alarmed, Sumu. Analycticos is over 80.
She bursts into a loud peal of laughter, and Menelaus rushes into the room. Menelaus, in high irritation.
I wish you wouldn't make so much noise in here. A king might at least expect quiet in his own palace.
Sumu, see if my bath is ready.
Tsumu exits.
You used not speak like that to me, Mumu.
Menelaus, in a temper.
How many times must I tell you that my name is Menelaus, and that it isn't Moo-Moo?
Helena, sweetly.
I'll never do it again, Mumu.
She giggles.
Your laugh gets on my nerves. It's louder than it used to be.
If you wish it, I'll never laugh again.
You've promised that too often.
Helena, sadly.
Things are not as they used to be.
Are you going to start that again?
Helena, with a tinge of melancholy.
I suppose you'd like me to be still and sad.
Menelaus, bitterly.
Is it too much to hope that you might be still and happy?
Helena, speaking very quickly and tragically.
Don't treat me cruelly, Mumu. You don't understand me. No man ever really understands a woman. There are terrible depths to my nature. I had a long talk with Dr. Asclepius only last week, and he told me I'm too introspective. It's the curse of us emotional women. I'm really quite worried, but much you care. much you care.
A note of tears comes into her voice.
I'm sure you don't love me anymore, Moo. No, don't answer me. If you did, you couldn't speak to me the way you do. I've never wronged you in deed or in thought. No, never. I've given up my hopes and aspirations because I knew you wanted me around you. And now...
She can contain the tears no longer.
Because I have neglected my beauty, and because I am old and ugly, you regret that Ulysses or Agamemnon didn't marry me when you all wanted me, and I know you cursed the day you ever saw me.
She is breathless. Menelaus, fuming.
Well, have you done?
No, I could say a great deal more, but I'm not a talkative woman.
Analyticus comes in from the library.
Your Majesty, are we to read no longer today?
I have something to say to the king.
Analyticus goes toward the library. Menelaus anxiously stops him.
No, stay here. You are a wise man, and will understand the wisdom of the queen.
Analyticus, bowing to Helena.
Helena is wise as she is beautiful.
She is attempting to prove to me, in 1,000 words, that she's a silent woman.
Women are seldom silent.
Helena resents this.
Their beauty is forever speaking for them.
The years have indeed taught you wisdom.
Tsumu enters.
The almond water awaits your majesty.
I hope you haven't forgotten the chiropodist.
He has been commanded, but he is always late. He's so busy.
Helena, in a purring tone to Menelaus.
Moo.
Menelaus, bored, turns away. Helena to Tsumu.
I think, after all, I'll wear my Sicily blue.
She and Tsumu go into the queen's apartment.
Shall we go back to the library?
My mind is unhinged again. That woman with her endless protestations.
I am sorry the poets no longer divert you.
A little poetry is always too much.
Tomorrow we will try the historians.
No, not the historians. I want the truth for a change.
The truth?
Where in books can I find escape from the grim reality of being hitched for life to such a wife? Bah!
Philosophy teaches.
Why have the gods made woman necessary to man, and made them fools?
For 70 years I have been resolving the problem of woman, and even at my age...
Give it up, old man. The answer is don't.
Such endless variety, and yet...
Menelaus, with the conviction of finality.
There are only 2 sorts of women, those who are failures and those who realize it.
Is not Penelope, the model wife of your cousin Ulysses, an exception?
Duty is the refuge of the unbeautiful. She is as commonplace as she is ugly.
And then, with deep bitterness,
why didn't he marry Helen when we all wanted her? He was too wise for that. He's the only man I've ever known who seems able to direct destiny.
You should not blame the gods for a lack of will.
Menelaus, shouting.
Will? Heaven knows I do not lack the will to rid myself of this painted puppet. But where is the instrument ready to do my hand?
At this moment, a shepherd, of Apollonian beauty, leaps across the rail of the balcony and bounds into the room. Menelaus and Analyticus start back in amazement.
Who are you?
An adventurer.
Then you have reached the end of your story. In a moment you will die.
I have no faith in prophets.
The soldiers of the king will give you faith. Don't you know that it means death for any man to enter the apartments of the queen?
Paris, looking from one to the other.
Oh, so you're a couple of eunuchs.
Though nearly 80, this is too much for Analyticus to bear. He rushes to call the guards, but Menelaus stops him. Paris, to Analyticus.
Thanks.
You thank me for telling you your doom?
No, for convincing me that I'm where I want to be. It's taken me a long while, but I knew I'd get here.
And then, very intimately, to Menelaus.
Where's the queen?
Where do you come from?
From the hills. I had come down into the marketplace to sell my sheep. I had my hood filled with apples. They were golden red, like 1,000 sunsets.
Menelaus, annoyed.
You might skip those bucolic details.
At the fair, I met 3 ancient gypsies.
What have they to do with you coming here?
You don't seem very patient. Can't I tell my story my own way? They asked me for the apple I was eating, and I asked them what they'd give for it.
I am not interested in market quotations.
You take everything so literally. I'm sure you're easily bored.
Menelaus, with meaning.
I am.
Paris, going on cheerfully.
The first was to give me all the money she could beg, and the second was to tell me all the truth she could learn by listening, and the third promised me a pretty girl. So I chose.
He hesitates.
You cannot escape by spinning out your tale.
Death is the end of one story and the beginning of another.
Well, come to the point. Which did you choose?
Paris, smiling.
Well, you see, I'd been in the hills for a long while, so I picked the girl.
It would have been better for you if you had chosen wisdom.
I knew you'd say that.
I have spoken truly. In a moment you will die.
It is because the old have forgotten life that they preach wisdom.
So you chose the girl? Well, go on.
This made the other cronies angry, and when I tossed her the apple, one of the others yelped at me. You may as well seek the Queen of Sparta. She is the fairest of women. And as I turned away, I heard their laughter. But the words had set my heart aflame. And though it costs me my life, I'll follow the adventure.
Analyticus, scandalized.
Haven't we heard enough of this?
Menelaus, deeply.
No, I want to hear how the story ends. It may amuse the king.
He makes a sign to Analyticus.
And on the ship at night, I looked long at the stars and dreamed of possessing Ellen.
Analyticus makes an involuntary movement toward the balcony, but Menelaus stops him.
And desire has been my guiding Mercury. The fates are with me, and here I am.
The wrath of the king will show you no mercy.
Paris, nonchalantly.
I am not afraid of the king. He's fat and a fool.
Shall I call the guards?
Menelaus stops him. Menelaus, very significantly.
So you would give your life for a glimpse of the queen?
Paris, swiftly.
Yes, My immortal soul, and if the fables tell the truth, oh, the sight will be worth the forfeit.
Menelaus, suddenly jumping up.
It shall be as you wish.
Paris, buoyantly.
Oh, Venus has smiled on me.
In there, beyond the library, you will find a room with a bath. Wait there till I call you.
Oh, is this some trick to catch me?
A Spartan cannot lie.
And what will happen to you if the king hears of this?
I will answer for the king. Go.
Paris exits into the library. Analyticus, rubbing his hands.
Shall I order the boiling oil?
Menelaus, surprised.
Oil?
Now that he is being cleaned for the sacrifice?
His torture will be greater than being boiled alive.
Analyticus, eagerly.
You'll have him hurled from the walls of the palace to a forest of waiting spears below?
None is so blind as he who sees too much.
Your Majesty is subtle in his cruelty.
Haven't the years taught you the cheapness of revenge?
Analyticus, mystified.
You do not intend to alter destiny?
Never before has destiny been so clear to me.
Then the boy must die.
Menelaus, with slow determination.
No, he has been sent by the gods to save me.
Your Majesty?
He is trembling with apprehension. Menelaus, with unbudgeable conviction.
Helena must elope with him.
Analyticus, falling into a seat.
Ye gods!
Menelaus, quickly.
I couldn't divorce the queen. That would set a bad example.
Yes, very.
I couldn't desert her. That would be beneath my honor.
Analyticus, deeply.
Was there no other way?
Menelaus, pompously.
The king can do no wrong. And besides, I hate the smell of blood. Are you a prophet as well as a scholar? Will she go?
Tonight I will read the stars.
Menelaus, meaningfully.
By tonight, I'll not need you to tell me.
Analyticus sits deep in thought.
Well?
Ethics cite no precedent.
Do you mean to say I'm not justified?
Analyticus, cogitating.
Who can establish the punctilious ratio between necessity and desire?
Menelaus, beginning to fume.
There is no time for language. Just put yourself in my place.
Being you, how can I judge as I?
Menelaus, losing control.
May you choke on your dialectics. Zeus himself could have stood it no longer.
Have you given her soul a chance to grow?
Her soul, indeed. It's shut in her rouge pot.
He has been strutting about. Suddenly he sits down, crushing a roll of papyrus. He takes it up, and in utter disgust reads,
The perfect hip, its development and permanence. Bah!
He flings it to the floor.
I've done what I had to do, and gods grant the bait may be sweet enough to catch the queen.
If you had diverted yourself with a war or two, you might have forgotten your troubles at home.
Menelaus, frightened.
I detest dissension of any kind. My dream was perpetual peace and comfortable domesticity with a womanly woman to warm my sandals.
Is not the queen...
No, the whole world is but her mirror, and I'm expected to face that woman every morning at breakfast for the rest of my life. And by Venus, that's more than even a king can bear.
Even a king cannot alter destiny. I warn you, whom the gods have joined together.
Menelaus in an outburst.
Is for man to break asunder?
Analyticus, deeply shocked.
You talk like an atheist.
I never allow religion to interfere with life. Go call the victim and see that he be left alone with the queen.
Menelaus exits, and Analyticus goes over to the door of the library and summons Paris, who enters clad in a gorgeous robe.
I found this in here. It looks rather well, doesn't it? Oh, so you're alone. I suppose that stupid friend of yours has gone to tell the king. When do I see the queen?
At once.
He goes to the door of the queen's apartment and claps his hand. Tsumu enters, and at the sight of her, Paris recoils the full length of the room.
I thought the queen was a blonde, but...
Tell her majesty a stranger awaits her here.
Tsumu exits, her eyes wide on Paris.
You should thank the gods for this moment.
Paris, his eyes on the door.
You do it for me, please. I can never remember all their names.
Helena enters, clad in her Sicily blue, crowned with a garland of golden flowers. She and Paris stand riveted, looking at each other. Their attitude might be described as fatalistic. Analyticus watches them for a moment, and then, with hands and head lifted to heaven, he goes into the library. Paris, quivering with emotion.
I have the most strange sensation of having seen you before. Something I can't explain.
Helena, quite practically.
Please don't bother about all sorts of fine distinctions. Under the influence of Analyticos and my husband, life has become a mess of indecision. I'm a simple, direct woman, and I expect you to say just what you think.
Do you? Very well, then.
He comes a step nearer to her.
Fate is impelling me toward you.
Yes, that's much better. So, you're a fatalist. It's very Greek. I don't see what our dramatists would do without it.
In my country there are no dramatists. We are too busy with reality.
Your people must be uncivilized barbarians.
My people are genuine people. There is but one thing we worship.
Don't tell me it's money.
It's...
Analyticos says if there weren't any money, there wouldn't be any of those ridiculous socialists.
It isn't money. It's sincerity.
I, too, believe in sincerity. It's the loveliest thing in the world.
And the most dangerous.
The truth is never dangerous.
Except when told, huh?
Helena, making room on the couch for him to sit next to her.
You mustn't say wicked things to me.
Oh, can your theories survive a test?
Helena, beautifully.
Truth is eternal and survives all tests.
No. Perhaps, after all, your soul is not ready for the supremest heights.
Do you mean to say I'm not religious? Religion teaches the meaning of love.
Has it taught you to love your husband?
Helena, starting up and immediately sitting down again.
How dare you speak to me like that?
You see, I was right.
He goes toward the balcony. Helena, stopping him.
Whatever made you think so?
I heard people talk of the king. You could never love a man like that.
Helena, beautifully.
A woman's first duty is to love her husband.
Oh, there is a higher right than duty.
Helena, with conviction.
Right is right.
Paris, with admiration.
And the world has libeled you.
Me? The queen?
You are as wise as you are beautiful.
Helena, smiling coyly.
Why, you hardly know me.
I know you. I better than all men.
You?
Paris, rapturously.
Human law has given you to Menelaus, but divine law makes you mine.
Helena, in amazement.
What?
See, I alone appreciate your beauty. I alone can reach your soul.
Ah!
And you hate your husband.
Helena, drawing back.
Why do you look at me like that?
To see if there's one woman in the world who dares tell the truth.
My husband doesn't understand me.
Paris, with conviction.
I knew you detested him.
He never listens to my aspirations.
Egoist.
Helena, assuming an irresistible pose.
I'm tired of being only lovely. He doesn't realize the meaning of spiritual intercourse, of soul communion.
Fool!
You dare call Mumu a fool?
Has he not been too blind to see that your soul outshines your beauty?
Then, very dramatically.
You're stifling.
Helena, clearing her throat.
He has made you sit upon your wings.
Helena, jumping up, shifts her position.
You are groping in the darkness.
Don't be silly. It's very light in here.
Paris, undisturbed.
You are stumbling, and I have come to lead you.
He steps toward her.
Stop right there.
Paris stops.
No man but the king can come within 10 feet of me. It's a court tradition.
Necessity knows no tradition.
He falls on his knees before her.
I shall come close to you, though the flame of your beauty consume me.
You'd better be careful what you say to me. Remember, I'm the queen.
No man weighs his words who has but a moment to live.
You said that exactly like an actor.
He leans very close to her.
What are you doing now?
I am looking into you. You are the clear glass in which I read the secret of the universe.
The secret of the universe. Ah, perhaps you could understand me.
Well, first you must understand yourself.
Helena, instinctively taking up a mirror.
How?
You must break with all this prose.
With an unconscious gesture, he sweeps a tray of toilet articles from the table. Helena emits a little shriek.
The ointment!
Paris, rushing to the window and pointing to the distance.
And climb to infinite poissé.
Helena, catching his enthusiasm, says very blandly.
There's nothing in the world like poetry.
Paris, lyrically.
Have you ever heard the poignant breathing of the stars?
No, I don't believe in astrology.
Have you ever smelt the powdery mists of the sun?
I should sneeze myself to death.
Have you ever listened to the sapphire soul of the sea?
Has the sea a soul? But please don't stop talking. You do it so beautifully.
Deeds are sweeter than words. Shall we go hand in hand? To meet eternity.
Helena, not comprehending him.
That's very pretty. Say it again.
Paris, passionately.
There's but a moment of life left me. I shall stifle it in ecstasy. Helena, Helena, I adore you.
Helena, jumping up in high surprise.
You're not making love to me, you naughty boy.
Helena,
You've spoken to me so little, and already you dare to do that?
Paris, impetuously.
I am a lover of life, I skipped the inessentials.
Remember who I am.
Oh, I have not forgotten. Daughter of heaven.
Suddenly he leaps to his feet.
Listen.
Shh! That's the king, and Analyticos in the library.
No. Don't you hear the flutter of wings?
Wings?
Paris, ecstatically.
Venus, mother of love.
Helena, alarmed.
What is it?
Oh, she has sent her messenger. I hear the patter of little feet.
Those little feet are the soldiers below in the courtyard.
A trumpet sounds. Paris, the truth of the situation breaking through his emotion.
So in a moment I shall be killed.
Killed?
Save me, and save yourself.
Myself?
I shall rescue you and lead you on to life.
No one has ever spoken to me like that before.
Oh, this is the first time your ears have heard the truth.
Was it of you I've been dreaming?
Your dream was but unrealized desire.
Menelaus has never made me feel like this.
And then, with a sudden shriek,
Oh, I'm a wicked woman.
No.
For years, I've been living with a man I didn't love.
Yes.
I'm lost.
Paris, at a loss.
No. Yes. Yes. No.
It was a profanation of the most holy.
The holiest awaits you, Helena. Our love will lighten the Plutonian realms.
Menelaus never spoke to me like that.
'Tis but the first whisper of my adoration.
I can't face him every morning at breakfast for the rest of my life. That's even more than a queen can bear.
I am waiting to release you.
I've stood it for 7 years.
I have been coming to you since the beginning of time.
There is something urging me to go with you, something I do not understand.
Now quick, there is but a moment left us.
He takes her rapturously in his arms. There is a passionate embrace in the midst of which Tsumu enters.
The chiropodist has come.
Bring me my outer garment and my purse.
Tsumu exits, her eyes wide on Paris.
Helena!
Helena looks about her and takes up the papyrus that Menelaus has flung to the floor.
A last word to the king.
She looks at the papyrus.
No, this won't do. I shall have to take this with me.
What is it?
Maskanda's discourse on the hip.
A trumpet sounds below in the courtyard. Paris, excitedly.
Oh, leave it, or your hip may cost me my head. We haven't a minute to spare. Hurry!
Helena takes up an eyebrow pencil and writes on the back of the papyrus. She looks for a place to put it, and seeing the shield, she smears it with some of the ointment and sticks the papyrus to it. Paris, watching her in ecstasy.
Oh, you are the fairest of all fair women, and your name will blaze as a symbol throughout eternity.
Tsumu enters with the purse and the queen's outer robe. Helena, tossing the purse to Paris.
Here, we may need this.
Paris, throwing it back to Tsumu.
This, for your silence, daughter of darkness. A prince has no need of purses.
Tsumu, looking at him.
A prince.
Helena, gloriously.
My prince of poetry. My deliverer.
Paris, divinely.
My queen of love.
They go out, Tsumu looking after them in speechless amazement. Suddenly she sees the papyrus on the shield, runs over and reads it, and then rushes to the door of the library. Tsumu, calling.
Analyticos.
She hides the purse in her bosom. Analyticus enters, scroll in hand.
Has the queen summoned me?
Tsumu, mysteriously.
A terrible thing has happened.
What's the matter?
Where's the king?
In the library.
I have news more precious than the gold of Midas.
Analyticus, giving her a purse.
Well, what is it?
Tsumu, speaking very dramatically and watching the effect of her words.
The queen has deserted Menelaus.
Analyticus, receiving the shock philosophically.
Swift are the ways of nature. The gods have smiled upon him.
The gods have forsaken the king to smile upon a prince.
What?
He was a prince.
Analyticus, apprehensively.
Why do you say that?
Tsumu, clutching her bosom.
I have a good reason to know.
There is a sound of voices below in the courtyard. Menelaus rushes in expectantly. Tsumu falls prostrate before him.
Oh, king, in thy bottomless agony blame not a blameless negress. The queen has fled.
Menelaus, in his delight, forgetting himself and flinging her a purse.
Is it true?
Woe is me.
Menelaus, storming.
Out of my sight, you eyeless Argus.
Analyticus, to Tsumu.
Quick, send a messenger. Find out who he was.
Tsumu sticks the third purse in her bosom and runs out. Menelaus, with radiant happiness, kneeling before the bust of Zeus.
Ye gods, I thank ye. Peace and a happy life at last.
The shouts in the courtyard grow louder.
The news has spread through the palace.
Menelaus, in trepidation, springing up.
No one would dare stop the progress of the queen.
Tsumu rushes in and prostrates herself before the king.
Woe is me, they have gone by road to the harbor.
Menelaus, anxiously.
Yes, yes.
By the king's order, no man has dared to gaze upon her majesty. They all fell prostrate before her.
Good.
Attempting to cover his delight.
Go, you garrulous dog.
Tsumu gets up and points to shield. Analyticus and the king look toward it. Analyticus tears off the papyrus and brings it to Menelaus. Tsumu, watching them, exits. Menelaus, reading.
I am not a bad woman. I did what I had to do. How Greek to blame fate for what one wants to do.
Tsumu again comes tumbling in. Tsumu, again prostrate before the king.
A rumor flies through the city. He...
Analyticus, anxiously.
Well?
He...
Menelaus, furiously to Analyticus.
Rid me of this croaking raven.
Evil has fallen on Sparta. He...
Yes.
Menelaus, in a rage.
Out of my sight, perfidious Nubian.
Sounds of confusion in the courtyard. Suddenly, she springs to her feet and yells at the top of her voice.
He was Paris, Prince of Troy.
They all start back. Analyticus stumbles into a seat. Menelaus turns pale. Tsumu leers like a black nemesis. Analyticus, very ominously.
Who can read the secret of the fates?
Menelaus, frightened.
What do you mean?
He is the son of Priam, king of Troy.
Tsumu, adding fuel.
And of Hecuba, queen of the Trojans.
She rushes out to spread the news.
That makes the matter international.
Menelaus, quickly.
But we have treaties with Troy.
Circumstances alter treaties. They will mean nothing.
Nothing?
No more than a scrap of papyrus. Sparta will fight to regain her queen.
But I don't want her back.
Can you tell that to Sparta? Remember, the king can do no wrong. Last night I dreamed of war.
No, don't say that. After the scandal, I can't be expected to fight to get her back.
Sparta will see with the eyes of chivalry.
Menelaus, fuming.
But I don't believe in war.
Analyticus, still obdurate.
Have you forgotten the oath pledged of old with Ulysses and Agamemnon? They have sworn, if ever the time came, to fight and defend the queen.
Menelaus, bitterly.
I didn't think of the Triple Alliance.
Can Sparta ask less of her king?
Let's hear the other side. We can perhaps arbitrate. Peace at any price.
Some bargains are too cheap.
Menelaus, hopelessly.
But I am a pacifist.
You are Menelaus of Sparta, and Sparta's a nation of soldiers.
Menelaus, desperately.
I am too proud to fight.
Here, put on your shield.
A great clamor comes up from the courtyard. Analyticus steps out on the balcony and is greeted with shouts of, "The king! The king!" Addressing the crowd,
People of Sparta, this calamity has been forced upon us.
Menelaus winces.
We are a peaceful people, but thanks to our unparalleled efficiency, the military system of Sparta is the most powerful in all Greece, and we can mobilize in half an hour.
Loud acclaims from the people. Menelaus, the papyrus still in hand, crawls over and attempts to stop Analyticus. Analyticus, not noticing him.
In the midst of connubial and communal peace, the thunderbolt has fallen on the king.
Menelaus tugs at Analyticus's robe.
Broken in spirit as he is already pawing the ground like a battle steed. Never will we lay down our arms. We and Jupiter.
Cheers.
Never until the queen is restored to Menelaus. Never, even if it takes 10 years.
Menelaus squirms. A loud cheer.
Even now the king is buckling on his shield.
More cheers. Analyticus steps further forward, and then, with bursting eloquence,
One hate we have, and one alone.
Yells from below.
Hate by water and hate by land. Hate of the head and hate of the hand. Hate of Paris and hate of Troy, that has broken the queen for a moment's toy.
The yells grow fiercer.
Zeus's thunder will shatter the Trojan throne. We have one hate and one alone.
Menelaus sits on the floor, dejectedly looking at the papyrus. A thunder of voices from the people.
We have one hate and one alone. Troy! Troy!
Helmets and swords are thrown in the air. The cheers grow tumultuous, trumpets are blown, and the curtain falls. End of Helena's Husband by Philip Molière.
Пьеса 8 17-й коллекции одноактовых пьес «Самоубийца» Аркадия Тимофеевича Аверченко. Эта запись сделана для проекта LibriVox. Все записи LibriVox находятся в общественном достоянии. Для справок, а также для участия в проекте, пожалуйста, посетите сетевую страницу LibriVox.org. «Самоубийца» – комедия в одном действии. Действующие лица.
Белевич. Самоубийца. Читает Солоха Анастасия.
Инженер Берегов. Его приятель. Очень умный человек. Читает Анна Пономаренко.
Лиза. Горничная Белевича. Читает Соня.
Сценические ремарки читает Казбек. Действие происходит ночью в кабинете Белевича. Белевич один разговаривает по телефону. Явление первое.
Итак, Вы говорите, что все между нами кончено? Что? А вы помните, что я вам сказал? Что когда вы уйдете от меня, я умру? Что? Как? От чего? Неужели вы думаете, что я хоть один день могу прожить без вас?
Страстно.
Без тебя, моя милая, моя единственная, как теплое солнышко на небе. Ну, скажите, почему вы так странно уходите от меня? Даже не зашли? Разве можно об этом так сухо сообщать по телефону? Ну, скажите, что же случилось? Вы разлюбили меня? Что? Полюбили другого?
Яростно.
О, черт! Ну и прощайте! Довольно мне этого. Больше вы обо мне не услышите.
Бросает трубку. Нервно ходит по комнате, ероша волосы. Останавливается лицом к публике, нахмурившись. На лице мучительное выражение внутренней борьбы. Подходит к письменному столу, выдвигает ящик, вынимает револьвер. Садится в кресло, прикладывает револьвер к виску. Явление второе. Горничная Лиза. Лиза, быстро войдя, видит револьвер у виска Белевича, бросается к нему, хватает револьвер, недолгая решительная борьба. Она отнимает у него револьвер.
Что вы это, барин, что? Опомнитесь.
Отдай! Ты не имеешь права. Это не твое дело.
Барин, голубчик, да что вы это? Грех-то какой? Нет, не допущу я до этого. Из чего вы, право?
Отдай мне револьвер, слышишь?
Лиза, плача.
Убейте вы меня, на кусочки и разрежьте. Не отдам. Ничто возможно такое. Так его заброшу, что вы до самой смерти не найдете.
Плача уходит. Белевич один. Белевич садится у стола, положив голову на руки. После паузы медленно поднимает голову, снимает телефонную трубку.
Алло, центральная? Дайте 2709. Да. Благодарю вас. Это квартира инженера Берегова? Простите, голубчик, что разбудил? Да сам знаю, что в час ночи никто не звонит. Да. Дело, знаете, подошло такое. Ради бога, не браните меня. Вот что. Вы можете сейчас же, сию минуту, прийти ко мне? Можете особо не одеваться, я один. Умоляю, дело идет о жизни человека. Придете? Ну, спасибо. Тут ведь недалеко, всего 2 квартала.
Вешает трубку, сидит понурившись. Потом снова снимает трубку, бросает ее. После некоторой борьбы снова снимает, звонит.
Дайте мне, пожалуйста, 1718. А? Барышня, дайте длинный звонок, там могут спать. Спасибо.
Слушает.
А это квартира Лидии Михайловны? Попросите ее к телефону. Что? Уехала? Куда уехала? Я ведь только сейчас с ней разговаривал. Уехала? С кем? С Тамариным? Слушайте, Паша, когда она со мной разговаривала давеча, он был у вас или нет? Что? Был? Тоже сидел около телефона?
Опускает трубку.
Боже мой! Какой позор! Какая подлость! Ну что ж, конец, так конец.
Снова прикладывает трубку к уху.
Слушайте, Паша! Алло? Паша! Вы у телефона? Ушла. Ну, да все равно. Один черт.
Явление третье. Входит Лиза. Лиза, плача.
Там я, барин. Постель вам приготовила. Ужи,
Всхлипывая.
ночь будете. Я бы и вина подала.
Отстань ты от меня со своим ужином. Вот еще толстокожее животное.
У меня и
Плача.
вареники есть. И котлеты.
Отдай их черту в зубы.
Может, котлеты не любите? Я бы яичницу или всмятку.
Сапоги ты мне сделай всмятку. Проваливай.
Звонок.
Пойди и открой. Это Берегов.
Лиза убегает направо. Белевич уходит налево. Сцена пуста. Берегов входит растрепанный, без воротника. За ним Лиза. Лиза, плача.
Да что же это такое будет, барин? Хоть бы вы его урезонили. Нечто можно среди белого дня человеку стреляться на ночь глядя.
Хорошо, хорошо. Ступай. Позови своего барина. Скажи, я пришел.
Лиза уходит. Явление четвертое. Белевич входит один.
Берегов! Здравствуйте! Когда вы узнаете, зачем я вас звал, вы перестанете пенять на меня, что я вас поднял среди ночи. Садитесь. Курить хотите? Вот папиросы, спички, вино. Пейте, курите и слушайте.
Берегов закуривает, наливает вина в стакан, усаживается поудобнее.
Я готов. Слушаю.
Белевич после паузы.
Берегов, вы знаете, зачем я позвал вас ночью к себе? Потому что вы человек без предрассудков.
Берегов спокойно.
Это верно.
И вы серьезно можете отнестись к тому, что вам скажут.
И это верно.
И вы не будете хныкать и плакать, а примете всякое известие как мужчина.
И это верно.
Белевич, наклоняясь к нему.
Ну так вот, мой милый, спокойный, рассудительный Берегов, я решил умереть. Вы, кажется, сказали Это что, возражение?
О нет, что вы. Это просто громкое выражение тихого размышления.
А каким образом вы размышляете?
Думаю я сейчас так. Вот человек, который, очевидно, твердо решил покончить все счеты с жизнью. Отговаривать его от этого было бы смешно, глупо и бесполезно.
Белевич, схватывая его за руку.
О, Берегов, как вы все понимаете и как с вами легко. Вы сразу почуяли всю железную решимость мою, всю непреклонность. Я категоричен. Понимаете ли вы это?
Ну еще бы, это сразу видно. Теперь выкладывайте поскорее, что вам нужно от меня.
Помните, вы говорили мне, что у вас есть яд, купленный вами у спившегося фармацевта, и будто яд этот убивает быстро и без боли.
Есть, верно.
И вы могли бы дать мне его?
Да, отчего же?
Вы истинный друг Берегов.
Ну-с, дальше.
Можете завтра утром прислать.
Могу. Теперь все? Так я пойду спать.
Сладко потягивается, зевает.
А то меня на самом хорошем сне разбудили. Значит, все?
Встает.
Все. Но вы все-таки удивительный человек, поразительный. Другой попытался уговорить, просил бы, хныкал.
Берегов, беря руками голову Белевича, смотрит ему прямо в глаза.
А может быть, вы в глубине души хотели, чтобы я вас отговорил, а?
Боже, сохрани вас, Берегов! Что решено, то решено. Поглядите в мои глаза. Видите? Можно отговорить такого человека.
Нет, не стоит и пытаться.
Спасибо, Берегов. Ах, как с вами легко.
Берегов, прохаживаясь, останавливается перед картиной на стене.
А чудесная у вас эта картина. Куин же?
Да, я ее очень любил.
Берегов снимает картину с гвоздя.
Надо будет захватить домой, когда пойду.
Как? Захватить?
Да так, возьму. Ведь у вас наследников нет?
Белевич с горькой улыбкой.
Нет, вымороченное наследство.
Ну вот я и возьму. Можно?
Берите.
Грустно.
На что она мне, если завтра утром я уже буду куском мертвого мяса?
Конечно. Я и письменный прибор возьму. Хотя у меня комнатка не ахти какая, а все-таки прибор пусть себе красуется. Это яшма?
Белевич со вздохом.
Яшма.
Возьму.
Прохаживаясь, открывает ящик сигар.
Хорошие сигары. А позвольте их. Я возьму всю коробку, а вам до утра оставлю 5 штук. Хватит? До утра. Понимаете? Хватит?
С избытком хватит.
Очень мило. Кстати, уж и портсигар возьму. Благо монограммы наши сходятся. Вы Белевич, я Берегов.
Позвольте, портсигар этот для меня память.
Ну так что ж, в гроб же с собой не положите.
Так-то оно так.
Нерешительно.
Это ведь золотой портсигар. Он дорогой.
Ага, гарно, как говорят хохлы.
Пауза.
Яд как думаете принять? Лежа в постели или так, сидя за столом?
Белевич нервно.
Бог знает, какие вы вопросы задаете, будто вам не все равно.
Да, действительно. К чему это я спросил? Так просто язык повернулся. А вы знаете, как его принимать?
Кого?
Яд.
Нет. А разве есть особый способ?
Да. Наименьше мучений, видите ли, надо разбавить на 2/3 водой и выпить залпом.
весело хлопнув его по плечу.
Сейчас же свалитесь, как подкошенный.
Белевич иронически.
Спасибо.
Не стоит.
Белевич нервно.
Может, поговорим о чем-нибудь другом?
Неужели вам так неприятно? А по-моему, если уж решили, так все равно.
Насвистывая, прохаживается, потом подходит к Белевичу, спокойно запускает ему руку в боковой карман. Белевич испуганно.
Что вы это?
А? Да деньги. Хочу поглядеть, много ли у вас денег.
Какой вы странный. Для чего вам это?
Взять и хочу.
Белевич нервно.
Так не сейчас же, Господи!
Берегов спокойно.
Вы нервничаете. Это плохо. Почему не сейчас? Ведь вам до завтра ничего не понадобится. Сколько здесь их? 3000? Смачно, как говорят хохлы. Кольцо дайте тоже. Все равно завтра сторож анатомического театра свистнет. Лучше уж мне. Все-таки я приятель.
Снимает с пальца кольцо.
Приятель. Да. Послушайте, Берегов, меня немного удивляет ваше хладнокровие и простота, с которой вы...
Ну вот, где же тут справедливость, люди добрые? Давеча сам же восхищался, что я человек без предрассудков. А теперь ему 3000 жалко.
Мне не жалко, а только неприятно.
Ну хорошо, не буду. О чем же с вами говорить? Вот на будущей неделе премьера в опере. Ведь вам это уже не интересно.
Почему не интересно?
Да ведь завтра утром скопуститесь, как говорят хохлы. Чего же вам?
Вы циник, Берегов.
Не был бы циником, не получили бы вы от меня яду. А то ведь я какой человек? Дай. На. Вот я какой человек.
Да довольно вам об этом яде.
Спокойно. Не надо нервничать. Пожалуйста, поговорим о другом. Хорошая у вас квартирка. Сколько платите?
300.
По третям?
Да не все ли равно? По полугодиям.
Давно платили?
Что? В прошлом месяце. Я вперед плачу.
Белевич, идея. Ведь я несчастный, сирый бобыль, могу устроиться как князь. Передайте мне контракт, я поселюсь в этой квартире.
Белевич кисло.
Пожалуйста.
Вот спасибо. Чудесно заживу. Да.
Прохаживается, что-то прикидывая в уме.
Столовую я так и оставлю. А кабинет? Этот диван я передвину сюда. Позвольте-ка.
Деликатно стаскивает Белевича с дивана, передвигает диван. Белевич переходит на ковер.
Этот ковер лучше ляжет здесь. Вот так.
Бесцеремонно переводит Белевича с ковра к тумбе.
Тумбе, по-моему, место не там, а здесь. Эти подушки сюда.
Белевич ошеломленный.
Вы и с обстановкой хотите взять мою квартиру?
Ну а как же? Ведь не всунуть же ее вам в гроб.
Восторженно.
Это что же у меня за жизнь будет? Вон у вас и библиотека такая, что сердце радуется. До 1000 книг будет?
Белевич мрачно.
Да, 1500 наберется.
Чудесно. Буду валяться на атаманке, читать Дюма или там Чехова, что ли, подтягивать винцо. Да, кстати, у вас винный погреб в порядке?
Белевич неохотно.
Шампанского мало, а так красного, Мадеры старой, венгерского бутылок 800 наберется. Думаю, на днях еще ликеров прикупать.
То есть думали раньше. Это что же будет, а? Белевич, милый, я вас расцеловать готов за все, что вы для меня делаете. Получаю квартиру, библиотеку, чудесный погреб. За что? За бутылочку какой-то мутной, вредоносной дряни.
Белевич угрюмо.
Хорошо. Только теперь вы того. Оставьте меня.
Конечно. Только последняя к вам просьба. Сядьте вот сюда, за письменный стол, и пишите. Ну, не упирайтесь же, чудак. Пишите.
Усаживает его, диктует.
За проданную инженеру Берегову мою квартирную обстановку и переданный контракт 20 000 получено наличными. Подпишитесь. Так, поняли? Это чтоб придирок не было.
С довольным видом потирает руки. Белевич раздраженно.
Мне противна ваша деловитость в такие минуты.
Чудак вы. Вам-то хорошо. Выпили флакончик и готово. А у меня-то вся жизнь впереди. Надо же устраиваться. Это персидский ковер?
Персидский.
Приятно. Только вы знаете что? Я ведь точно не знаю действия этой своей микстуры. Вдруг с вами перед смертью рвота случится?
Белевич, глядя на него с ненавистью.
Ну?
Ковер мне можете испортить. Послушайте, Белевич, голубчик, что я вас попрошу? Фи, какое у вас сейчас нехорошее, злое лицо. Неужели вам не все равно?
Что вам от меня надо?
Травитесь не дома, хорошо? Ей-богу же, вам безразлично, а мне меньше хлопот. Подумайте, как будет мило. На одном конце города поднимают мертвого человека Белевича, продавшего свою квартирную обстановку, контракт и всякие земные блага инженеру Берегову. На другом конце города инженер Берегов входит в чистенькую устроенную квартирку и начинает в ней жить, как король. Живой инженер лежит на теплой оттаманочке, читает Дюма, курит ароматную сигару. Мертвого человека поднимают, везут в покойницкую.
Белевич с яростью.
К дьяволу покойницкие! Слышите? Я умру дома! Черт вас подери!
Берегов хладнокровно.
Да ведь в покойницкую все равно стащат. Раз самоубийца резать должны. Что, дескать, и как? Що воно таке, как говорят хохлы? Да разве вам не все равно? Я буду в вашей квартирке пить ваше вино, спать на вашей мягкой постели, любоваться вашими картинами, а вы голый, холодный, с номером на ноге, будете лежать сырой мертвецкой, около зеленого от времени мальчишки с отрезанной головой и ободранного безымянного пьяницы, издохшего от белой горячки. Ведь вам уже будет все равно. У вас красивое тело, широкая грудь и мускулистые белые руки, которые вы, неизвестно за каким чертом, так замечательно развивали гирями. У вас холеные длинные пальцы, но вам, мертвому, синему, это уже будет все равно. Пройдет неделя, и эта тяжело и бурно дышащая грудь будет полна червей. Но ведь вам уже будет все равно. К вам на квартиру забежит по инерции одна из ваших красавиц-дам. И, может быть, я ей понравлюсь. И она останется у меня. Но ведь вам-то это уже будет все равно.
Белевич, тяжело дыша, в бешенстве.
Вы не смеете этого делать!
Но ведь это каприз. Ведь вам уже будет все равно.
Белевич, совершенно потеряв голову, почти в истерике.
Не все равно мне это, чтоб вас черти побрали. Вы не смеете меня грабить. Вы не смеете считать деньги в моем бумажнике.
Однако, раз вы решили отравиться...
Не смейте мне этого говорить! Я решил умереть! Я же могу и решить остаться в живых! Никому я не обязан давать отчета! Слышите? Вы уже распределили мою квартиру по-своему, переставили мебель, пересчитали мои деньги! Так вот же вам! Не надо мне вашего яда! Я буду жить! А вы уходите отсюда! Слышите? Сию минуту уходите! Слышите? Лиза! Лиза!
Явление 5. Те же и Лиза.
Лиза, выпроводи этого господина, чтобы и духу его здесь не было. Квартиру ему отдай, а? Погреб отдай, а? Ужин есть? Подавай и бутылку шампанского дай. Я есть хочу. Вы, говорит, мне ковер испортите. Видали вы такого фрукта? Пусть теперь сам пьет свою бутылочку.
Уходит налево.
Ну, что ж вы стоите? Уходите. Никогда мне с вами. Ужин нужно подавать. Барин ждет.
Уходит. Явление 7. Берегов 1. Берегов. Вынимает из кармана вещи Белевича, кладет на письменный стол.
Бррр. Холодно, поди сейчас на улице. Дождь. Слякоть. Ну что ж, надо идти.
Идет. Потом возвращается к рампе.
Вот замечательно. Если доктор спасает человека от смерти, ему отваливают крупный гонорар. А инженеру за тот же самый подвиг чуть по шее не попало. Вот и спасай людей.
Подтягивая носом в сторону, куда ушел хозяин.
Пахнет чем-то очень вкусным. Жареным на масле. А я голоден, как собака. Ну что ж, пойдем.
К публике.
Спокойной ночи.
Уходит, сгорбившись. Занавес. Конец комедии «Самоубийца» Аркадия Тимофеевича Аверченко.
Play number 9 of One Act Play Collection 17. Cousin Sherry by Henry Spicer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dramatis Personae. Charles, Earl of Mandeville.
Read by Greg Giordano.
Thomas Primrose.
Read by Thomas Peter.
Jacob Primrose, his cousin.
Read by Alan Mapstone.
Cousin Cherry, the Widow of the Mill.
Read by Kelly Taylor.
Eleanor Primrose.
Read by Krista Zaleski.
Servant.
Read by James Hedrick.
Stage directions read by Todd. Scene 1. Ground floor apartment at Primrose's. Doors right and left. At the back is seen a beautiful country. Thomas Primrose and Jacob Primrose at a table left with papers, money, etc. Eleanor Primrose at a small table right, writing. Thomas Primrose, turning to Eleanor.
Well, my little clerk, the bill?
Here it is, brother.
Rising.
Is it right?
Quite, my dear. There is £12.
And there is the receipt. The grain shall be left at Cousin Sherry's mill.
Do you know I am obliged to bake fancy bread every day? They seem to eat nothing else at the great house. By the way, have you seen our new landlord, Sir Charles Vernon?
Not yet. I hear he is very young, just returned from abroad, and anxious to make himself fully acquainted with the condition of his property, which he conceives to have been somewhat mismanaged during his minority. None here but the old gardener know him even by sight.
Jacob Primrose, rising.
Well, cousin, good-bye till dinner. Eleanor, my dear, good morning.
Thomas Primrose, to Eleanor.
Jacob bids you good-bye, sister. What are you thinking of, my dear?
Eleanor, starting from a reverie.
Good morning, cousin.
Aside.
What am I thinking of? Oh, Charles, of what have I thought since I learned to dread, without comprehending, the danger to my peace that your presence might occasion? How strange that I, who felt disposed to run from you when you first said, Eleanor, I love you, now tremble with delight at the bare remembrance of those sweet words.
Thomas Primrose returns from the door when Jacob exits. Thomas Primrose, smiling.
Eleanor, dear, you will not forget the dinner at least. Remember, it is Cousin Cherry's birthday, and she returns today from a visit purposely to meet all our family on the occasion.
Will Mr. Charles dine with us, brother?
Enter Sir Charles from the chamber left.
Indeed he will, Miss Primrose.
Ah, it is you.
I have your brother's kind invitation to be present at the family meeting. I fear I am a sluggard today. To say truth, I have had little sleep for a week past. My mind has been disturbed, but nature will assert her sway, and last night I slept.
Thomas Primrose, laughing.
Like a ploughman.
My brother was inclined to call you, but I prevented him.
Sir Charles, to Eleanor.
How kind you are, both.
Well, I hope not otherwise. Cousin Sherry says we are a good-natured family.
To show so much hospitality to an utter stranger.
Nay, the matter is simple enough. There is no inn here. You wish to remain in a quiet, healthy spot, to reflect upon matters with which we have no concern. My brother is pleased with your appearance and conversation, and says, Here is the friend's room vacant. Come and occupy it.
Others in your place would have overwhelmed me with questions. Where do you come from? Whither are you going? What are you doing? Now I could easily have parried these inquiries, or told you some little fib. But that is needless. I know your discretion, and I will soon prove to you that I deserve your confidence.
Luckily for you that Cousin Cherry has been absent.
Sir Charles, smiling.
Cousin Cherry again? Who is this Cousin Cherry that everybody quotes?
The pretty widow of the late proprietor of the mill you see yonder. She would soon have known all about you.
Indeed. I can keep a secret.
Thomas Primrose, gravely.
Not from Cousin Cherry. She has too many winning ways.
However, you'll soon see her. She is away on a visit a few miles hence, to be godmother at a christening. But she must be back today. It's her birthday.
And if you talk much with her, keep your wits about you.
Sir Charles, laughing.
Why so?
She is so arch, so full of vivacity, and for cleverness she has the best head in the whole family, and leads us all by the nose, myself especially. But she talks a little, and in point of fact we call her, good-humouredly of course, our Cherry Clack.
Farm servant entering.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Cherry.
Sir Charles, laughing, crosses left.
Ooh, the enemy already. Courage, courage.
Eleanor, looking off.
Yes, it is she.
Jerry is heard without, talking very fast.
Good day, Peter. Good day, good day. William, little man. How do you do, Polly? How do you do, Jane? Thank you, quite well. Delighted down there. Oh, gay as larks, merry as... Mary, dear, how are you? Quite well, that's well. Down, Lily, down one at a time. Where's the greyhound? I've brought him a playfellow. Isn't he a love? Come in, where's Thomas?
Thomas Primrose, laughing.
The mill's at work, you see.
Enter Cherry, leading an Italian greyhound. Servant following.
Dearest Eleanor.
Embrace.
We have missed our pretty cousin.
Whose fault's that? They would keep me. Everybody was in love with me. Luckily, they were almost all married.
You are too attractive.
I really can't help it. I cannot alter myself. But such a merry party as we had, I really felt inspired with the power of pleasing. Everybody paid me some compliment. I danced 30 times and turned the heads of all my partners. One of them, he was a godfather too, whispered to me, shall I tell you? Well, he whispered, I should like to be father to that little youngster if what? I said innocently. If you, said he, were his little mamma.
Aha! A clear conquest.
Cherry, to the servant.
Go you to the mill, I shewed you as we came, and take Lily with you.
Exit servant with dog.
What lad is that?
A new servant I hired down yonder. The poor fellow wanted to run beside me on foot, but I made him ride on old Grizzle, and I perched myself on a pillion for the convenience of talking.
Sir Charles, aside.
They said true. A thoroughbred little gossip, I'll be sworn.
Well, Mrs. Godmamma, have you brought us some sugar plums?
Little glutton, you are like me, fond of sweets. You would do anything for barley sugar. Hold, here's a little packet I stole on purpose for you.
To Thomas.
As for you, sir, here, help yourself.
Holding out her pocket to Thomas Primrose. Thomas Primrose, laughing.
Ha ha ha! With both hands.
Takes some. Cherry, seeing Sir Charles.
I beg your pardon, sir. I did not notice you before. Do you love raisins?
Passionately, Mistress Cherry.
What, you know me?
Who does not know the cruel widow of Mill Hill, who rejects every aspirant to her affections, while she possesses the power of making supremely happy anyone on whom she may at length bestow them?
Cherry, aside.
Come, that's tolerably civil.
Sir Charles, aside.
For Eleanor's sake, I must endeavour to win over this powerful cousin to our interest.
Cherry, aside to Thomas.
Who is this?
Thomas, aside.
I'll tell you by and by.
Cherry, to Sir Charles, who is eating raisins.
Aren't they capital? But, oh, my dear cousins, such a charming ceremony, and afterwards such a feast, and, oh, such a baby, a great boy. They weighed it, it was 24 pounds, with 3 visible teeth and 2 eyes.
No.
Like almonds, long and exactly in a line.
Extraordinary little being. Well, neighbour Marshfield must be delighted. It is his first, I think.
His very first, and they have been married these 2 years. The little thing chose to keep them waiting to make himself of more value. Poor Marshfield quite wept with joy as he embraced his little wife, and she is so pretty. By the by, the godfather, my colleague, was a capital dancer. We danced all night.
Till the broad daylight.
You are fond of dancing.
Sir, I could waltz upon a volcano. La, la, la.
Dancing.
Who is this?
Aside to Thomas Primrose. Thomas Primrose, aside.
I'll tell you by and by.
Well, my kind friends, for the present, adieu.
You are going to see the gardens at Sir Charles Vernon's, did you not say?
Did I? First, however, I have to see Mr. Heathcote. His house is not far off, I believe. It is an affair of some moment, in which I need his advice.
There is a short cut through Sir Charles's ground, but it is a dreadful road. It has cost me 2 pair of shoes this month.
The roads have been shamefully neglected.
Well, if Sir Charles comes to reside here, he will put all to rights.
Pooh! He'll be no better than the others. He'll consult his own convenience, not ours.
Let us hope he will remember both.
Going. Eleanor, aside to him.
Have you spoken to my brother?
Sir Charles, aside.
I will do so this very day.
Exit. Cherry, eagerly.
Now, Thomas, now, Eleanor, quick, tell me all about this friend of yours. Make haste. Who is he? What is he?
A traveller. He has been here a week.
What's his name? What is he doing here?
To say the truth, I don't exactly know.
Where is he going?
He did not precisely say.
What? You allow him, a stranger, to live constantly in the society of your sister, not yet 16, and...
My dear cousin, this gentleman is incapable of...
Men are capable of anything. Always know whom you receive into your house.
That's excellent. As touching that poor young woman with a child, whom you received into your house last week, and who still remains domesticated there. Pray, whom may she be?
Oh, that's another thing. I found her lying on my threshold, worn out with illness and fatigue, and clasping a poor infant in her arms. There is such a thing as curiosity, but there is also such a thing as charity, and I accordingly began with the most pressing of the two, commended the poor traveller to the care of my old housekeeper, and went off on a visit without remembering to ask any questions. But it wasn't my fault. I had no time. But today I shall inquire about her. And as for you, sir, I do insist that you question this mysterious friend of yours, for I very much suspect...
Eleanor, returning from porch.
A letter, brother, just left for Mr. Charles.
To Mr. Charles, dash, care of Mr. Thomas Primrose, farmer and corn merchant. He will be glad to find a letter when he comes back. He has been expecting one daily.
Cherry, examining it.
Mercy! What a tremendous seal!
Thomas, reading inscription.
Foreign Office, Downing Street.
Foreign Office, Downing Street. That means more than it says. The Foreign Secretary writing to Mr. Charles Dash. Now, let me see.
Pauses.
I have it! I have it!
What, cousin?
Sure. What is it to us?
Cousin Thomas, hold your tongue. Upon my word, you make me quite angry with your "what is it to us?"
Mimicking.
Why, it is this to us, that you have received into your house a person of consequence.
Well, and what then?
Listen, this Charles Dash is gone to see Mr. Heathcote, the magistrate.
He has.
Mr. Heathcote is next neighbour to Sir Charles Vernon.
Precisely.
He observed, in a tone of authority, that the roads had been shamefully neglected.
He did well.
Patience. I expressed doubts of the good intentions of the future owner in regards to those roads.
Yes.
He, on the contrary, hoped he would improve them. Well, now, what does all this clearly prove?
Hang me if I can tell.
Why, it proves... But, dear old cousin, if you had but lived in the time of the Romans, you might have saved the capital.
I give you my word, I don't see your drift.
Nor I, on my honour.
Dull souls, you don't see that it must be him.
In heaven's name, who?
Re-enter Sir Charles.
I am unlucky. Mr. Heathcote was from home.
Cherry, aside to Thomas Primrose and Eleanor.
Since you must be enlightened, I am going to put him to the test.
Thomas Primrose, aside, eagerly.
For heaven's sake, no nonsense, cousin.
Be quiet.
To Sir Charles.
Sir, I am afraid I have treated you with very little ceremony.
My dear madam, not at all.
To offer you raisins.
They were very nice.
At least, let me be the first to congratulate you in the name of the family, and to thank you for the preference you have given to their house.
My dear lady.
Nay, don't attempt to deceive us any longer. I have guessed it.
Guessed what?
Your secret. Come, your look, your manner, your connection with the Foreign Office. We don't carry our eyes in our pockets here. Look, here is a letter for you.
Really?
Really, the Foreign Secretary does not write to everyone, but when people return from abroad to see their property and so forth, he naturally writes to inquire the news.
Sir Charles eagerly.
The letter, I entreat.
Aside.
It must be from Henry, and brings me, I trust, the news expect so eagerly.
A word only first.
Well, well?
I have a complaint to make, and since I am fortunate enough to see you here, it is this.
Pray, excuse me. I am in haste to...
About my mill. The stream, as you know, runs through the Vernon property, and the tenant of one of the farms pretends that he has the right to turn the channel of the stream that works my poor little mill.
I really...
Oh, yes, now you can. I called on Mr. Heathcote for his advice. A handsome man, is he not, with a splendid eye. Unfortunately, he has but one. Well, he was at dinner, and what do you think he said? My pretty neighbour, as regards the water, I fear I cannot help you, but if you will accept a glass of champagne. Now, sir, I call upon you for redress. I'll go and get the plan of the ground, and you can judge for yourself.
Exit. Sir Charles, following.
Stop! The letter!
Cherry, returning.
Ah, I forgot.
Gives it, and exits.
A baronet, and immensely rich. Alas!
So unpretending in manner and appearance.
Sir Charles, aside, reading.
Is it possible? How fortunate.
Eleanor, aside.
Had I but known the truth, I would not have listened to him, looked on him, loved him.
Sir Charles, still reading.
Dear Henry, forced to accompany the foreign minister. He cannot come himself, but I may trust his promise. It has ever been sacred. So recommends me to preserve incognito. Right. If poor Mary knew I was in pursuit of her, I, who always scolded her, treated her with severity, she would continue to conceal herself, and I might lose her forever.
Eleanor, aside.
Fortunately, my brother does not know my secret.
Sir Charles, aside, folding letter.
A few days more of caution, and all will be well.
To Eleanor.
Pray, pardon me. You also, my kind host. But I was most impatient to learn the contents of that letter.
Good news, I trust, Sir Charles.
Sir Charles, surprised.
Sir Charles? I see. Why, my good friends, do you for a moment believe with your pretty cousin that I am Sir Charles Vernon, and owner of these fine estates?
Eleanor, joyfully.
Are you not really the rich baronet?
Indeed, I am not.
I was almost sure Cousin Cherry was wrong.
Really, it seemed to give her so much pleasure that I am quite sorry to resign my rank, not to mention any landed estates and mill stream. But the messenger waits, they tell me. I must write an answer.
Goes to table and writes.
How happy I am.
Re-enter Cherry quickly.
Here's the plan, the exact plan with all the leases marked. But where's Sir Charles? I did not even wait to speak a word to the poor woman, or kiss the child. Surely he is not gone?
The baronet, my dear cousin, has departed.
Ah!
Rather, he never existed but in your lively imagination.
What do you mean?
We are certain of it.
It is not Sir Charles Vernon, our landlord.
Sir Charles, rising, comes forward.
No, my good lady, and I regret that I am thereby precluded from doing you the justice you demand.
Jerry, angrily.
Then, sir, I have only to observe that my cousin Thomas Primrose should have known better than to admit into his family circle a person of whom he knows nothing.
Cousin.
Well, sir, don't think it is from curiosity, quite the contrary, but just tell us your name, quality, and profession, where you usually reside, and your business here, and we will ask nothing more. At present...
You know already who I am, not.
So we do, cousin. The gentleman has been kind enough to tell us that, you know.
Be quiet, goose.
You wish to know who I am.
We do, and I, as head of the family, call upon you to answer frankly.
Frankly, then, I will not tell you.
Sir, I understand a jest as well as anyone, but you abuse the privilege.
What do you mean?
That when one preserves such an obstinate incognito, he may not unreasonably be suspected of some bad intention.
Cousin.
Goose.
My friend, perhaps your cousin is right, and since it seems that I cannot preserve at once my secret and your esteem,
My dear sir.
You shall know it. The letter contains the whole mystery, and though it certainly cost me an effort to make it known, open at once and read it. You will find that the stranger you have so kindly entertained is deserving of your indulgence, perhaps your esteem.
Not I. I am fully satisfied, and I leave such abuse of confidence to those who are more curious than I.
You refuse? Thank you, good friend. But your cousin is, perhaps, less generous. There, madam, take the letter, and only remember that confidence on my part demands discretion on yours.
Aside to Jerry.
For this mystery concerns a whole family, the happiness of a wife no less than my own.
Well, if it must be kept. But no, take back your letter. I don't wish to know anything. There is something in your tone, your manner, in short, I believe you to be an honourable man, and I forbid you, Thomas, to ask him any more questions.
I thank you sincerely.
Jerry, aside.
And I still have the pleasure of guessing at it.
Exeunt Sir Charles and Thomas Primrose.
And guess I will, in spite of him, of all the world, what he is doing here.
Cousin Cherry.
Let me alone, child, I am thinking. He cannot be going to purchase the estate. He has nothing to sell. He does not look like a railway surveyor. I'll swear he is not a sheriff's officer. He does not look as if he would burn a haystack.
Cousin.
Cherry, still musing.
But there are pretty faces in these parts, and... I have it. Of course. A woman is the cause of this mystery. He said so. That's it. Love. Love has made him pitch his tent in these fields.
Eleanor, aside.
What can she mean?
Cherry, musing.
Eleanor is pretty enough, but then she conceals nothing from her brother, so I am easy on that score. This wandering wolf will not devour her.
Well, cousin, have you made up your mind?
Not quite. Come and help me.
To do what?
To guess why he is here. Why he selected your brother's house for his residence.
Eleanor, timidly.
May I tell you my suspicions?
You have suspicions? You?
I think he has a feeling of...
Exactly. I saw that at once.
No. Did you?
But towards whom? That puzzles me.
I think it is for one of the family.
You may be right. Has he said anything to give you that idea?
Not a word. But if you wish me to say what I think, it is that he awaited your arrival to speak.
My arrival? Ah, true. It's possible, and now I think of it, very likely.
Eleanor, joyfully.
You think so? And you approve?
I am not displeased, But one thing surprises me, that I did not perceive his intentions sooner. Upon my word, I am too modest.
Eleanor, alarmed.
What do you mean?
Doubtless he has told you that a certain tolerably pretty widow lived in this neighbourhood, perhaps had even seen her at some country fete, lost his heart, and desiring, like your heroes of romance, to be loved for himself alone, came hither in disguise to win her.
Eleanor, aside.
She believes he is in love with her.
Does it not strike you too? Why has he awaited my return? Why did he say to me with an anxious air, "Who has not heard of the beautiful widow of Mill Hill, who rejects every suitor? Ah, how I envy the happy mortal upon whom she will at length bestow her affections."
Eleanor, timidly.
I don't think he said all that.
Very nearly. Besides, he pressed my hand. To be sure, all men seem to have acquired that bad habit, so that very often it means nothing, and that is why I scarcely noticed it at the time.
Eleanor, apart.
Pressed her hand.
Aloud, hesitating.
And you, cousin?
Jerry, musing.
He is original enough. He opposed me, the very first who ever did so. I like that. That's new.
You once said you would not marry again.
I did, but I have conquered that idle prejudice. However, I am indifferent about it. If indeed I met with a very congenial spirit, as in this instance.
Eleanor, aside.
She makes me tremble.
My heart begins to beat quite fast. I know literally nothing of the man, and yet I desire to please him.
Eleanor, aside.
If I could but discourage her.
You seem surprised, dear.
Surprised? Not at all. Mr. Charles is handsome and clever, and you deserve such a lover.
Jerry, patting her cheek.
Flatterer. You remember I promised you a wedding present one of these days. But you're a child yet, my love. Remember.
Cousin, I am afraid.
Of what, my dear?
Mr. Charles told my brother one day that he had declined to marry a very nice young widow because...
She had no money?
No, the contrary. She was rich.
Very plain, then, doubtless.
Very pretty.
Silly.
Clever as yourself.
Then for goodness sake, why?
Because she talked too much, and never allowed him to get in a word.
Well, he was quite right. The idea of a woman pretending to know everything, taking the word out of everybody's mouth, presuming to decide every dispute, set everybody right her own way, boast like a peacock, chatter, 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 like a magpie or a mill-wheel. Pooh! It's disgusting. What are you laughing at?
Because for the last 10 minutes you have kept all the talk to yourself.
Nonsense, child. But frankly, Eleanor, I won't be angry now. Do you really think I talk too much?
Eleanor, smiling.
Perhaps. Sometimes.
Jerry, angrily.
Upon my word, Miss Primrose.
Changing her tone.
Well, everyone has failings, and this is easily corrected. Charles deserves that I should do so much for his sake.
Eleanor, aside.
Charles. Oh, heaven.
My dear girl, 1,000 thanks for your kind caution. I will try to... Look, here he comes. Leave us together. He shall soon see I am not the magpie he supposes.
Eleanor, aside.
What have I done? She will win him from me. She will win him.
Exit sadly as Sir Charles re-enters. Jerry arranges her dress before a glass, pretending not to see him.
Here is the lovely widow, the lady of the mill, the very person for me. She knows everything and everybody about here, and once set her talking, I may possibly gain the information I require.
Jerry, aside.
The cunning fellow enticed Thomas away that we might be alone. Clever enough, upon my word. Men are almost as sharp in these matters as ourselves, almost.
Sits down at Eleanor's spinning wheel.
I may learn from her whether my Mary has sought concealment in this neighborhood or not.
Approaching.
Already at work, madam, yet only just arrived from your journey.
helping cousin.
Sir Charles, taking a chair.
Fortunately, it is a sort of work that admits of conversation.
Jerry, aside.
Conversation? He is trying me. Tongue, keep quiet for your life.
I fear you will think me rather bold, considering the date of our acquaintance. But do you know that there is a charm in your conversation I cannot express?
Jerry, aside.
Go on, young gentleman, go on. It is a good attempt, but it won't do.
Sir Charles, after a pause.
You have resided here some time, I believe.
Jerry, in a staid tone.
I have.
Born here, probably.
Jerry, as before.
I was.
I need hardly ask if you see much society. You are the queen of the place.
Jerry, bowing stiffly.
Sir?
I speak advisedly, the queen, and one whose subjects give a willing obedience. You have only to signify your pleasure.
Jerry is about to speak, but checks herself.
I could wish, like them, always to be listening to you.
She signifies disbelief.
Indeed, I tell you the truth.
She smiles.
You do not believe me.
Again about to speak, Jerry restrains herself with an effort and turns the wheel furiously. Sir Charles, smiling.
You really puzzle me. Have you lost your tongue?
No.
Sir Charles, aside.
How can I get her to talk? I'll try the effect of compliment.
Aloud.
Everything about you, my dear madam, is so full of attraction and grace that...
Jerry, turning the wheel.
Enough!
Your playful manner.
Hold your tongue!
That little foot.
Be quiet, I tell you!
Turns the wheel.
Will you not listen to me?
Yes.
Talking does not displease you. You are not listening.
I am.
Then why so silent? Do you consider it a fault to indulge in a little occasional gossip?
Jerry, aside, earnestly.
If you only knew how I loved it.
Come, talk.
Hold your tongue.
Not I. Upon my word, I am naturally inquisitive, and I have a curiosity to hear some little gossip, anecdotes of the love affairs, and so forth of the neighborhood.
She turns the wheel violently. Jerry, aside.
My tongue is in a perfect fever.
Sir Charles, significantly.
The fact is, you have nothing to tell.
Jerry, eagerly.
Nothing to tell.
Stops her wheel. Sir Charles, aside.
Good.
Aloud.
I mean, they don't entrust you with their secrets.
Not trust me?
Listen to me. I will bet that you don't know that a young lady, not country bred, has been seen.
Not know that? I know more. Of course she is not country bred.
Sir Charles, aside.
Now I shall hear something.
She comes from Winchester.
Sir Charles, aside.
It is not Mary, then.
Jerry, quickly.
She is niece to John Chilman, the carrier, went to school with me, ran away, married a soldier, he ran away. Now she's here waiting for another offer, for the husband's dead, and she's very pretty, and only has 4 children. She boards with Mrs. Richardson, who, by the way, they do say, always mixes her husband's brandy and water, and taste it first. He's brother to that pretty Mrs. Palmer, whose son goes to the school kept by our young curate, and curiously enough, is always taken and brought away by his mother in person. You would think by the time she stays that she was finishing her education, and they do say that. Never mind. Well, I am off, you see. But after all, a woman is born to talk, and she that does not must either be sulky or a fool. I do love talking, and there's no denying it. I do with all my heart.
Sir Charles, aside.
The Cherry Clack has come to a standstill at last. Mistress Cherry,
Cherry, interrupting him.
Tongues are are given to us by heaven, so, in point of fact, silence is prohibited. Well, Providence knows best. I resign myself to its decrees. I should regard myself as undeserving of the beautiful gift of speech if I neglected to exercise it freely. Talking is one's right, almost, alas, her only one. But I do hate a chattering man. He, in manner, steals what belongs exclusively to us, and should be visited with the indignation of all right-minded people.
I cannot get in a word, Mistress Cherry.
Yes, I know you see me in my true colors and find me intolerable.
Say, rather most charming.
Are you serious?
Perfectly. And I am now emboldened to confess something.
Cherry, aside.
It is coming.
I should wish to see Mr. Primrose at once on the subject.
Cherry, coquettishly.
He has nothing to do with it. I guess what you wish to say.
No. Do you?
Cherry, smiling.
Exactly.
Then you consent?
A servant enters and speaks aside to Cherry.
Mistress, the young woman you left at the mill is going, and wishes to see and thank you before she sets out.
I am coming.
My dear lady, I shall owe all my happiness to you.
I trust it will prove so.
Sir Charles kisses her hand. Eleanor, aside, entering.
Ah, my fears are confirmed.
Cherry, to servant.
Go on before. For the present, Charles. Farewell.
Smiles and exits. Sir Charles, aside.
Charles, my dear madam, farewell.
Exits into chamber.
Oh, Cherry, what a happy dream you have destroyed.
Thomas Primrose, entering.
Come, Eleanor dear, our friends will be making their appearance. Is all ready?
I could weep with passion.
Why, my child, you are crying. What's the matter?
Oh, brother, if you knew...
Knew what?
It is she whom he loves.
She? He? Who loves? Whom? What the deuce do you mean? Whom do you speak of?
Of Mr. Charles, whom I love, and who, I thought, returned my affections.
Oh, you love him. Cherry was right. It was my fault, my foolish confidence.
Say mine. And after all his vows, oh, brother, it is cruel, cruel.
Come, dear child. You have not known him long enough to have conceived a very deep affection, and if he really loved you, he cannot have forgotten it so quickly.
I tell you, he no longer cares for me. It is of her, of Cherry, of her alone that he thinks and dreams. Look, here she comes. Now you will see that she loves him, and to distraction.
Re-enter Cherry hastily.
Ah, the wretch, the villain! A chair!
Eleanor, placing her on a seat.
My dear cousin, what has happened?
Let me take breath. The wretch! And I believe that I would have... But I know him now. The monster!
What do you mean?
I mean, sir, that if in 5 minutes from hence that villain still pollutes his presence this honest house, I will quit it forever.
But what have you heard?
I have learned that I cannot tell you, but your brother must know all, and I do trust he will for once see the necessity of acting with decision.
Takes Thomas Primrose aside, right, and addresses him slowly and gravely.
He whom you, imprudent man, have admitted into your house is...
Re-enter Sir Charles.
Here he is. Well, perhaps that is well. The business will be settled at once.
To Sir Charles.
Approach, sir.
I am happy to see you so soon returned.
I, sir, am glad to see you, but with a different object.
Showing a picture.
I can scarcely repress my feelings. I have learned something concerning you.
Sir, I must speak with you.
Thomas, hold your tongue.
But...
Hold your tongue. Oh, sir, what remorse will one day be yours?
Remorse? Pray, what is this enigma?
Cherry, aside to him.
The solution is easy. Just step to my mill not 500 yards off, and there you will find a living answer. It is impatiently awaiting you.
Sir Charles, astonished.
Your mill?
My mill. And if your stony heart can still tremble at the sight of that unhappy young creature to whom with her infant I have given shelter.
Sir Charles, eagerly.
How?
If that cherub child, now ready to clasp its little arms around your neck, does not awaken in you some natural emotion.
Sir Charles, suddenly.
A young mother? A child?
Catches the arm of Thomas Primrose, and after whispering a word, exits quickly. Cherry, not perceiving his exit.
If my grief, my woman's eloquence, have power to win you back to a sense of duty, if these tears, which I strive in vain to repress, may recall you to the paths of virtue.
Turns and continues in an altered tone.
Why, where is he?
Cousin Sherry, if you will allow me to make one remark. In my humble opinion, you are slightly, I say slightly, intoxicated.
Cherry, in a rage.
Intoxicated? I intoxicated? Why, you idiot, you foolish old cousin! When I tell you that this man is a scoundrel, a villain, who deceived and who would have ruined me.
When I tell you that you have deceived yourself once today already, that you deceive yourself now, that Mr. Charles cares not a halfpenny about you, and that in fact you are chasing a shadow.
You will drive me mad. But no, for the honor of the family, I will keep my temper.
Music.
Hark, our friends arrive in good time. We will have a family council. Do you agree?
With all my heart.
You shall tell your story. I will briefly relate mine. Everyone shall then deliver his or her opinion, and we will see whether reason and common sense inhabit there.
Touching Thomas Primrose's forehead.
Or here.
Touching her own. Re-entered Jacob Primrose with several members of the family, male and female, in the attire of the respectable farmer class. Thomas Primrose to Eleanor.
Come, my dear, courage, courage. Things are better, perhaps, than you imagine. Welcome, welcome, good friends all.
They exchange greetings, and all present bouquets to Cherry.
We are in good time, you see. We did not like to let the roast beef burn.
They are going off, left.
The roast beef will be polite enough to wait our pleasure. Friends, young and old, I wish to consult you.
Consult us.
Upon a little difference between Thomas and myself. I want to be enlightened, and you all have such clear heads, such excellent judgment.
All bow.
Take your places, most sage counsellors. The gentlemen right, the ladies left, so myself in the middle. I elect myself speaker and catch my own eye.
All form a half-circle, Cherry at the center.
1 week since, a young man of gentlemanly aspect, I don't deny that he is gentlemanly, made his appearance here. He is handsome, even young cousin Jacob might exchange faces with him, but that surely,
To Thomas Primrose.
made it more incumbent upon you, unhappy man, to prevent his introduction into your house where you had a cousin,
Checking herself.
a sister, I mean, of 16. Gracious goodness, had I, at 16, been placed in such a position, I dread to think what might have occurred. Now Thomas persists in keeping this strange man. I demand his dismissal. These are the simple facts. Let each pronounce his opinion, and I, if necessary, will give the casting voice.
Sits down. Jacob Primrose, rising gravely.
My deliberate opinion is...
Cherry, starting up.
And quite right, too. I would have made any bet with you, Cousin Jacob, the eldest of the family, the father of many children, and the grandfather to a few, would never endure that such a scandal, for scandal it is, should rest upon the house. I say it, and I repeat it, a scandal, a scandal, a scandal!
Jacob Primrose attempts to make himself heard, but finding the attempt vain, resumes his seat. A young woman then rises, but Cherry pushes her down.
I know what you mean, Susie. That's enough, dear. You were going to allude to your own engagement to that tall, handsome fellow who bragged of his family and his riches and his uncle and the squire, and all the time kept a miserable tripe shop.
Stopping Thomas Primrose, who endeavors to speak as she pauses for breath.
I know what you are going to say, that I accuse this young man of whom I know nothing. Yes, sir, I do know him. I have discovered his position in society. Tremble, all of you. This strange individual is a traitor, a fellow who deserved to be hanged.
To Thomas Primrose, who tries to speak.
You doubt it, do you? Know, then, that his victim is now at my house, a lady of excellent family, a daughter of a rich merchant. I will not mention names, because the Hilsons of Norbury Park are worthy people, and should not be compromised by gossips. Now you understand why I feel for the poor young lady and her child, for there is a child.
Movement to Thomas Primrose.
You are going to say the child is not his. To the proof.
Shows the portrait.
Dare you deny that this portrait, which I took from the hands of the infant, is that of your inmate? You see, not a soul has uttered a syllable in his defence, or dared to even palliate his conduct. Everybody has pronounced an unbiased opinion. My cousins are right. My aunt's arguments are excellent. The silence of my Uncle Peter is eloquent.
To Thomas Primrose.
In spite of your passionate appeals, the point, after being thoroughly debated and listened to, is decided in my favour. No one has anything more to add? Good. Ladies and gentlemen, the court is dissolved. Let's go to dinner.
All rise. Sir Charles, returning quickly.
Stay, my good friends. I wish you all to be partakers of my happiness.
In good time. Here is the culprit. I will tell him our unanimous decision.
My dear lady, I owe you an eternal debt of gratitude. Thanks to you, I have found my runaway at the very moment she was about to escape me, perhaps forever.
Jerry, astonished.
What?
How generous of you to receive and shelter her. Poor dear Mary, she will be happy after all.
Jerry, aside.
Remorse has overtaken him.
Aloud.
Well, young man, this return to right principles does your credit.
My happiness would be complete if Mr. Thomas Primrose would hear and sanction my wishes.
Ay, sir? In what a manner?
I could not enjoy so much of the society of your sweet sister without loving, without desiring to make her my own.
Jerry, aside.
Eleanor?
Mr. Primrose, do you give your consent?
Yes,
Consent.
Marry Eleanor? What does he want to marry everybody?
To Sir Charles.
Well, sir, and your present wife?
Present wife? What wife?
At my house, poor soul.
My sister.
All surprised.
Sister? And the infant?
My little nephew, who will regain a father, as my sister a husband, as quickly as time and distance will permit of their reunion. Sad family quarrels, now forever healed, were the cause of their temporary separation.
Jerry, thoughtfully.
His sister.
My dear Mr. Primrose, I want your answer.
Eleanor herself shall give it.
Jerry, gaily.
Not at all. That's my duty.
Aside.
Come, I'll be generous.
Aloud.
Thomas, of course, these young people must be happy. Stand back.
Joins their hands.
My dear cousin, how kind.
Thomas Primrose, bantering Cherry.
What think you now, my pretty widow?
Well, what? She is his sister. What of that? I half guessed it. But you are always indulging in strange fancies and surmises. What an odd creature you are, poor old thing.
Nay, that's too bad. And now I'll stop your chatter.
You? Pshaw.
Not in person, but I will put you face to face with somebody who will.
I should just like to see it.
You shall. Come hither.
Where?
Further, further. You are afraid.
Afraid? I? Well, sir, here I am.
Thomas Primrose points to front.
Nearer, a little nearer. There, now speak.
Cherry, as frightened.
Certainly. I'll speak.
Proceed.
Cherry, aside.
Well, he's quite right. I don't know what is the matter, but I feel as if I had not a word to say for myself. All my chatter, all my vivacity, all my gaiety has departed. The cherry clack is mute, but there is a signal. The proof of indulgence, kindness, and good humour, which, if she hears it, will in 1 second restore them all.
End of Cousin Cherry by Henry Spicer. Play 10, Part 1 of One-Act Play Collection 17. Countess Julie by August Strindberg. Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Characters.
Countess Julie, read by Wendy Katz-Hiller.
Jean, a valet, read by Greg Giordano.
Kristen, a cook, 35, read by Kelly Taylor.
Stage directions, read by Todd. The action takes place on St. John's Night, the midsummer festival surviving from pagan times. Scene, a large kitchen. The ceiling and walls are partially covered by draperies and greens. The back wall slants upward from left side of scene. On back wall, left, are 2 shelves filled with copper kettles, iron casseroles, and tin pans. The shelves are trimmed with fancy scarlet paper. To right of middle, a large arched entrance with glass doors, through which one sees a fountain with a statue of Cupid, syringa bushes in bloom, and tall poplars. To left corner of scene, a large stove with hood decorated with birch branches. To right, servant's dining table of white pine and a few chairs. On the end of table stands a Japanese jar filled with syringa blossoms. The floor is strewn with juniper branches. Near stove, an icebox, sink, and dish table. A large old-fashioned bell hangs over the door, to left of door a speaking tube. Kristen stands at stove engaged in cooking something. She wears a light cotton dress and kitchen apron. Jean comes in wearing livery. He carries a large pair of riding boots with spurs, which he puts on floor.
Tonight, Miss Julie is crazy again. Perfectly crazy.
So, you're back at last.
I went to the station with the Count, and coming back I went into the barn and danced, and then I discovered Miss Julie there, leading the dance with the gamekeeper. When she spied me, she rushed right toward me and asked me to waltz, and then she waltzed so. Never in my life have I seen anything like it. Ha ha, she is crazy tonight.
She always has been, but never so much as in the last fortnight since her engagement was broken off.
Yes. What about that gossip? You seem like a fine fellow. although he wasn't rich. Ah, they have so much nonsense about them.
Seats himself at table.
It's queer about Miss Julie, though, to prefer staying here at home among these people, eh? To going away with her father to visit her relatives, eh?
She's probably shamefaced about breaking off with her intended.
No doubt. But he was a likely sort just the same. Do you know, Kristen, how it happened? I saw it, although I didn't let on.
No. Did you see it?
Yes, indeed, I did. They were out in the stable yard one evening, and she was training him, as she called it. Do you know what happened? She made him leap over her riding whip, the way you teach a dog to jump. He jumped it twice and got a lash each time, but the third time he snatched the whip from her hand and broke it into pieces. And then he vanished.
Was that the way it happened? No, you don't say so.
Yes, that's the way the thing happened. But what have you got to give me that's good, Kristen?
Kristen takes things from the pans on stove and serves them to him.
Oh, it's only a bit of kidney I cut out of the veal steak for you.
Ah, splendid. My favorite delicacy. But you might have warmed the plate.
You're fussier than the Count when you get started.
Tweaks his hair.
Don't pull my hair. You know how sensitive I am.
Oh, there. You know I was only loving you.
Jean eats, and Kristen opens bottle of beer.
Beer on midsummer night. Thank you. No, I have something better than that myself.
Takes bottle of wine from drawer of table.
Yellow seal. How's that? Now give me a glass. A wine glass, you understand, of course, when one drinks the genuine.
Kristen fetches a glass, then goes to stove and puts on casserole.
Heaven help the woman who gets you for her husband. What a fuss budget.
Oh, talk. You ought to be glad to get such a fine fellow as I am. And I don't think it's done you any harm, because I'm considered your intended.
Tastes wine.
Excellent. Very excellent. Just a little too cold.
Warms glass with hands.
We bought this at Dijon. It stood at 4 francs a litre in the bulk. Then, of course, there was the duty besides. What are you cooking now that smells so infernally?
Oh, it's some devil's mess that Miss Julie must have for Diana.
Take care of your words, Kristen. But why should you stand there cooking for that damn dog on a holiday evening? Is it sick, eh?
Yes, it's sick. Diana sneaked out with the gatekeeper's mongrels, and now something is wrong. Miss Julie can't stand that.
Miss Julie has a great deal of pride about some things, but not enough about others. Just like her mother in her lifetime. She thrived best in the kitchen or the stable, but she must always drive tandem, never one horse. She would go about with soiled cuffs, but she had to have the Count's crest on her cuff buttons. And as for Miss Julie, she doesn't take much care of her appearance either. I should say she isn't refined. Why, just now, out there, she pulled the forester from Anna's side and asked him to dance with her. We wouldn't do things that way. But when the high-born wish to unbend, they become vulgar. Splendid she is, though. Magnificent. Ah, such shoulders and...
Oh, don't exaggerate. I've heard what Clara says, who dresses her sometimes. I have.
Ah, Clara, you women are always jealous of each other. I who've been out riding with her. And such a dancer.
Come now, Jean. Don't you want to dance with me when I'm through?
Of course I want to.
That is a promise.
Promise? When I say I will do a thing, I do it. Thanks for the supper. It was excellent.
Pushes cork in the bottle with a bang. Miss Julie appears in doorway, speaking to someone outside.
I'll be back soon, but don't let things wait for me.
Jean quickly puts bottle in table drawer and rises very respectfully. Enter Miss Julie and goes to Kristen.
Is it done?
Kristen indicating Jean's presence.
Have you secrets between you?
Julie flipping handkerchief in his face.
Curious, are you?
How sweet that violet perfume is.
Impudence. Do you appreciate perfumes, too? Dance, that you do splendidly.
Jean looks toward the cooking stove.
Don't look. Away with you.
Is it some troll's dish that you were both concocting for a midsummer night? Something to pierce the future with and evoke the face of your intended?
To see him, one must have sharp eyes.
To Kristen.
Put it into a bottle and cork it tight. Come now, Jean, and dance a schottische with me.
Jean hesitates.
I don't wish to be impolite to anyone, but this dance I promised to Kristen.
Oh, she can have another. Isn't that so, Kristen? Won't you lend Jean to me?
It's not for me to say. If Miss Julie is so gracious, it's not for me to say no.
To Jean.
Go you and be grateful for the honour.
Well said, but not wishing any offence. I wonder if it is prudent for Miss Julie to dance twice in succession with her servants, especially as people are never slow to find meaning in...
In what? What sort of meaning? What were you going to say?
Jean, taken aback.
Since Miss Julie does not understand, I must speak plainly. It may look strange to prefer one of your underlings to others who covet the same honor.
To prefer? What a thought! I, the lady of the house, I honor the people with my presence, and now that I feel like dancing, I want to have a partner who knows how to lead to avoid being ridiculous.
As Miss Julie commands, I'm here to serve.
You mustn't look upon that as a command. Tonight we are all in holiday spirits, full of gladness, and rank is flung aside. So, give me your arm. Don't be alarmed, Kristen. I shall not take your sweetheart away from you.
Jean offers arm. They exit. Pantomime, played as though the actress were really alone. Turns her back to the audience when necessary. Does not look out into the auditorium. Does not hurry as though fearing the audience might grow restless. Soft violin music from the distance. Schottische time. Kristen hums with the music. She cleans the table, washes plate, wipes it, and puts it in the china closet. Takes off her apron, and then opens a drawer of table, and takes a small hand glass and stands it against a flower pot on table. Lights a candle and heats a hairpin with which she crimps her hair round her forehead. After that, she goes to door at back and listens. Then she returns to table and sees the Countess's handkerchief, picks it up, smells of it, then smooths it out and folds it. Enter Jean.
She is crazy, I tell you, to dance like that. And the people stand grinning at her behind the doors. What do you say to that, Kristen?
Oh, didn't I say she'd been acting queer lately? But isn't it my turn to dance now?
You are not angry because I let myself be led by the forelock.
No, not for such a little thing. That you know well enough. And I know my place, too.
Jean puts arm around her waist.
You're a pretty smart girl, Kristen, and you ought to make a good wife.
Enter Miss Julie. Julie disagreeably surprised, but with forced gaiety.
You're a charming cavalier to run away from your partner.
On the contrary, Miss Julie, I have hastened to my neglected one, as you see.
Do you know, you dance wonderfully well. But why are you in livery on a holiday night? Take it off immediately.
Will you excuse me? My coat hangs there.
Goes right and takes coat.
Does it embarrass you to change your coat in my presence? Go to your room, then, or else stay, and I'll turn my back.
With your permission, Miss Julie.
Exit Jean right. One sees his arm as he changes coat. Julie, to Kristen.
Is Jean your sweetheart, that he is so devoted?
Sweetheart? Yes, may it please you. Sweetheart. That's what they call it.
Call it?
Oh, Miss Julie has herself had a sweetheart, and,
Yes, we were engaged.
But it came to nothing.
Enter Jean in black frock coat.
Très gentil, Monsieur Jean, très gentil.
Vous veuillez plaisanter, mademoiselle.
Et vous voulez parler français? Where did you learn that?
In Switzerland, where I was butler in the largest hotel at Lucerne.
Why, you look like a gentleman in your frock coat. Charmant.
Seats herself by table.
You flatter me.
Flatter?
My natural modesty forbids me to believe that you could mean these pleasant things that you say to such as I am, and therefore I allowed myself to fancy that you overrate, or, as it is called, flatter.
Where did you learn to use words like that? Have you frequented the theatres much?
I have frequented many places, I have.
But you were born here in this neighborhood?
My father was a deputy under the public prosecutor, and I saw Miss Julie as a child, although she didn't see me.
No, really?
Yes, I remember one time in particular, but I mustn't talk about that.
Oh, yes, do. When was it?
No, really, not now. Another time, perhaps.
Another time is good for nothing. Is it so dreadful, then?
Not dreadful, but it goes against the grain.
Turns and points to Kristen, who has fallen asleep in a chair near stove.
Look at her.
She'll make a charming wife. Does she snore, too?
No, but she talks in her sleep.
How do you know that she talks in her sleep?
I have heard her.
Pause, and they look at each other.
Why don't you sit down?
I can't allow myself to do so in your presence.
But if I command you?
Then I obey.
Sit down, then. But wait, can't you get me something to drink first?
I don't know what there is in the icebox. Nothing but beer, probably.
Is beer nothing? My taste is so simple that I prefer it to wine.
Jean takes out beer and serves it on plate.
Allow me.
Won't you drink too?
I am no friend to beer, but if Miss Julie commands.
Commands? I should think as a polite cavalier you might join your lady.
Looking at it in that way, you are quite right.
Opens another bottle of beer and fills glass.
Give me a toast.
Jean hesitates.
Old as he is, I believe the man is bashful.
Jean, on his knee with mock gallantry, raises glass.
A health to my lady of the house.
Bravo! Now you must kiss my slipper, then the thing is perfect.
Jean hesitates, and then seizes her foot and kisses it lightly.
Splendid! You should have been an actor.
Jean, rising.
But this mustn't go on any further, Miss Julie. What if someone should come in and see us?
What harm would that do?
Simply that it would give them a chance to gossip. And if Miss Julie only knew how their tongues wagged just now, then...
What did they say? Tell me. And sit down now.
Jean, sitting.
I don't wish to hurt you, but they used an expression, threw hints of a certain kind. But you are not a child. You can understand. When one sees a lady drinking alone with a man, let alone a servant, at night, then...
Then what? And for that matter, we are not alone. Kristen is here.
Sleeping, yes.
Then I shall wake her.
Rises.
Kristen, are you asleep?
Kristen, in her sleep.
Blah, 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 blah. Kristen! She certainly can sleep.
Goes to Kristen. Kristen, in her sleep.
The Count's boots are polished. Put on the coffee soon. Soon.
Julie takes her by the nose.
Won't you wake up?
Don't disturb the sleeping.
What?
Anyone who has stood over the hot stove all day long is tired when night comes. One should respect the weary.
That's a kind thought, and I honor it.
Offers her hand.
Thanks for the suggestion. Come out with me now and pick some syringas.
Kristen has awakened and goes to her room, right, in a sort of sleep-stupefied way.
With Miss Julie?
With me.
But that wouldn't do. Decidedly not.
I don't understand you. Is it possible that you fancy that I—
No, not I, but people.
What? That I'm in love with my coachman?
I am not presumptuous, but we have seen instances, and with the people nothing is sacred.
I believe he is an aristocrat.
Yes, I am.
But I stepped down.
Don't step down, Miss Julie. Listen to me. No one would believe that you stepped down of your own accord. People always say that one falls down.
I think better of the people than you do. Come and try them. Come.
Dares him with a look.
Do you know that you are wonderful?
Perhaps. But you are too. Everything is wonderful for that matter. Life, people, everything. Everything is wreckage that drifts over the water until it sinks. Sinks. I have the same dream every now and then, and at this moment I'm reminded of it. I find myself seated at the top of a high pillar, and I see no possible way to get down. I grow dizzy when I look down, but down I must. But I'm not brave enough to throw myself. I cannot hold fast, and I long to fall, but I don't fall. And yet I can find no rest or peace until I shall come down to earth. And if I came down to earth, I would wish myself down in the ground. Have you ever felt like that?
No. I dream that I'm lying in a dark wood, under a tall tree, and I would up to the top, where I can look far over the fair landscape, where the sun is shining. I climb, to plunder the birds' nests up there, where the golden eggs lie. But the tree trunk is so thick, so smooth, and the first limb is so high. But I know if I reached the first limb, I should climb as though on a ladder to the top. I haven't reached it yet, but I shall reach it, if only in the dream.
Here I stand, talking about dreams with you. Come now, just out in the park.
She offers her arm, and they start.
We should sleep on 9 midsummer flowers tonight, and then our dreams would come true.
She turns. Jean quickly holds a hand over his eye.
What is it? Something in your eye?
Oh, it is nothing. Just a speck. It'll be all right in a moment.
It was some dust from my sleeve that brushed against you. Now sit down and let me look for it.
Pulls him into a chair, looks into his eye.
Now sit still, perfectly still.
Uses corner of her handkerchief in his eye. Strikes his hand.
So, Will you mind? I believe you are trembling, strong man that you are.
Touching his arm.
And such arms.
Miss Julie?
Yes, Monsieur Jean.
Attention. Je ne suis qu'un homme.
Will you sit still? So, now it is gone. Kiss my hand and thank me.
Jean rises.
Miss Julie, listen to me. Kristen has gone to bed now. Will you listen to me?
Kiss my hand first.
Listen to me.
Kiss my hand first.
Yes, but blame yourself.
For what?
For what? Are you a child at 25? Don't you know that it is dangerous to play with fire?
Not for me. I am insured.
No, you are not. But even if you are, there is inflammable material in the neighborhood.
Might that be you?
Yes, not because it is I, but because I'm a young man.
With a grand opportunity. What an inconceivable presumption! A Don Juan, perhaps, or a Joseph. On my soul, I believe he is a Joseph.
You do?
Almost.
Jean rushes toward her and tries to take her into his arms to kiss. Julie gives him a box on the ear.
Shame on you.
Are you in earnest or fooling?
In earnest.
Then you were in earnest a moment ago, too. You play too seriously with what is dangerous. Now I am tired of playing, and beg to be excused that I may go on with my work. The Count must have his boots in time, and it is long past midnight.
Jean picks up boots.
Put those boots away.
No, that is my work, which it is my duty to do. But I was not hired to be your plaything, and that I shall never be. I think too well of myself for that.
You are proud.
In some things, not in others.
Were you ever in love?
We do not use that word, but I have liked many girls. One time I was sick because I couldn't have the one I wanted. Sick, you understand, like the princesses in the Arabian Nights, who could not eat nor drink for love sickness.
Who was she?
Jean is silent.
Who was she?
That you could not make me tell.
Not if I ask you as an equal, as a friend? Who was she?
It was you.
Julie seats herself.
How extravagant.
Yes, if you will, it was ridiculous. That was the story I hesitated to tell you. But now I'm going to tell it. Do you know how people in high life look from the underworld? No, of course you don't. They look like hawks and eagles whose backs one seldom sees, for they soar up above. I lived in a hovel provided by the state, with 7 brothers and sisters, and a pig, out on a barren stretch, where nothing grew, not even a tree. But from the window I could see the Count's park walls, with apple trees rising above them. That was the garden of paradise, and there stood many angry angels, with flaming swords protecting it. But for all that I and other boys found the way to the tree of life. Now you despise me.
Oh, all boys steal apples.
You say that, but you despise me all the same. No matter. One time I entered the garden of paradise. It was to weed the onion beds with my mother. Near the orchard stood a Turkish pavilion, shaded and overgrown with jasmine and honeysuckle. I didn't know what it was used for, and I had never seen anything so beautiful. People passed in and out, and one day the door was left open. I sneaked in and beheld walls covered with pictures of kings and emperors, and there were red-fringed curtains at the windows. Now you understand what I mean.
Breaks off a spray of syringes and puts it to her nostrils.
I had never been in the castle, and how my thoughts leaped, and there they returned ever after. Little by little, the longing came over me to experience for once the pleasure of anything. I sneaked in and was bewildered, but then I heard someone coming. There was only one exit for the great folk, but for me there was another, and I had to choose that.
Julie, who has taken the syringa, lets it fall on table.
Once out, I started to run, scrambled through a raspberry hedge, rushed over a strawberry bed, and came to a stop on the rose terrace. For there I saw a figure in a white dress and white slippers and stockings. It was you. I hid under a heap of weeds, under, you understand, where the thistles pricked me, and lay on the damp, rank earth. I gazed at you walking among the roses, and I thought, if it is true that the thief on the cross could enter heaven and dwell among the angels, it was strange that a pauper child on God's earth could not go into the castle park and play with the countess's daughter.
Do you believe that all poor children would have such thoughts under those conditions?
That all poor children? Yes, of course, of course.
It must be a terrible misfortune to be poor.
Jean, with deep pain and great chagrin.
Oh, Miss Julie, a dog may lie on the couch of a countess. A horse may be caressed by a lady's hand. But a servant, yes, yes. Sometimes there is stuff enough in a man, whatever he be, to swing himself up in the world. But how often does that happen? But to return to the story, do you know what I did? I ran down to the mill dam and threw myself in with my clothes on, and was pulled out and got a thrashing. But the following Sunday, when all the family went to visit my grandmother, I contrived to stay at home. I scrubbed myself well, put on my best clothes, such as they were, and went to church, so that I might see you. I saw you. Then I went home with my mind made up to put an end to myself. But I wanted to do it beautifully and without pain. Then I happened to remember that elderberry blossoms are poisonous. I knew where there was a big elderberry bush in full bloom, and I stripped it of its riches and made a bed of it in the oat bin. Have you ever noticed how smooth and glossy oats are? As soft as a woman's arm. Well, I got in and let down the cover, fell asleep, and when I awoke I was very ill, but didn't die, as you see. What I wanted, I don't know. You were unattainable, but through the vision of you I was made to realize how hopeless it was to rise above the conditions of my birth.
You tell it well. Were you ever at school?
A little, but I have read a good deal and gone to the theatres, and besides, I have always heard the talk of fine folks, and from them I have learned most.
Do you listen, then, to what we are saying?
Yes, indeed I do, and I have heard much when I have been on the coach-box. One time I heard Miss Julie and a lady.
Oh, what was it you heard?
That's not so easy to tell. But I was astonished and could not understand where you had heard such things. Well, perhaps at bottom there's not so much difference between people and people.
Oh, shame! We don't behave as you do when we are engaged.
Jean, eyeing her.
Are you sure of that? It isn't worth while to play the innocent with me.
I gave my love to a rascal.
That's what they always say afterward.
Always?
Always, I believe, as I have heard the expression many times before under the same circumstances.
What circumstances?
Those we've been talking about. The last time
Silence. I don't wish to hear any more.
Well, then, I beg to be excused, so I may go to bed.
Go to bed? On Midsummer Night?
Yes, for dancing out there with that pack has not amused me.
Then get the key for the boat and row me out over the lake. I want to see the sunrise.
Is that prudent?
One would think that you were afraid of your reputation.
Why not? I don't want to be made ridiculous. I'm not willing to be driven out without references, now that I'm going to settle down, and I feel I owe something to Kristen.
Oh, so it's Kristen now.
Yes, but you too. Take my advice, go up and go to bed.
Shall I obey you?
For once, for your own sake, I beg of you. Night is crawling along. Sleepiness makes one irresponsible, and the brain grows hot. Go to your room. In fact, if I hear rightly, some of the people are coming for me. If they find us here, then you are lost.
Chorus is heard approaching, singing. There came two ladies out of the woods, Triddy-Reedy-Ralla, Triddy-Reedy-Ra. One of them had wet her foot, Triddy-Reedy-Ralla-La. They talked of $100, Triddy-Reedy-Ralla, Triddy-Reedy-Ra. But neither had hardly $1, Triddy-Reedy-Ralla-La. The mitten I'm going to send you, Triddy-Reedy-Ralla, Triddy-Reedy-Ra. For another I'm going to jilt you, Triddy-Reedy-Ralla, Triddy-Reedy-Ra.
I know the people, and I love them, and they respect me. Let them come, you shall see.
No, Miss Julie, they don't love you. They take your food and spit upon your kindness. Believe me. Listen to them. Listen to what they're singing. No, don't listen.
Julie, listening.
What are they singing?
It's something suggestive about you and me.
Infamous! Oh, horrible! And how cowardly!
The pack is always cowardly, and in such a battle one can only run away.
Run away? Where? We can't get out, and we can't go to Kristen.
Into my room, then. Necessity knows no law. You can depend on me, for I am your real, genuine, respectful friend.
But think, if they found you there.
I will turn the key, and if they try to break in, I'll shoot. Come, come.
You promise me?
I swear.
She exits right. Jean follows her. Ballet. The farm folk enter in holiday dress with flowers in their hats, a fiddler in the lead. They carry a keg of home-brewed beer and a smaller keg of gin, both decorated with greens which are placed on the table. They help themselves to glasses and drink. Then they sing and dance a country dance to the melody of There Came Two Ladies Out of the Woods. When that is over, they go out, singing. Enter Julie alone, sees the havoc the visitors have made, clasps her hands, takes out powder-box and powders her face. Enter Jean, exuberant.
There, you see? And you heard them. Do you think it's possible for us to remain here any longer?
No, I don't. But what's to be done?
Fly, travel, far from here.
Travel, yes. But where?
To Switzerland, to the Italian lakes. You have never been there?
No. Is it beautiful there?
Oh, an eternal summer. Oranges, trees, laurels, oh.
But what shall we do there?
I'll open a first-class hotel for first-class patrons.
Hotel?
That is life. You shall see. New faces constantly, different languages. Not a moment for boredom. Always something to do, night and day. The bell ringing, the trains whistling, omnibus coming and going, and all the time the gold pieces rolling into the till. That is life.
Yes, that is life. And I?
The mistress of the establishment, the ornament of the house, with your looks and your manners. Oh, it's a sure success. Colossal. You could sit like a queen in the office and set the slaves in action by touching an electric button. The guests line up before your throne and shyly lay their riches on your desk. You can't believe how people tremble when they get their bills. I can salt the bills, and you can sweeten them with your most bewitching smile. Let us get away from here.
Takes a timetable from his pocket.
Immediately, by the next train. We can be at Malmo at 6:30, Hamburg at 8:40 tomorrow morning, Frankfurt the day after, and at Como by the St. Gothard route in about, let me see, 3 days. 3 days.
All that is well enough. But, Jean, you must give me courage. Take me in your arms and tell me that you love me.
I will, but I daren't. Not again in this house. I love you, of course. Do you doubt that?
You? Say thou to me. Between us there can be no more formality. Say thou.
I can't. There must be formality between us. As long as we are in this house, there is the memory of the past, and there is the Count, your father. I have never known anyone else for whom I have such respect. I need only to see his gloves lying in a chair to feel my own insignificance. I have only to hear his bell to start like a nervous horse. And now as I see his boots standing there so stiff and proper, I feel like bowing and scraping.
Gives boots a kick.
Superstitions and prejudices taught in childhood can't be uprooted in a moment. Let us go to a country that is a republic, where they'll stand on their heads for my coachman's livery. On their heads shall they stand. But I shall not. I am not born to bow and scrape, for there's stuff in me. Character. If I only get hold of the first limb, you shall see me climb. I'm a coachman today, but next year I shall be a proprietor. In 2 years a gentleman of income, then for Romania, where I'll let them decorate me, and can, mark you, can and account.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Oh, in Romania one can buy a title cheap, so you can be a countess just the same. My countess.
What do I care for all that, which I now cast behind me? Say that you love me, else what am I without it?
I'll say it 1,000 times afterwards, but not here. Above all, let us have no sentimentality now, or everything will fall through. We must look at this matter coldly like sensible people.
Takes out a cigar and lights it.
I'll sit down there, and I'll sit here, and we'll talk it over as if nothing had happened.
Julie, staggered.
Oh, my God! Have you no feeling?
I? No one living has more feeling than I, but I can restrain myself.
A moment ago you could kiss my slipper, and now...
That was then. Now we have other things to think about.
Don't speak harshly to me.
Not harshly, but wisely. One folly has been committed. Commit no more. The Count may be here at any moment, and before he comes, our fate must be settled. How do my plans for the future strike you? Do you approve of them?
They seem acceptable enough. But one question. For such a great undertaking, a large capital is necessary. Have you that?
Jean, chewing his cigar.
I? To be sure. I have my regular occupation, my unusual experience, my knowledge of different languages. That is capital that counts, I should say.
But with all that, you could not buy a railway ticket.
That's true, and for that reason I'm looking for a backer who can furnish the funds.
How can that be done at a moment's notice?
That is for you to say, if you wish to be my companion.
I can't, as I have nothing myself.
A pause.
Then the whole matter drops.
And?
Things remain as they are.
Do you think I could remain under this roof after... Do you think I will allow the people to point at me in scorn, or that I can ever look my father in the face again? Never. Take me away from this humiliation and dishonor. Oh, what have I done? Oh, my God, what have I done?
So, you are beginning in that tune now? What have you done? The same as many before you.
And now you despise me. I am falling. I am falling.
Fall down to my level. I'll lift you up afterwards.
What strange power drew me to you? The weak to the strong, the falling to the rising? Or is this love? This love? Do you know what love is?
I? Yes. Do you think it's the first time?
What language, what thoughts!
I am what life has made me. Don't be nervous and play the high and mighty, for now we are on the same level. Look here, my little girl. Let me offer you a glass of something extra fine.
Opens drawer of table and takes out wine bottle, then fills 2 glasses that have been already used.
Where did you get that wine?
From the cellar?
My father's Burgundy.
What's the matter? Isn't that good enough for the son-in-law?
And I drink beer.
That only goes to prove that your taste is poorer than mine.
Thief!
Do you intend to tattle?
Oh, accomplice to a house thief. Was I intoxicated? Have I been walking in my sleep this night, midsummer night, the night for innocent play?
Innocent, eh?
Julie, pacing back and forth.
Is there a being on earth so miserable as I?
Why are you, after such a conquest? Think of Kristen in there. Don't you think she has feelings too?
I thought so a little while ago, but I don't any more. A servant is a servant.
And a whore is a whore.
Julie falls on her knees with clasped hands.
Oh, God in heaven! And my wretched life, save me from this mire into which I'm sinking. Oh, save me! Save me!
I can't deny that it hurts me to see you like this.
And you, who wanted to die for me.
In the oat bin? Oh, that was only talk.
That is to say, a lie.
Jean, beginning to show sleepiness.
Almost. I believe I read something of the sort in a newspaper about a chimney sweep who made a deathbed for himself of syringa blossoms in a wood bin, because they were going to arrest him for non-support of his children.
So you are such a...
What better could I have hit on? One must always be romantic to capture a woman.
Wretch! Now you have seen the eagle's back, and I suppose I am to be the first limb.
And the limb is rotten.
And I am to be the hotel signboard.
And I, the hotel.
And sit behind the desk and allure guests and overcharge them.
Oh, that'll be my business.
Oh, that a soul can be so degraded.
Look to your own soul.
Lackey. Servant. Stand up when I speak.
Don't you dare to moralize to me. Lackey, eh? Do you think you have shown yourself finer than any maidservant tonight?
That is right. Strike me, trample on me. I deserve nothing better. I have done wrong. But help me now. Help me out of this if there is any possible way.
I don't care to shirk my share of the blame, but do you think any one of my position would ever have dared to raise his eyes to you if you yourself had not invited it? Even now I am astonished.
And proud.
Why not? Although I must confess that the conquest was too easy to be exciting.
Go on, strike me again.
Jean, rising.
No, forgive me, rather, for what I said. I do not strike the unarmed, least of all a woman. But I can't deny that from a certain point of view it gives me satisfaction to know that it is the glitter of brass, not gold, that dazzles us from below, and that the eagle's back is gray like the rest of him. On the other hand, I am sorry to have to realize that all that I have looked up to is not worth while, and it pains me to see you fallen lower than your cook, as it pains me to see autumn blossoms whipped to pieces by the cold rain and transformed into dirt.
You speak as though you were already my superior.
And so I am, for I can make you a countess, and you could never make me a count.
But I am born of a count. That you can never be.
That is true, but I can be the father of counts, if...
But you are a thief. That I am not.
There are worse things than that, and for that matter, when I serve in a house, I regard myself as a member of the family, a child of the house, as it were, and one doesn't consider it theft if children snoop a berry from full bushes. Miss Julie, you are a glorious woman, too good for such as I. You have been the victim of an infatuation, and you want to disguise this fault by fancying that you love me. But you do not, unless perhaps my outer self attracts you, and then your love is no better than mine. But I cannot be satisfied with that, and your real love I can never awaken.
Are you sure of that?
You mean that we could get along with such an arrangement? There's no doubt about my loving you. You are beautiful. You are elegant.
Goes to her and takes her hand.
Accomplished. Lovable when you wish to be. And the flame that you awaken in man does not die easily.
Puts arm around her.
You are like hot wine with strong spices, and your lips...
Tries to kiss her. Julie pulls herself away slowly.
Leave me. I'm not to be won this way.
How then? Not with caresses and beautiful words? Not by thoughts for the future to save humiliation? How then?
How? I don't know. I don't know. I shrink from you as I would from a rat. But I cannot escape from you.
Escape with me.
Escape? Yes, we must escape. But I'm so tired. Give me a glass of wine.
Jean fills a glass with wine. Julie looks at her watch.
We must talk it over first, for we still have a little time left.
She empties the glass and puts it out for more.
Don't drink too much. It will go to your head.
What harm will that do?
What harm? It's foolish to get intoxicated.
End of Part 1 of Countess Julie by August Strindberg. Play 10, Part 2 of One Act Play Collection 17. Part 2 of Countess Julie by August Strindberg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Part 2 of Countess Julie.
What did you want to say?
We must go away. But we must talk first. That is, I must speak, for until now you have done all the talking. You told me about your life. Now I will tell you about mine. Then we will know each other through and through before we start on our wandering together.
One moment, then. Pardon. Think well whether you won't regret having told your life's secret.
Aren't you my friend?
Yes, sometimes, but don't depend on me.
You only say that. And for that matter, I have no secrets. You see, my mother was not of noble birth. She was brought up with ideas of equality, women's freedom, and all that. She had very decided opinions against matrimony, and when my father courted her, she declared that she would never be his wife. But she did so for all that. I came into the world against my mother's wishes, I discovered, and was brought up like a child of nature by my mother, and taught everything that a boy must know as well. I was to be an example of a woman being as good as a man. I was made to go about in boys' clothes, and take care of the horses, and harness and saddle and hunt, and all such things. In fact, all over the estate women servants were taught to do men's work, with the result that the property came near being ruined. And so we became the laughing-stock of the countryside. At last my father must have awakened from his bewitched condition, for he revolted and ran things according to his ideas. My mother became ill. What it was I don't know, but she often had cramps and acted queerly, sometimes hiding in the attic or the orchard, and would even be gone all night at times. Then came the big fire, which, of course, you have heard about. The house, the stables, everything was burned, under circumstances that pointed strongly to an incendiary, for the misfortune happened the day after the quarterly insurance was due, and the premiums sent in by father were strangely delayed by his messenger, so that they arrived too late.
She fills a wine glass and drinks.
Don't drink any more.
Oh, what does it matter? My father was utterly at a loss to know where to get money to rebuild with. Then my mother suggested he try to borrow from a man who had been her friend in her youth, a brick manufacturer here in the neighborhood. My father made the loan, but wasn't allowed to pay any interest, which surprised him. Then the house was rebuilt.
Julie drinks again.
Do you know who burned the house?
Her ladyship? Your mother?
Do you know who the brick manufacturer was?
Your mother's lover.
Do you know whose money it was?
Just a moment. That I don't know.
It was my mother's.
The Count's, that is to say, unless there was a contract.
There was no contract. My mother had some money which she had not wished to have in my father's keeping, and therefore she had entrusted it to her friend's care.
Who kept it?
Quite right. He held on to it. All this came to my father's knowledge. He couldn't proceed against him, wasn't allowed to pay his wife's friend, and couldn't prove that it was his wife's money. That was my mother's revenge for his taking the reins of the establishment into his own hands. At that time, he was ready to shoot himself. Gossip had it that he had tried and failed. Well, he lived it down, and my mother paid full penalty for her misdeed. Those were 5 terrible years for me, as you can fancy. I sympathized with my father, but I took my mother's part, for I didn't know the true circumstances. Through her, I learned to distrust and hate men, and I swore to her never to be a man's slave.
But you became engaged to the lieutenant governor.
Just to make him my slave.
But that he didn't care to be.
He wanted to be, fast enough, but I grew tired of him.
Yes, I noticed that, in the stable yard.
What do you mean?
I saw how he broke the engagement.
That's a lie. It was I who broke it. Did he say he broke it, the wretch?
I don't believe that he was a wretch. You hate men, Miss Julie.
Most of them. Sometimes one is weak.
You hate me.
Excessively. I could see you shot.
Like a mad dog?
Exactly.
But there is nothing here to shoot with. What shall we do then?
Julie, rousing herself.
We must get away from here, travel.
And torture each other to death?
No, to enjoy. A few days, a week, as long as we can. And then to die.
Die? How silly. I think it's better to start at the hotel.
Julie, not heeding him.
By the lake of Como, where the sun is always shining, where the laurel is green at Christmas and the oranges grow.
The lake of Como is a rain hole. I never saw any oranges there except on fruit stands. But it's a good resort, and there are many villas to rent to loving couples. That's a very paying industry. You know why? They take leases for half a year at least, but they usually leave in 3 weeks.
Why after 3 weeks?
Why? They quarrel, of course, but the rent must be paid all the same. Then you re-let, and so one after another they come and go. There is plenty of love, although it doesn't last long.
Then you don't want to die with me?
I don't want to die at all, both because I enjoy living and because I regard suicide as a crime to Him who has given us life.
Then you believe in God?
Yes, of course I do, and I go to church every other Sunday. But I'm tired of all this, and I'm going to bed.
Do you think I would allow myself to be satisfied with such an ending? Do you know what a man owes to a woman he hits?
Jean takes out a silver coin and throws it on the table.
Allow me. I don't want to owe anything to anyone.
Julie, pretending not to notice the insult.
Do you know what the law demands?
I know that the law demands nothing of a woman who seduces a man.
Julie, again not heeding him.
Do you see any way out of it but travel, wed, and separate?
And if I protest against this misalliance?
Misalliance?
Yes, for me. For you see I have a finer ancestry than you, for I have no firebug in my family.
How do you know?
You can't prove the contrary. We have no family record except that which the police keep. But your pedigree I have read in a book on the drawing-room table. Do you know who the founder of your family was? It was a miller whose wife found favor with the king during the Danish War. Such ancestry I have not.
This is my reward for opening my heart to anyone so unworthy, with whom I have talked about my family honor.
Dishonor? Yes, I said it. I told you not to drink, because then one talks too freely, and one should never talk.
Oh, how I repent all this! If at least you loved me.
For the last time, what do you mean? Shall I weep? Shall I jump over your riding whip? Shall I kiss you, lure you to Lake Como for 3 weeks? And then, what do you want anyway? Oh, this is getting tiresome. That's the way it always is when you get mixed up in women's affairs. Miss Julie, I see that you are unhappy. I know that you suffer. But I can't understand you. Among my kind there is no nonsense of this sort. We love as we play when work gives us time. We haven't the whole day and night for it like you.
You must be good to me, and speak to me as though I were a human being.
Be one yourself. You spit on me and expect me to stand it?
Help me. Help me. Only tell me what to do. Show me a way out of this.
In heaven's name, if I only knew myself.
I have been raving. I have been mad. But is there no means of deliverance?
Stay here at home and say nothing. No one knows.
Impossible. These people know it, and Kristen.
They don't know it, and could never suspect such a thing.
But it might happen again.
That is true.
And the consequences.
Consequences. Where were my wits not to have thought of that? There's only one thing to do. Get away from here immediately. I can't go with you, or they will suspect. You must go alone, away from here, anywhere.
Alone? Where? I cannot.
You must, and before the Count returns. If you stay, we know how it will be. If one has taken a false step, it's likely to happen again, as the harm has already been done, and one grows more and more daring, until at last all is discovered. Write the Count afterward and confess all, except that it was I, that he could never guess, and I don't think he'll be so anxious to know who it was anyway.
I will go if you will go with me.
Are you raving again? Miss Julie, running away with your coachman? All the papers would be full of it, and that the Count could never live through.
I can't go. I can't stay. Help me. I'm so tired, so weary. Command me. Set me in motion. I can't think any more, can't act.
See now what creatures you aristocrats are? Why do you bristle up and stick up your noses as though you were the lords of creation? Very well, I will command you. Go up and dress yourself, and see to it that you have travelling money, and then come down.
She hesitates.
Go immediately.
She still hesitates. He takes her hand and leads her to door.
Speak gently to me, Jean.
A command always sounds harsh. Feel it yourself now.
Exit Julie. Jean draws a sigh of relief, seats himself by the table, takes out a notebook and pencil, and counts aloud now and then until Kristen comes in, dressed for church.
My heavens, how it looks here! What's been going on?
Oh, Miss Julie dragged in the people. Have you been sleeping so soundly that you didn't hear anything?
I've slept like a log.
And already dressed for church?
Yes. Didn't you promise to go to early service with me?
Yes, quite so. And there you have my stock in front. All right.
He seats himself, Kristen putting on his stock.
What is the text today?
St. John's Day. It is, of course, about the beheading of John the Baptist.
I'm afraid it will be terribly long drawn out. Hey, you're choking me. I'm so sleepy, so sleepy.
What have you been doing up all night? You are actually green in the face.
I have been sitting here talking to Miss Julie.
Oh, you don't know your place.
Listen, Kristen.
Well?
It's queer about her when you think it over.
What is queer?
The whole thing.
Pause. Kristen looks at half-empty glasses on table.
Have you been drinking together too?
Yes.
For shame. Look me in the eye.
Yes?
Is it possible? Is it possible?
Jean, after reflecting.
Yes, it is.
Ugh, that I would never have believed. For shame, for shame.
You were not jealous of her?
No, not of her. But if it had been Clara or Sophie, then I would have scratched your eyes out. So, that is what has happened. How, I can't understand. No, that wasn't very nice.
Are you mad at her?
No, but with you. That was very bad of you, very bad. Poor girl. Do you know what? I don't want to be here in this house any longer, where one cannot respect one's betters.
Why should one respect them?
Yes, you can say that. You are so smart. But I don't want to serve people who behave so. It reflects on oneself, I think.
Yes, but it's a comfort that they are not a bit better than we.
No, I don't think so. For if they are not better, there's no use in our trying to better ourselves in this world. And to think of the Count! Think of him who has so much sorrow all his days. No, I don't want to stay in this house any longer. And to think of it being with such as you. If it had been the lieutenant.
What's that?
Yes, he was good enough, to be sure. But there's a difference between people just the same. No, this I can never forget. Miss Julie, who was always so proud and indifferent to men. One never would believe that she would give herself. And to one like you. She who was ready to have Diana shot because she would run after the gatekeeper's mongrels. Yes, I say it, and here I won't stay any longer, and on the 24th of October I go my way.
And then?
Well, as we've come to talk about it, it's high time you looked around for something else, since we're going to get married.
Well, what'll I look for? A married man couldn't get a place like this.
No, of course not. But you could take a gatekeeper's job, or look for a watchman's place at some factory. The government's plums are few, but they are sure, and then the wife and children get a pension.
Jean, with a grimace.
That's all very fine, all that, but it's not exactly in my line to think about dying for my wife and children just now. I must confess that I have slightly different aspirations.
Aspirations? Aspirations? Anyway, you have obligations. Think of those, you.
Don't irritate me with talk about my obligations. I know my own business. We'll have plenty of time for all this some other day. Go and get ready, and we'll be off to church.
Kristen, listening.
Who's that walking upstairs?
I don't know, unless it's Clara.
Kristen, starting to go.
It could never be the Count who has come home without anyone hearing him.
The Count? I can't believe that. He would have rung the bell.
God help us. Never have I been mixed up in anything like this.
Exit Kristen. The sun has risen and lights up the scene. Presently the sunshine comes in through windows at an angle. Jean goes to door and motions. Enter Julie, dressed for travelling, carrying a small bird cage covered with a cloth, which she places on a chair.
I am ready.
Hush! Kristen is stirring.
Julie, frightened and nervous throughout the following scene.
Does she suspect anything?
She knows nothing. But good heavens, how you look!
Why?
You are pale as a ghost.
Am I? Oh, the sun is rising. The sun.
And now the troll's spell is broken.
The trolls have indeed been at work this night. But Jean, listen. Come with me. I have money enough.
Plenty?
Enough to start with. Go with me, for I can't go alone. Today, Midsummer Day. Think of the stuffy train packed in with the crowds of people staring at one. The long stops at the stations when one could be speeding away. No, I cannot. I cannot. And then the memories. Childhood's memories of Midsummer Day. The church decorated with birch branches and syringa blossoms. The festive dinner table with relations and friends. Afternoon in the park. Music. Dancing. Flowers and games. Oh, one may fly. Fly. But anguish and remorse follow in the pack wagon.
I'll go with you if we leave instantly, before it's too late.
Go and dress, then.
She takes up Birdcage.
But no baggage. That would betray us.
Nothing but what we can take in the coupe.
Jean has picked up his hat.
What have you there?
It's only my canary. I cannot, will not leave it behind.
So we are to lug a birdcage with us? Are you crazy? Let go of it.
It is all I take from home. The only living creature that cares for me. Don't be hard. Let me take it with me.
Let go the cage and don't talk so loud. Kristen will hear us.
No, I will not leave it to strange hands. I would rather see it dead.
Give me the creature. I'll fix it.
Yes, but don't hurt it. Don't. No, I cannot.
Let go. I can.
Julie takes the canary from Cage.
Oh, my little siren, must your mistress part with you?
Be so good as not to make a scene. Your welfare, your life is at stake. So quickly.
Snatches Bird from her and goes to chopping block and takes up Meat Chopper.
You should have learned how to chop off a chicken's head instead of shooting with a revolver.
He chops off the bird's head.
Then you wouldn't swoon at a drop of blood.
Julie shrieks.
Kill me too! Kill me! You who can butcher an innocent bird without a tremble! Oh, how I shrink from you! I curse the moment I first saw you! I curse the moment I was conceived in my mother's womb!
Come now, what good is your cursing? Let's be off.
Julie looks toward chopping block as though obsessed by thought of the slain bird.
No, I cannot. I must see. Hush! A carriage is passing. Don't you think I can stand the sight of blood? You think I am weak? Oh, I should like to see your blood flowing, to see your brain on the chopping block, all your sex swimming in a sea of blood. I believe I could drink out of your skull, bathe my feet in your breast, and eat your heart cooked whole. You think I am weak. You believe that I love you because my life has mingled with yours. You think that I would carry your offspring under my heart and nourish it with my blood, give birth to your child and take your name? Hear you. What are you called? What is your family name? But I'm sure you have none. I should be Mrs. Gatekeeper, perhaps, or Madam Dumpheap. You dog with my collar on, you lackey with my father's hallmark on your buttons. I play rival to my cook. Oh, you believe that I am cowardly and want to run away. No. Now I shall stay. The thunder may roll. My father will return and find his desk broken into, his money gone. Then he will ring that bell. A scuffle with his servant. Then sends for the police. And then I tell all, everything. Oh, it will be beautiful to have it all over with. If only that were the end. And my father, he'll have a shock and die. And then that will be the end. Then they will place his swords across the coffin. And the Count's line is extinct. The serf's line will continue in an orphanage, win honors in the gutter, and end in prison.
Now it is the king's blood talking. Splendid, Miss Julie. Only keep the miller in his sack.
Enter Kristen with prayer book in hand. Julie, hastening to Kristen, and falling in her arms as though seeking protection.
Help me, Kristen. Help me against this man.
Kristen, cold and unmoved.
What kind of performance is this for a holy day morning? What does this mean? This noise and fuss?
Kristen, you are a woman, and my friend. Beware this wretch.
Jean, a little embarrassed and surprised.
While the ladies are arguing, I'll go and shave myself.
Jean goes.
You must understand me. You must listen to me.
No, I can't understand all this bosh. Where may you be going in your travelling dress? And he had his hat on, hey?
Listen to me. Kristen, listen to me, and I'll tell you everything.
I don't want to know anything.
You must listen to me.
What about? Is it that foolishness with Jean? That doesn't concern me at all. That I won't be mixed up with. But if you're trying to lure him to run away with you, then we must put a stop to it.
Try to be calm now, Kristen, and listen to me. I can't stay here, and Jean can't stay here. That being true, we must leave. Kristen. But I have an idea. What if we three should go away to foreign parts, to Switzerland, and set up a hotel together? I have money, you see, and Jean and I would back the whole thing, and you could run the kitchen. Wouldn't that be fine? Say yes now and come with us. There, everything would be arranged. Say yes.
Throws her arms around Kristen and coaxes her. Kristen, cold and reflecting.
You have never been out and travelled, Kristen. You shall look about you in the world. You can't believe how pleasant travelling on a train is. New faces continually, new countries. And we'll go to Hamburg, and passing through we'll see the zoological gardens that you will like. And then we'll go to the theatre and hear the opera. And when we reach Munich, there will be the museum. There are Rubens and Raphaels and all the big painters that you know. You have heard of Munich, where King Ludwig lived, the king, you know, who went mad. And we'll see his palace, a palace like those in the sagas. And from there it isn't far to Switzerland and the Alps. The Alps, mind you, with snow in midsummer. And there oranges grow and laurel, green all the year round if...
Jean is seen in the doorway right, stropping his razor on the strop which he holds between his teeth and left hand. He listens and nods his head favorably now and then. Julie continues.
And there we'll take a hotel, and I'll sit taking the cash while Jean greets the guests, goes out and markets, write letters. That will be life, you may believe. Then the train whistles, then the omnibus comes. Then a bell rings upstairs, then in the restaurant, and then I make out the bills, and I consult them. You can't think how people tremble when they receive their bill, and you can sit like a lady. Of course you won't have to stand over the stove. You can dress finely and neatly when you show yourself to the people, and you with your appearance. Oh, I'm not flattering. You can catch a husband some fine day, a rich Englishman perhaps. They're so easy to catch. Then we'll be rich, and then we'll build a villa by Lake Como. To be sure, it rains sometimes, but the sun must shine too sometimes, although it seems dark. And if not, we can at least travel homeward and come back here, or some other place.
Listen now. Does Miss Julie believe in all this?
Julie, going to pieces.
Do I believe in it?
Yes.
I don't know. I don't believe in anything any more.
Sits down on bench and takes head in her hand on table.
In nothing. Nothing.
Kristen turns to right and looks toward Jean.
So, you intended to run away?
Jean, rather shamefaced, comes forward and puts razor on table.
Run away? That's putting it rather strong. You heard Miss Julie's project. I think it might be carried out.
Now listen to that. Was it meant that I should be her cook?
Be so good as to use proper language when you speak of your mistress.
Mistress?
Yes.
No, here, listen to him.
Yes, you listen. You need to. And talk less. Miss Julie is your mistress, and for the same reason that you do not respect her now, you should not respect yourself.
I have always had so much respect for myself.
That you never had any left for others.
I have never lowered my position. Let anyone say, if they can, that the Count's cook has had anything to do with the riding master or the swineherd. Let them come and say it.
Yes, you have happened to get a fine fellow. That was your good luck.
Yes, a fine fellow, who sells the Count's oats from his stable.
Is it for you to say anything? You who get a commission on all the groceries and a bribe from the butcher?
What's that?
And you can't have respect for your master and mistress any longer? You?
Kristen, glad to change the subject.
Are you coming to church with me? You need a good sermon for your actions.
No, I'm not going to church today. You can go alone and confess your doings.
Yes, that I shall do, and I shall return with so much forgiveness that there will be enough for you too. The Saviour suffered and died on the cross for all our sins, and when we go to him in faith and a repentant spirit, he takes our sins on himself.
Do you believe that, Kristen?
This is my life's belief, and as true as I stand here, and that was my childhood's belief that I have kept since my youth, Miss Julie. And where sin overflows, there's mercy overflows also.
Oh, if only I had your faith. Oh, if...
Yes, but you see that is not given without God's particular grace, and that is not allotted to all that.
Who are the chosen?
That is the great secret of the kingdom of grace, and the Lord has no respect for persons, and there the last shall be first.
But then he has respect for the last, the lowliest person.
It is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. That's the way it is, Miss Julie. However, now I am going, alone. And on my way I shall stop in and tell the stable boy not to let any horses go out in case anyone wants to get away before the Count comes home. Goodbye.
Exit Kristen.
Such a devil, and all this on account of your confounded canary.
Oh, don't speak of the canary. Do you see any way out? Any end to this?
Jean, thinking.
No.
What would you do in my place?
In your place? Wait. As a noble lady, as a woman, fallen, I don't know. Yes, now I know.
Julie takes up a razor from table and makes gestures, saying,
This?
Yes, but I should not do it, mark you, for there is a difference between us.
Because you are a man and I am a woman? What other difference is there?
That very difference of man and woman.
Julie, razor in hand.
I want to do it, but I can't. My father couldn't either that time when he should have done it.
No, he was right not to do it, but he had to avenge himself first.
And now my mother revenges herself again through me.
Haven't you loved your father, Miss Julie?
Yes, deeply. But I've probably hated him too. I must have, without being aware of it. And it is due to my father's training that I have learned to scorn my own sex. Between them both, they have made me half man, half woman. Whose is the fault for what has happened? My father's? My mother's? My own? I haven't anything of my own. I haven't a thought which was not my father's, not a passion that wasn't my mother's. And last of all, from my betrothed, the idea that all people are equal. For that I now call him a wretch. How can it be my own fault, then? Throw the burden on Jesus, as Kristen did? No. I am too proud, too intelligent, thanks to my father's teaching. And that a rich man cannot enter the kingdom of heaven, that is a lie. And Kristen, who has money in the savings bank, she surely cannot enter there. Whose is the fault? What does it concern us whose fault it is? It is I who must bear the burden and the consequences.
Yes, but...
2 sharp rings on bell are heard. Julie starts to her feet. Jean changes his coat.
The Count has returned. Think if Kristen has...
Goes up to speaking tube and listens.
Now he has seen the desk.
Jean, speaking in the tube.
It is Jean, Excellency.
Listens.
Yes, Excellency.
Listens.
Yes, Excellency. Right away. Immediately, Excellency. Yes, in half an hour.
What did he say? In heaven's name, what did he say?
He wants his boots and coffee in a half hour.
In half an hour, then. Oh, I am so tired. I am incapable of feeling, not able to be sorry, not able to go, not able to stay, not able to live, not able to die. Help me now. Command me. I will obey like a dog. Do me this last service. Save my honor. Save his name. You know what I have the will to do, but cannot do. You will it, and command me to execute your will.
I don't know why, but now I can't either. I don't understand myself. It is absolutely as though this coat does it. But I can't command you now, and since the Count spoke to me, I can't account for it. But oh, is that damned servant in my back. I believe if the Count came in here now and told me to cut my throat, I would do it on the spot.
Make believe you are he, and I you. You could act so well a little while ago when you knelt at my feet. Then you were a nobleman. Or haven't you ever been at the theatre and seen the hypnotist?
Jean nods.
He says to his subject, "Take the broom," and he takes it. He says, "Sweep," and he sweeps.
Then the subject must be asleep.
I sleep already. The whole room is like smoke before me, and you are like a tall black stove, like a man clad in black clothes with a high hat, and your eyes gleam like the hot coals when the fire is dying, and your face a white spot like fallen ashes.
The sunshine is coming in through the windows and falls on Jean. Julie rubs her hands as though warming them before a fire.
It is so warm and good, and so bright and quiet.
Jean takes razor and puts it in her hand.
There is the broom. Go now, while it's bright, out to the hayloft, and...
He whispers in her ear. Julie, rousing herself.
Thanks. And now I go to rest. But tell me this. The foremost may receive the gift of grace? Say it, even if you don't believe it.
The foremost? No, I can't say that. But wait, Miss Julie. You are no longer among the foremost, since you are of the lowliest.
That's true. I am the lowliest of the lowly. Oh, now I can't go. Tell me once more that I must go.
No, now I cannot either. I cannot.
And the first shall be last.
Don't think you take my strength from me too, so that I become cowardly. What? I thought I heard the bell. No, to be afraid of the sound of a bell? But it's not the bell. It's someone behind the bell, the hand that sets the bell in motion, and something else that sets the hand in motion. But stop your ears, stop your ears. Then he will only ring louder and keep on ringing until it's answered, and then it's too late. Then come the police, and then...
2 loud rings on bell are heard. Jean falls in a heap for a moment, but straightens up immediately.
It is horrible, but there is no other way. Go!
Countess Julie goes out resolutely. Curtain. End of Countess Julie by August Strindberg. End of 1 Act Play Collection 17 by Various.